Chapter 3953. Whether it was in the human realm, the ancestral realm, or any other world, power was the deciding factor. As long as one was powerful enough, they could defeat everything. Although Gu Fei's cultivation was unstable, his eternal, indestructible body was the real deal. Of course, there was nothing special about his eternal, indestructible body. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a mortal without any cultivation. However, no cultivator in Eastern Barren City would see Gu Fei as a mortal. Countless blades of light descended from the sky in front of the city lord's residence and slashed at Gu Fei. However, the blades of light that could kill half-saints and force saints to retreat shattered the moment they slashed at Gu Fei. From afar, Gu Fei seemed to be shrouded in a rain of light. Everyone was shocked at this scene, especially the person who attacked. He was both shocked and furious. The white tiger that the Sky Tiger Sage had transformed into roared furiously in the sky. Waves of extremely powerful blades of light slashed at Gu Fei like a stormy sea. The power of this ferocious tiger was constantly increasing. However, it was all in vain. No matter how much the Sky Tiger Sage's power increased, Gu Fei still stood in front of the hall, unmoving like a mountain. The extremely sharp blades of light could not even cut a strand of his hair. They could not even cut the corners of his clothes. It was like scratching an itch. Gu Fei simply ignored this attack. Too powerful. This was a roar. Even mortals who did not understand cultivation could see the difference between Gu Fei and the Sky Tiger Sage. One attacked desperately, while the other allowed the opponent to attack. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. "Show me what you've got," Gu Fei said impatiently. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the Sky Tiger Sage in the sky. Rays of rainbow-like blades of light slashed at his face and instantly shattered, turning into a rain of light that dissipated in the void. The White Tiger Sage might be extremely powerful in the eyes of others, but he was no different from an ant in Gu Fei's eyes. Even an honorable being wouldn't be able to hurt Gu Fei, let alone a being that had just broken through to the saint level. Even if Gu Fei stood there and let the White Tiger Sage hit him, the White Tiger Sage would not be able to hurt him. "You dare to look down on me?" The White Tiger Lord was enraged. The White Tiger Divine Beast that he had transformed into roared. In the next moment, every tiger stripe on the White Tiger Divine Beast's body lit up, and sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. The stripes rushed out of the White Tiger Sage's body and turned into peerless blades that slashed at Gu Fei below. This was the White Tiger Sage's peerless technique, the White Tiger God-slaying blade. Not only could this technique destroy the opponent's body, but it could also attack the opponent's primordial spirit. If hit by the White Tiger God-slaying blade, even a saint would be instantly destroyed. The White Tiger Sage is using his trump card. The cultivators of the older generation in Eastern Barren City all looked at the scene in the sky in shock. Legend had it that the Heavenly Tiger clan was the descendant of the ancient divine beast, the White Tiger. They had the bloodline of the White Tiger in their bodies. Of course, after countless years of inheritance, even if the Heavenly Tiger clan was the descendant of the White Tiger divine beast, their bloodline was very thin. The bloodline of the Supreme Divine Beast's descendants was power. Once the power of the bloodline was unleashed, they could obtain the power of the White Tiger. Without a doubt, the White Tiger bloodline in the White Tiger Sage had awakened. Otherwise, he would not have been able to transform into the White Tiger Divine Beast and use this bloodline technique. Whoosh! Under the fearful gaze of countless cultivators, 365 god-slaying blade lights slashed down at Gu Fei from the sky. Every single blade light lit up the entire sky. However, facing the White Tiger Sage's attack, Gu Fei's expression did not change. He stood on the stairs with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. This guy, seeing this, the white tiger sage was shocked. Just who was this guy that wanted to make me guard the door for him? This stupid tiger. At this moment, Xiang Xian had already retreated far away. Everything was going according to his plan. He had predicted every possibility and prepared a countermeasure. Now, he only needed to watch the show from the side because the person that stood out was not him, but the stupid white tiger sage. The white tiger sage was too confident that he was being toyed with by Xiang Xian, the quasi-sage, without realizing it. Even if he realized it now, it was too late. The white tiger god-slaying blade that could destroy a sage's primordial spirit and physical body instantly slashed at Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The moment the terrifying blade lights slashed at Gu Fei's body, they crumbled just like the previous blades of light. How is this possible? The white tiger sage was dumbfounded. This was the most powerful trump card that he could use, but this guy was not afraid of the white tiger god-slaying blade. The saber light formed by the tiger pattern slashed on Gu Fei's body and actually produced a clanging sound. Then it collapsed, and the tiger pattern dissipated in the void. Could this guy be a supreme? The white tiger sage almost fell from the sky when he thought of this. Is this all you've got? Gu Fei said impatiently. Friend, is there a misunderstanding between us? The white tiger sage stopped. This guy seems to be able to ignore all attacks. Perhaps only supreme cultivators have such a strong physique. Ha! When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but laugh out loud. Once these guys realized that the other party was difficult to deal with, they would do this. Misunderstanding? If they could not win, then it was a misunderstanding. If they could win, then the other party deserved to die. What are you laughing at? The white tiger sage shouted. Nothing, I just find it funny. Gu Fei casually waved his hand and dispersed the last few rays of blade lights from the white tiger god-slaying blade. He looked at the white tiger divine beast in the sky. The white tiger sage that he transformed into was not the real white tiger divine beast after all. The aura of the divine beast from his body was very weak. It was already very impressive that this guy could awaken the white tiger bloodline. Do you think I'm funny? The white tiger sage was enraged, but he had no choice but to suppress the rage in his heart. Obediently be my watchdog. No, it should be the watch tiger. Obediently be my watch tiger, and I will spare your life. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and stared at the white tiger lord in the sky with an indifferent expression. You are going too far. I will kill you. When the white tiger sage heard this, he was enraged. His entire body was emitting divine light. In the next second, the white tiger divine beast in the sky disappeared, and a shocking blade light appeared in the sky. Take my ultimate slash. The white tiger lord's divine sense rippled from the saber light. He had actually transformed into a divine saber and slashed at Gu Fei below. In an instant, the blade light soared for thousands of miles, as if it was going to split the sky in half. The terrifying blade chi spread and forced countless cultivators outside the city to retreat. It's a little powerful. Gu Fei's expression was still calm when he saw this slash. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited for the blade light to reach his head before he raised his right hand and grabbed the blade light. The peerless blade light that the white tiger sage transformed into was caught by Gu Fei, just like that. It could not slash down anymore. You, the white tiger great sage's divine, will transmitted a horrified emotional fluctuation. He simply could not imagine that his opponent would be able to grab his ultimate saber gleam with one hand. With just one hand, Gu Fei caught the white tiger sage's ultimate slash. His left hand was still behind his back. Gu Fei snorted coldly. Before white tiger great sage could react, his right hand, which was grabbing the saber light, shook. In the next moment, the ultimate saber light formed by White Tiger Great Sage shattered. Seeing this, everyone turned into statues. They were all dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The White Tiger Sage lost. The same question popped up in the minds of the cultivators outside the city lord's residence. Gu Fei's expression was cold. The White Tiger Sage's life was in his hands. However, he had no intention of killing the White Tiger Sage. The White Tiger High Lord's shattered blade light quickly condensed, and a blurry figure appeared in the air. A powerful aura of the divine path emanated from the figure. In just 3 to 4 breaths, the white-haired White Tiger Sage appeared in front of everyone again. The White Tiger Sage was a sage after all. He would not die so easily. Even if he was killed, as long as his primordial spirit remained, he could recover. Bam! At this moment, Gu Fei's feet pushed off the ground, and his entire body shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow, and he attacked the White Tiger Lord. There were no ripples of power from spells or techniques from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, his cultivation had disappeared. This was the purest power of his physical body. Without any suspense, the White Tiger Lord was actually ridden by Gu Fei and directly fell from the sky to the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, a man and a tiger fell from the sky and created a huge pit in the ground. Roar! The White Tiger Sage roared and tried to get up. However, Gu Fei stepped on his head, and he fell flat on his face. Heaven-defying! All the cultivators outside the city were shocked. Are you convinced? Gu Fei stood on the White Tiger and said coldly, I'm not convinced. The White Tiger Saint Monarch wanted to go mad with hatred. He was a dignified saint, yet his head had actually been stepped on in public. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. The White Tiger was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you are. Chapter 3954. Gu Fei taught the White Tiger Sage a good lesson. If he wasn't convinced, he would beat the tiger until he was convinced. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy was too ruthless. He beat a divine, being like a punching bag in front of everyone. The life force of a divine being was extremely strong. Even if they were beaten to a pulp, they wouldn't die. However, even if their lives weren't in danger, the physical pain wasn't pleasant. Are you convinced? Gu Fei punched the Sky Tiger Sage's head into the ground. Blood splattered, and half of the Sky Tiger Sage's head was smashed. Roar! The Sky Tiger Sage roared in anger and struggled to get up. However, Gu Fei's fist was as heavy as a mountain. With another punch, the Sky Tiger Sage's entire head was smashed. I'm asking if you're convinced. Gu Fei's fists continued to smash down, and a series of bone-cracking sounds rang out. The White Tiger Great Sage's powerful sacred body was simply like a piece of paper under his fists. This guy, all the Eastern Barren City cultivators who saw this were dumbfounded. Those who had doubts about Gu Fei's cultivation and combat ability before didn't have any doubts now. Stop fighting! At this time, a group of people suddenly rushed in from outside the city lord's office. The person in the lead was a tall and sturdy old man. Behind the old man, there were more than a dozen similarly tall and sturdy young cultivators. The aura of these cultivators came from the same source as that of the White Tiger Sage. The Sky Tiger tribe finally can't sit still anymore. When the cultivators outside the city lord's office saw this group of people, many of them exclaimed. The Sky Tiger tribe was a powerful tribe in Eastern Barren City. There were originally 3 great sages in the tribe. However, the 3 great sages followed the Huangtian saint to Giant Wolf City and were all killed by Gu Fei. The fall of the 3 great sages greatly damaged the Sky Tiger tribe. However, it just so happened that the Sky Tiger Sage successfully became a saint. Therefore, the Sky Tiger tribe became the strongest tribe in Eastern Barren City. Because there was no saint in Eastern Wasteland City, and the Sky Tiger clan had produced a saint. A clan with a saint protecting it was naturally the #1 clan in Eastern Wasteland City. Gu Fei didn't even look at those people from the Sky Tiger clan as he continued to ruthlessly abuse the Sky Tiger Sage monarch. This Sky Tiger Sage monarch was rather strong-willed and refused to admit defeat. Even Gu Fei admired this guy a little. "Please show mercy, Your Eminence." That old man from the Heavenly Tiger clan also didn't dare to get too close, bringing his clansmen to kneel on the ground from afar. "Get lost." At this moment, Ao jumped out. "My big brother asked this tiger to guard the door for him. That's the tiger's fortune. He actually dared to refuse. He really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. He deserves to be beaten to death." For a moment, the old man leading the Sky Tiger clan was at a loss as to what to do. The Sky Tiger clan cultivators behind him were shivering. It was not easy for them to come here. One had to know that this Gu Fei was a decisive guy. He would kill at the slightest disagreement. There was no one in this world who wasn't afraid of death. Even though the Sky Tiger clan could only be counted as half a human from a certain perspective, they were still afraid of death. Bam! Kacha! Heavy crashing sounds, and the sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. Gu Fei raised his hand and punched down, breaking the tendons and bones of this Sky Tiger Sage monarch. The old man from the Sky Tiger clan could only kneel on the ground. His body trembled, and he didn't dare to make a sound. "Father, you—" At this moment, Sky Tiger Sage monarch, who was beaten half to death by Gu Fei, saw his clansmen kneeling on the ground. The one leading was actually his father. He couldn't help but be shocked and furious. Interesting. Father is a quasi-sage, but son is already a sage. Son is stronger than father. When Gu Fei heard this, he smiled. "Big brother, is this what they mean by the pupil surpassing the master?" Ao said with a smile. "Son is stronger than father. This doesn't mean much." Gu Fei said. This was very common in the cultivation world. Unless the father was too heaven-defying, then the son would find it hard to surpass. Just like Tai Huang, an old tortoise. Even if old tortoise's talent was super heaven-defying, he still couldn't surpass his father Tai Huang. "My patience is limited. Since you aren't willing to help me guard the door, I won't force you." Gu Fei punched Sky Tiger Sage monarch hundreds of meters away. Then he coldly glanced at the group of Sky Tigers kneeling on the ground. "We are willing to guard the door for you," the old man from the Sky Tiger clan hurriedly said. His forehead was already touching the ground. "Father, you can't." At this moment, Sky Tiger Sage shakily stood up from the ground. There wasn't a single part of his body that was unscathed. Every part of his body was filled with shocking fist marks. Gu Fei's fist force was very strong. Even Supremes couldn't block one of his punches. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to subdue Sky Tiger Sage, he could have turned Sky Tiger Sage monarch into dregs with one punch, destroying both his body and soul. Sky Tiger Sage monarch's father raised his head and roared at Sky Tiger Sage monarch. "Unfilial son, since Her Eminence told you to guard the house, you should go obediently. Do you want to watch my Sky Tiger clan be destroyed?" This Sky Tiger Sage monarch's expression changed several times. Based on his personality, he would rather die than submit. However, this was no longer a matter for him alone. Sky Tiger Sage monarch looked at his father kneeling on the ground. He clenched his teeth and knelt before Gu Fei. "Good. Haha, very good." Gu Fei laughed heartily. This tiger had finally admitted defeat. This is one person suppressing an entire city. When the cultivators outside the city lord's residence saw this, They knew that the master of Eastern Baron City was still Gu Fei. No one else could shake his position. The battle between Gu Fei and Sky Tiger Sage Monarch had changed the fate of many people. "All of you, back off." Gu Fei waved his hand and said, "Yes, Her Eminence." The people of Sky Tiger Clan quickly retreated from the city lord's residence. At this time, there was a lot of discussion outside the city lord's residence. The White Tiger Saint Monarch suddenly came to a realization. He scanned the surroundings. At this moment, Xiang Xian had already disappeared. "These bastards, how dare they scheme against me?" Sky Tiger Sage Monarch was furious. Xiang Xian and the others were using him as a tool. At this time, Gu Fei walked into the main hall and turned to the back hall. He sat on the stone bed and wanted to cultivate. Just as Gu Fei subdued Sky Tiger Sage Monarch with lightning speed in the southern region of the ancestral realm, the three superforces were still devouring Gu Fei's territory. Damn it! The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could only watch helplessly as Gu Fei's territory was being invaded. The Chu clan, the Sky clan, and the Li clan were all chasing after the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. They were almost caught a few times. Fortunately, they were alert and escaped. "When will Master be back?" No one replied. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were like street rats, hiding everywhere. No one knew when Gu Fei would return. Chapter 3955. Chu Clan Sky-Shaking City. It floated above the mountains, surrounded by endless celestial energy. One could vaguely see cranes and divine birds flying in the celestial light. Roar! The sound of celestial beasts chasing could be heard from the mountains below. A jade-like river flowed through the mountains. The surface of the river was hazy, and celestial light crossed the river from time to time. Splash! Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake rippled. A huge shadow swam across the river and sank into the depths. This was the ancestral land of the Chu clan. Spirit energy gathered here, and celestial energy lingered. Ancestral energy of the earth rose from the ground to nourish this area. The Chu clan was one of the three strongest clans in the southern region of the ancestral realm, second only to the Tian clan and the Li clan. The ancestral land of the Chu clan was naturally filled with a myriad of phenomena. It was no small matter. The ancestral land of the Chu clan covered an area with a radius of 10 million kilometers. It was like another world that transcended the ancestral realm. It was protected by a superformation, and there were ancestral veins of the earth deep underground. There was no other place like this in the southern region of the ancestral realm. If one cultivated here, even a blade of grass could become a spirit after a long time. If a pig was thrown here, it could also become a spirit monster. There was a reason why a large clan like the Chu clan had produced many experts and dominated the southern region. With such an ancestral land, it would be strange if the Chu clan didn't produce experts. At this time, in the main hall of Sky-Shaking City, sage energy lingered. The current clan leader of the Chu clan sat on the throne in the center, and dozens of saints sat on the two sides of the hall. There were 11 children sitting on the lower right side of the throne. Although this child looked like a child, no one in the hall dared to underestimate him. This was because this child was the child beside Old Monster Chu, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a supreme existence who had followed Old Monster Chu for countless years. Although they were master and servant in name, they were like father and son. Gu Fei had defeated Old Monster Chu, so he naturally became Ling Xiao's enemy. However, Gu Fei was too strong. Ling Xiao was no match for him at all, so he had to endure. "Lord Patriarch, why have you summoned us here?" Dao Child Ling, Xiao looked at the Chu clan head who was seated on the throne and said, at his level of cultivation. He was able to sit on the same level as the clan heads of the major races. The ancestor might be coming back. Clan leader Chu looked at Dao Child Ling Xiao and said, "What?" The sages in the hall were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. In the entire Chu clan, there was only one person who could be addressed as ancestor by the Chu clan leader. That person was the Southern Domain Reverend, the unparalleled existence that ruled the Southern Domain for an era, Old Monster Chu. Ever since Gu Fei disappeared, the old clan lord of the Tian clan also disappeared. Finally, it was Old Monster Chu. One day, he came out of seclusion and directly left. No one knew where he went. Even Old Monster Chu's Taoist apprentice, Ling Xiao, didn't know. How did Lord Clan Leader know that old ancestor was coming back? Dao Child Ling Xiao said nervously, "Old ancestor's life token is emitting a powerful aura fluctuation. Furthermore, it's getting stronger and stronger." The Chu clan head said this. Even Dao Child Ling Xiao was shocked. Old Monster Chu was an unparalleled existence at the supremacy level. He had some kind of connection with the life token. The further Old Monster Chu was from the life token, the weaker the aura emitted from the life token. On the contrary, the closer Old Monster Chu was to the life token, the stronger the aura emitted from the life token. Ha! Master must have broken through to that legendary realm. This time, Master can definitely become the true master of the Southern Domain. Dao Child Ling Xiao said with a laugh. Old Monster Chu might be a supremacy, but he couldn't truly control the entire Southern Domain. One must know that Old Monster Chu still had the Li clan and the Tian clan above him. These two clans were powerful clans with supremacies. Although Old Monster Chu could command the Southern Domain on the surface, he couldn't command the Li clan and the Tian clan. However, if Old Monster Chu successfully broke through the limits of his cultivation, he would be able to become the most powerful existence in the history of the ancestral realm. When that happened, the Li clan and the Tian clan wouldn't matter. He could destroy them with the flick of a finger. While the Chu clan's higher-ups were shocked and happy in the sky's ancestral land, Cloud Sky City, the leader of the sky was gathering a group of sky's important people. Very quickly, the sky announced that the very high leader of the sky was coming back. In the Li clan's ancestral land, there was a lot of cheering. The Li clan's first elder, Li Chang Tian, had disappeared for a dozen years. Someone saw Li Chang Tian appear in the Southern Domain. What is going on? Did they successfully break through the limits of their cultivation? Did they become invincible beings? In the Southern Domain, an ancient elite who had lived for a very long time said something like that. Is the legendary Golden Age coming? Someone said something like that. The so-called Golden Age was when the world of cultivation was extremely prosperous. The last time the Alpha Realm had a big age was in an ancient era. After the big age, there was chaos. In the late stages of the ancient era, the whole of the Alpha Realm was in the darkest of times. That period was called the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages lasted for billions of years. During the Dark Ages, many strong races of the Alpha Realm fought each other. In the late stages of the Dark Ages, even the extreme Path Supremes showed up. They fought until the sky cracked and the ground cracked. They almost sank the 5 areas of the Alpha Realm. Many super old antiques had experienced the Dark Ages. Just thinking about it made their hearts skip a beat. It was important to know that in the late stages of the Dark Ages, many of the 9 skies and 10 lands supremes had fallen. Many strong races had been wiped out. Many strong races had been crippled. They had never been able to rise again. In the end, they had been buried in the merciless passage of time. Of course, some strong races had been wiped out, and some weak races had become strong. They had become the main characters of the world. In the Dark Ages, anything was possible. The arrival of the Golden Age made the super old antiques, who had experienced the Dark Ages, very nervous. It wasn't a joke to fall from the peak of prosperity. Moreover, even in the last Golden Age, no one in the Alpha realm had been able to break through the limits of the extreme path and become an invincible existence. But this time, did someone successfully break through the extreme grade and become a truly invincible existence in the primogenitor realm? If that was the case, then this era would be very lively. There's still no news of Gu Fei. Did he fail? Someone noticed this matter. The three great reverends were about to return, but there was no news of Gu Fei. This made people scratch their heads in confusion. Chapter 3956. On the 10th day after Gu Fei returned to Eastern Barren City. Boom! A beam of divine light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Chu clan's sky-shaking city. This beam of divine light connected heaven and earth, rushing into the depths of the starry sky and disappearing into an unknown star region. Then, a figure walked out of the unknown star region, step by step along the divine light. He walked through the endless star regions and traversed the starry sky. An eternal and terrifying aura spread out from this blurry figure. The entire starry sky shook, and billions of stars shook. The unknown, terrifying expert stepped on the divine light path. He stepped into the starry sky and shook the heavens, descending upon the Chu clan's sky-shaking city. On this day, the entire southern region, and even the supremes of other regions, turned their attention to sky-shaking city at the same time. After the mysterious expert entered Hantian City, the divine light and the terrifying aura disappeared in an instant. It was as if they had never appeared in the first place. Some said that this was Old Monster Chu's successful return, while others said that another supreme existence of the Chu clan had returned. But what was the truth? No one knew for now. On the 13th day after Gu Fei returned to Eastern Barren City, a shocking phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky above the Li clan's ancestral grounds. 9 rays of ancestral dragon chi rushed out of the Li clan's ancestral grounds. The dragon chi turned into dragons and circled above the ancestral grounds. Each dragon was like a true ancestral dragon descending. The might of the dragons spread out for billions of miles. On the 19th day after Gu Fei returned to Eastern Barren City, someone saw an elder suspected to be the Sky Clan leader walk into the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan. The rare peace in the southern region of the ancestral realm was broken again. Then, the 3 supreme races began to hunt down the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Roar! On the 23rd day of Gu Fei's return to Eastern Wasteland City, a terrifying roar rang out from the sovereign's tomb in the southern domain. Some people saw a wild beast many times larger than a mountain fighting a powerful expert. In the end, that savage beast was no match for it, directly shattering the void and escaping. This battle had alarmed the mysterious existence in the deepest part of the Supreme Tomb. After this battle, the Supreme Tomb was completely enveloped by a terrifying deathly aura, turning the Supreme Tomb into a true dead zone. There were saints who tried to walk into the Supreme Tomb, but they jumped out after walking less than 300 meters. This deathly aura was too terrifying. It could actually corrode the power of saints. The powerful sage-level creature couldn't even last 10 breaths inside before it was about to escape. Perhaps only sovereign-level existences could enter the current Supreme Tomb. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others had been forced into a dead end. The 3 great clans were determined to wipe them out this time around. If it weren't for the protection of the Star Beast, they would have died countless times over. However, even the Star Beast couldn't take it anymore. If it wasn't controlled by Gu Fei's beast collar, this beast that could devour the stars, sun, and moon would have run away long ago. In the southern region, on a nameless barren mountain, a figure was carefully walking through the mountain ridges. Then, he carefully entered a cave. "How is it?" someone in the cave asked. In the dark cave, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. A beast surrounded by starlight was lying on the ground. This beast was covered in blood, and there was a broken spear stuck in its shoulder. There were lightning-like Tao patterns circling around the broken spear. This beast was severely injured. There were more than 10 wounds on its body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Moreover, these were supreme-level Tao injuries. Even though this beast was extremely powerful, it couldn't recover in a short period of time. "It's fine for now. There isn't even a fly outside." The man in black who came and sat at the side and said, "Humph." The Tian clan, Li clan, and Shu clan thought that Master had most likely perished outside after not returning for so long. They must be dreaming. A supreme martial artist surrounded by divine light said coldly, "Haha, I think when Master appears in front of them, their expressions must be very interesting." A middle-aged man in green said while sitting on a big rock in the cave, "Black wind, sky wind, go out and take a look. I have a bad feeling about this." A supreme martial artist carrying a divine Bao suddenly opened his eyes and said, "This person was the Shooting Sun Supreme. Boss, Xian Tian, just returned. The Black Wind Supreme was a little unwilling." "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go if boss asks you to go." The Sky Wind Supreme said plainly. The Black Wind Supreme looked at the Sky Wind Supreme and didn't say anything else. Then he walked out of the cave with the Sky Wind Supreme. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others had set up an extreme grade array around the cave. As long as someone approached the cave, the array would be triggered and they would be detected. At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were already frightened. Ever since they became supreme, they had never been in such a sorry state. It should be known that even in the ancestral realm, a supreme was almost invincible, especially the Shooting Sun Supreme and the Thunder Tao Supreme. They were extreme grade middle grade supremes and were much stronger than ordinary extreme grade beginner grade supremes. Once one's cultivation reached the extreme grade realm, it would be extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation further. Some people would always be at the extreme grade beginner grade realm. Countless years had passed, but their cultivation remained stagnant. However, even extreme grade beginner grade supremes were existences on par with the sect masters, clan masters, and sect masters in the ancestral realm. Just as the Black Wind and the Sky Wind Supreme went out, they heard a loud sound coming from outside. In the next moment, 2 figures smashed through the cave and crashed into it. The entire cave suddenly collapsed and countless soil and rocks poured down towards the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Roar! A loud roar rang out as boundless astral energy burst forth, causing the entire ground to explode as a terrifying primal beast charged out from the ground. The beast grew bigger rapidly. Its huge body was comparable to a primordial sacred mountain. A terrifying aura spread out, and the entire world was shaking. In particular, pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared in the void around the giant beast's body. However, the giant beast's body was covered in ghastly wounds. Some places were even bleeding. "Ha ha! Let's see where you scoundrels can escape to this time." A loud laugh was heard, and a figure appeared in front of the beast. This person exuded the supreme aura of a supreme being, the third ancestor of the Li clan. A furious roar was heard, and a few figures broke through the ground. They were the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Me too. Another figure rushed over from the sky. This person was dressed in white and looked handsome. He was the Sky Clan's supreme being, Tian Qian. Tian Qian had always been by the Sky Clan's old clan master's side and received pointers from him. His cultivation was even stronger than the Sky Clan's current clan master. "Haha, you're all here. How can I miss out?" A loud laugh was heard, and another supreme aura of the extreme grade realm arrived. An unparalleled figure walked over step by step in the air. The rhythm of the entire world was driven by him and turned into an unparalleled pressure that pressed down on the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. The Shooting Sun Supreme's expression was solemn. He felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him. Of course, he was not afraid of this level of pressure. However, the Black Wind Supreme and the Sky Wind Supreme were trembling. These two fellows were very unlucky. They had just come out of the cave and were immediately sent flying back. They were in an extremely sorry state. Ling Xiao, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were shocked when they saw that person. This was an unparalleled existence that looked like a child. However, although this person had the appearance of a child, he was an old antique. The Tao child of Old Monster Chu had arrived. The killing intent that erupted from the body of Ling Xiao was much stronger than that of the third ancestor of the Li clan and Tian Qian Supreme. The killing intent of a supreme being could affect the entire world. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. Snow was actually falling in the sky. A supreme being could shock the heavens with a single thought. The laws of the world were nothing but child's play in their eyes. They could easily trample on them. The place where a supreme being was formed a world of its own. This time, you won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others with a proud expression. This guy, everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. "You little fellas are merely ants in my eyes. Call your elders out." At this moment, a powerful wave of consciousness was emitted from the Star Beast. He did not take the third ancestor of the Li clan and the others seriously at all. Humph! A cold laugh was heard from afar. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. The moment he appeared, the entire void seemed to solidify. Everyone felt their bodies sink as if a huge mountain had suddenly pressed down on them. The Star Beast's huge eyes narrowed. The feeling that this old man gave him was actually more terrifying than his master, Gu Fei, an existence that surpasses a supreme being. The Star Beast said in horror, "What?" The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked when they heard this. An existence that surpassed a supreme being? Wouldn't that be even stronger than their master? Oh no! The Thunderpath Supreme Being, who had always been calm, was also shocked. "What should we do? We're dead this time." The Black Wind Supreme was so scared that he almost collapsed. This guy was really a coward. It was hard to imagine how this guy had cultivated to become a supreme. With the Black Wind Supreme's temperament, it was impossible for him to cultivate to become a supreme unless he was pretending to be weak. At this moment, who would have the time to care about the Black Wind Supreme? At this moment, the old man in the sky had already sealed the void. Not to mention the Shooting Sun Supreme. Even the Star Beast would find it difficult to break the void and escape. Fight! The Star Beast was extremely ferocious. He roared furiously and spat out a galaxy that charged towards the figure in the sky. The power of the Supreme Being's stars surged from the ferocious beast's body. Endless starlight appeared in the void around the Star Beast. It was as if a star domain had appeared between heaven and earth. Insignificant ant. The old man in the sky waved his sleeves, and the galaxy that was charging towards him exploded and turned into nothingness. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed it towards the Star Beast. An incomparably huge palm descended from the sky. Boom! The Star Beast was directly slapped into the ground, and the entire region was directly sunk. Chapter 39:57. The scene in front of them was too shocking. A huge hand that blotted out the sky slapped the huge star beast down from the sky. The entire mountain range turned into dust instantly, and the entire region sank. Dust filled the air and shrouded the region. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the shooting Sun Supreme and the others were sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away by the mighty energy waves. The Black Wind Supreme and the other weaker Supreme Masters spat out a mouthful of blood. That was the blood of a Supreme. One drop could form an ocean and kill a quasi-Supreme. It could also be used to refine Supreme medicines. However, the blood of a Supreme was worthless at this moment. Not only the Black Wind Supreme, but even the Wind Saint Supreme, the Purple Sun Supreme, and the Mysterious Sky Supreme also spat out blood. This is the Shooting Sun Supreme and the Thunder Path Supreme suffered a great impact. Although they did not spit out blood, the blood in their bodies churned, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. A supreme existence that surpassed the supremacies, the Shooting Sun Supreme looked at the figure in the sky, and his voice trembled. "How is this possible?" the Thunder Path Supreme said in fear. They knew how difficult it was to take that step. Even someone as talented as Gu Fei had not broken through to that realm. Old Monster Chew. At this moment, a deep voice came from the depths of the ground. Then a figure rushed out from the bottomless hole in the ground and shot up into the sky. It was a majestic-looking, white-haired middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body was stained with blood, and some of his bones could even be seen. The white-haired, middle-aged man stared at the figure in the sky and kept coughing out blood. There were specks of blood in the bloody light, as if there were stars twinkling. "You are really thick-skinned, evil beast," the figure in the sky said indifferently. He was actually the Chu clan's Old Monster Chew, the former supremacy of the southern region. He had once suppressed an entire region and forced countless experts to lower their heads. "I heard that you have broken through to that realm. Looks like it's true." The white-haired middle-aged man that the star beast had transformed into stared at Old Monster Chew and said coldly. His eyes flickered and powerful star power surged out from his body. It was as if a star region was faintly visible in the sky. "Then you should know that you are no match for me." Old Monster Chew's tone was calm and emotionless. "So what?" the star beast said indifferently. "An ant dares to be so impudent in front of me." Old Monster Chew took a step forward and arrived in front of the star venerable beast. In an instant, he threw out a punch that seemed ordinary, but in the eyes of the star venerable beast, it was a completely different scene. The star beast venerable felt as if the space around him had solidified as the other party punched out, and he could not even move a finger. Space confinement. The star beast venerable couldn't help but be moved. This divine ability wasn't anything remarkable, but what shocked him was that the other party didn't use any divine ability at all. Fist intent. Startled, the star venerable beast desperately urged the power of the stars in its body in an attempt to break the space around it. However, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent's fist smashed into his body. Bam! Kacha! The dull sound of a collision and bones breaking could be heard from the star beast venerable beast's body. In the next moment, the star beast venerable beast exploded and turned into a mist of blood. What the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene from afar. Just one punch had turned the star beast venerable beast into a pulp. One should know that the star beast venerable beast's defense was shocking, and ordinary supremacies couldn't break through it. However, Old Monster Chew had turned the star beast into a mist of blood with a single punch. The power of this punch was truly terrifying. If it was the old monster Chu of the past, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. Ha ha! Star Beast Venerable is just an ant in front of the old ancestor. Supreme Ling Xiao laughed wantonly. He wanted to vent his hatred. It would be best if he could turn Gu Fei into a pulp as well. Supreme Ling Xiao, Supreme Tianqian, and the third founding ancestor of the Li clan were extremely excited as they could finally vent their frustrations. Even if Gu Fei was here, he would also be turned into pulp by Senior Chu. Ha ha! The third founding ancestor of the Li clan laughed. Humph! Gu Fei? That fellow probably died in that ravine, Exalt Heavenly Cosmic said disdainfully. At this moment, old Monster Chu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others coldly. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others quickly lowered their heads and didn't dare to meet old Monster Chu's gaze. You're only lowering your heads now? It's too late, Supreme Ling Xiao said disdainfully. It's useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. You must die today. The third founding ancestor of the Li clan stared at the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others viciously and said with gritted teeth, That's right. Supreme Tianqian nodded and said, You bastards, do you really think you can defeat us? At this moment, Supreme Black Wind suddenly jumped up and pointed at the third founding ancestor of the Li clan and scolded him agitatedly. This fellow, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others who were standing beside Supreme Black Wind were instantly shocked by this fellow. What's wrong with this fellow? Black Wind had always been a coward and didn't have any special abilities. However, he was good at escaping. However, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others didn't expect that the usually cowardly Black Wind would actually jump out and scold the third founding ancestor of the Li clan and the others at this moment. And you, old Monster Chu, don't think that you can be complacent just because you defeated the Star Beast Venerable. If my master was here, he could kill you with one finger. After that, Black Wind pointed at old Monster Chu and scolded him. Everyone was dumbfounded. This fellow is really crazy. He even scolded old Monster Chu. Does he want to die faster? Your master. A cold light flashed in the depths of old Monster Chu's eyes. The greatest humiliation in his life was being defeated by Gu Fei. Even though his cultivation had surpassed the extreme grade, he still couldn't get rid of the shadow in the depths of his heart. How dare you scold the old ancestor? You deserve to die. Supreme Ling Xiao was furious. He took a step forward and attacked the Black Wind Supreme with a shocking, murderous aura. You're the ones who deserve to die. Heifeng was no longer as cowardly as he used to be. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Sovereign Ling Xiao, who was charging towards him. Buzz! When the punch was thrown, heaven and earth trembled. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The formless extreme grade power turned into invisible sharp blades and slashed across the void, tearing it apart. Intermediate extreme grade. This fellow, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were shocked again. They didn't expect Supreme Black Wind to have hidden his strength so well. Black Wind, the weakest among the six, actually changed his cowardly manner, and his cultivation suddenly soared to the intermediate extreme grade. Chapter 3958. The Black Wind Sovereign's sudden outburst shocked many people. He actually dared to point at old Monster Chu and scold him. Before old Monster Chu could make a move, his Tao child Ling Xiao was already furious and made a move. The Tao child beside old Monster Chu was also a supreme. Although he looked like a child with white teeth and red lips, he was a real antique. He waved his small, fair hand, and 5 extremely sharp sword lights immediately rushed out of his small hand and pierced towards the Black Wind Sovereign. Boom! The Black Wind Sovereign returned a punch to Sovereign Ling Xiao. However, When the Black Wind Sovereign punched out, the 5 piercing sword lights immediately crumbled apart. The two silhouettes instantly clashed with each other, and a great battle ensued. The Li clan's third ancestor and Heavenly Qian sovereign did not make a move. A mere Black Wind Sovereign was not worthy of them joining forces. Old Monster Chu would not make a move either. He had no desire to make a move against such a small figure. Instead, his eyes fell on the mass of blood light in front of him. That was the Star Beast that Old Monster Chu had smashed with a punch. The Star Beast's body had turned into a blood mist and was glowing. Within the blood light, a figure was faintly discernible. A powerful pressure of the supremacy level spread from the figure in the blood light, causing the world to lose its color. He actually didn't die. Old Monster Chu still had a calm expression. He was a little surprised that this fellow was still alive after taking 2 blows from him. However, Old Monster Chu soon understood. Divine beasts like the Star Beasts had all sorts of inconceivable inheritances. This was especially true for adult Star Beasts. They had awakened their bloodlines and grasped the supreme abilities of the Star Beasts. If this astral beast didn't have a few life-saving abilities, it would be strange. Swoosh! In the next moment, the mass of blood light instantly retreated and entered the figure's body. The Star Beast appeared in the void, and all the wounds on his body disappeared. He had actually recovered to his peak state. Interesting. Old Monster Chu's tone was as calm as ever. The Star Beast had recovered to his peak state in an instant because he had used some kind of secret technique. Of course, using a secret technique also required him to pay a huge price. As for what price the Star Venerable Beast had paid, Old Monster Chu was not interested in knowing. Although the Star Venerable Beast was smashed into a mist of blood by Old Monster Chu's punch and reconstructed its body using a secret technique to return to its peak, the Imperial Beast collar on its neck was still there. The Beast Taming Collar had already fused with the Star Beast Venerable. As long as the Star Beast Venerable was still alive, the Beast Taming Collar would not be destroyed. Only Gu Fei could take off the Beast Taming Collar. You want to kill me? The Star Beast stared coldly at Old Monster Chu, who was in front of him. A powerful pressure emanated from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble continuously. You can't kill it? Old Monster Chu made his move again. This time, a spirit force rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a figure that pounced towards the Star Beast. The Star Beast Venerable was taken aback. Is this guy trying to destroy my Yuan spirit? Roar! The Star Beast Venerable did not dare to delay. He roared furiously, and a ball of divine light emerged from his body. Then it turned into a star battle armor that he wore. However, the blurry silhouette ignored the Star Beast Venerable's defense and pounced onto the Star Beast Venerable's body. Then it entered his body. How dare you? The Star Beast Sovereign was truly shocked. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and self-destructed his physical body. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard as if the sky was going to turn upside down. Old Monster Chu's Spirit Force clone pounced on his body. Only by self-destructing could he break free from the control of Old Monster Chu's Spirit Force. What a ruthless fella! Old Monster Chu was a little moved when he saw the Star Venerable Beast self-destruct. The vast and mighty energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed and mountains were turned into ashes. Even the nearby supreme beings were swept away by the energy storm that swept over. Old Monster Chu was the only one who did not move. The mighty energy storm could not move him at all. The Star Beast Venerable was a supremacy and could compete with a supremacy. The energy storm that erupted from his self-destruction was terrifying, but he tried his best to reduce its power. The Star Beast Venerable was still able to control the power of his self-destruction. Even so, the power that erupted from his self-destruction was too strong. The energy storm wreaked havoc in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Countless living beings perished. This fella is crazy. The shooting sun supremacy and the others, as well as the third primogenitor of the Li clan and the others, were all shocked. They were all affected by the impact. Those with weaker cultivations were already injured, and blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. Die! At that moment, Old Monster Chew walked forward step by step in the center of the energy storm. Then he pointed with his finger, and a ray of divine light pierced through a ball of divine light that seemed eternal and inextinguishable. That was the Star Beast Venerable's soul light. Supremacy rank existences weren't immortal, and there was still the risk of dying. If their soul light was obliterated, then they would truly die. That ball of soul light emitted a horrifying spiritual force. In the next moment, the ball of soul light shot up into the sky in an attempt to escape. Escape? Can you escape? Even if that fella Gufei is here, he won't be able to escape. Old Monster Chew's voice was heard from within the energy storm. Humph. Gufei? Gufei is probably long dead. Even if he's not dead, he must be hiding somewhere and waiting to die, the third primogenitor of the Li clan said coldly. What did you say? The shooting sun supremacy, and the others were enraged. Who said I'm dead? At that moment, a voice was heard from high up in the sky. Then, the entire sky suddenly darkened. In the next moment, a figure broke through the void and descended from the sky. Master is back, the shooting sun supremacy, and the others were pleasantly surprised when they heard this voice. Gufei, the third primogenitor of the Li clan, and the others were shocked. They had never expected Gufei to appear at such a crucial time. Swoosh! The Star Beast Venerable's soul light rushed towards Gufei immediately. No one can save you, Old Monster Chew said indifferently. Then he threw a punch that could freeze the void and froze the Star Beast Venerable's soul light in the void. Ha ha! I'll show you how I can save you. Gufei laughed and extended his right hand. Rumble! The huge hand appeared and broke Old Monster Chew's invincible fist intent. Then it pressed down on Old Monster Chew. This, Chapter 3959. Master, Gufei's sudden appearance surprised and overjoyed the sun-shooting sovereign and the others who had already despaired. They had really been saved from the jaws of death this time. They originally thought that they were dead for sure, but who would have thought that Gufei would actually return at such a crucial moment? Rumble, Gufei extended his hand, and a huge hand appeared in the sky. It slammed down towards Monster Chew and directly broke through Monster Chew's invincible fist intent. What truly shocked Monster Chew was that Gufei had actually used all the force of the world in the world as soon as he struck out. Endless essence of the world gathered towards the hand wildly. The space enveloped by the giant hand was constantly collapsing and being annihilated. Pitch-black spatial cracks raged in all directions like black lightning bolts. Swish! A bolt of lightning struck the left side of the third ancestor of the Li clan, and in the next moment there was a flash of blood. The third ancestor shrieked out miserably and directly retreated. A small part of the third ancestor's body that had been struck by the spatial crack was reduced to dust in an instant. This sovereign heavenly cosmic could not help but be surprised when he saw this. He hurriedly dodged into the distance. At this moment, even the Black Wind Sovereign and Sovereign Lingxiao could not help but stop. They dodged in a hurry, unwilling to come into contact with the spatial crack that had extended from the hand. Boom! Chaotic force erupted from Eccentric Chew's body, and he directly punched upwards. It was like the entire chaotic world had collided with the punch. The stable world of the ancestral world was like a thin piece of paper, easily ripped apart, shattered, and reduced to nothingness. "Haha, I see." Gu Fei laughed heartily, and the power of his big hand that was slapping down immediately increased a little. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and the two powers that had surpassed the limits of extreme ways immediately collided. In the next moment, a series of thunderous booms rang out, and the space in a radius of 10,000 kilometers was directly shattered by the terrifying power. An incomparably huge black hole appeared high up in the sky, and a terrifying aura of destruction poured down from the black hole, shaking the entire region. Old Monster Chu directly fell from the sky, smashing into the depths of the earth. The land within 100,000 li instantly sank, forming a huge, bottomless hole. What supremacy Tiangon, supremacy Ling Shao, and the Li clan's third progenitor's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw this scene. The invincible eccentric Chu was actually suppressed from the sky by a single palm strike from Gu Fei. What happened? Could it be that another battle between supremacies has erupted? Could it be that the three clans are encircling that star beast? At this time, many powerful divine senses rushed out from the southern region of the primogenitor realm and swept in the direction of the disturbance. However, in the next moment, the important figures of the Southern Territory were all shocked. Their divine sense was blocked by two invisible forces, making it impossible for them to enter the battlefield. How is this possible? The important figures of the southern region were all stunned. The divine senses of the supreme existences from the great sects and clans were blocked as well. Such a thing had never happened before. Even in the battle between supremacies more than a decade ago, such a terrifying scene had never occurred. An invisible force could block the divine senses of supreme existences. No one knew what was happening, nor did they know who was fighting inside. Regardless of whether it was divine senses or the great Tao divine eyes, they couldn't enter. They were all blocked by the two divine senses. So terrifying? Soon, someone discovered that the two divine senses had actually enveloped a radius of billions of li. The area that was enveloped by the two divine senses seemed to have become another world. This is a battle between supremacies. Some people were bewildered. Could it be that they're making a move? Some people thought of the scene that had occurred in the ancestral lands of the Southern Territory's three great forces not long ago, legendary existences that transcend the extreme Tao. Some old supremacies exclaimed, since ancient times, a supreme existence that transcended the extreme Tao had never appeared in the primogenitor realm. The current world was undoubtedly filled with countless possibilities. It was definitely the most prosperous era of the primogenitor realm's cultivation world. The foundation that had been accumulated for countless eras was about to explode. This era was the most likely time for an invincible expert that transcended the extreme Tao to appear in the primogenitor realm. At this moment, an even stronger energy fluctuation erupted from the battlefield. All the cultivators in the southern territory of the primogenitor realm could feel this fluctuation. All the cultivators were stunned. Even some super antiques that had been living in seclusion for countless years and rarely appeared in the world jumped out. Rumble, in the depths of a desolate land in the southern territory of the primogenitor realm, there was the sound of mountains collapsing, and the entire area was undergoing a drastic change. Divine mountains that emitted monstrous ancestral dragon energy rushed out of the ground. Endless dragon energy nourished the surroundings. Flowers and trees grew rapidly. The entire landscape underwent a drastic change. The desolate land turned into a paradise. Celestial mountains and divine peaks stood in great numbers. Ancestral dragon energy lingered in the air like giant dragons roaming between heaven and earth. How is this possible? Isn't that place? Some supremacies that had lived for countless years were extremely shocked when they sensed the changes in the desolate land. Ancestral dragon ruins. Some old supremacies exclaimed in surprise. That was a nearly forgotten area. The southern territory of the primogenitor realm was huge. There were some places that even ordinary people wouldn't go to, let alone cultivators. The desolate land that was experiencing the strange phenomenon actually had a name. It was called Ancestral Dragon Ruins. It was the ancestral land of the dragon clan in the primogenitor realm. In the countless eras of the primogenitor realm, there was an era known as the Dragon Phoenix era. The Dragon clan dominated the southern territory, while the Wind clan dominated the northern territory. This was the so-called Dragon of the South and Phoenix of the North in the primogenitor realm. Since this place was called Ancestral Dragon Ruins, it was naturally in ruins. However, the ruins had undergone a drastic change. The ancestral land of the Dragon clan from the Dragon Phoenix era had actually appeared once again. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar was heard from the ancestral dragon ruins, and it spread across half of the southern region. The ancestral dragon emperor is still alive. Some super antiques couldn't help being shocked when they heard the dragon roar. The ancestor dragon emperor was a taboo existence during the Dragon Phoenix era. He was extremely powerful, and his battle prowess surpassed that of a supremacy. Some people believed that the ancestor dragon emperor had already taken half a step into that legendary realm. However, the powerful dragon clan had also disappeared in the merciless passage of time. When the Dragon Phoenix era ended, the ancestral lands of the dragon clan and the Wind clan had turned into ruins. The ancestral dragon emperor and the true Phoenix empress had both disappeared. No one knew what had happened. This was definitely the greatest secret of that era. Could it be that this war caused some unknown changes to the ancestral lands of the ancient dragon clan? Someone guessed. At this moment, Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu started fighting. Chapter 3960. This was the first battle between supreme experts that surpassed the extreme Tao in the history of the primogenitor realm. This battle not only alarmed the experts of the southern region of the primogenitor realm, but it also alarmed the entire primogenitor realm. Countless supreme existences directly shattered the void and appeared in the southern region. When one's cultivation reached the extreme Tao realm, they could directly cross regions and reach their destination in the blink of an eye. There was no need for any teleportation arrays. This was the strength and terror of extreme Tao Supremes. Even traveling between star domains was a piece of cake for Supremes. They couldn't possibly get lost in the endless star domains. This was because the divine senses of Supremes were too strong. A single thought could cover an entire star domain, and a single step could cross billions of miles of space. They could roam the 9 heavens in the blink of an eye. Very soon, Supremes from other regions of the primogenitor realm arrived at the battlefield. The battlefield between Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu was in the endless mountain range at the border of the southern region and eastern region. This mountain range had never been so lively before. The auras of dozens and hundreds of Supremes appeared in the world. Even though these Supremes had weakened their auras to a level that ordinary cultivators could endure, countless cultivators still felt their souls tremble. Moreover, Supremes from all over the world were still rushing over. Rays of almost immortal divine light broke through the void and directly descended upon the southern region. Very soon, the auras of hundreds of Supremes appeared in the world. The world resonated with each other, and the laws of the world were all disturbed. One had to know that wherever a Supreme was, his aura could affect the world. With hundreds of Supremes appearing in the same place at the same time, it was already very rare that the place didn't collapse. Of course, this was because these hundreds of Supremes carefully controlled their auras. This is too crazy. Something like this has never happened since ancient times. There are hundreds of Supremes here. All the cultivators who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. That was a Supreme Being. He was no ordinary cultivator. Supreme Being represented a supreme status and power. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to even see a Supreme. Master, who exactly is fighting? Why is the commotion greater than the battle between Supremes 10 years ago? It actually alarmed so many Supremes. 5 million kilometers away, two cultivators in black stood atop a mountain. One of them, a white-haired old man, addressed one of the youngsters as Master. There was a great deal of respect in his tone. Our Gold Sun sect is just a small sect, and I am only a quasi-sage. Do you think I am qualified to know anything? The youth in black said calmly as he looked at the soaring aura in the distance. The Gold Sun sect was just like the Ingtian sect. They were both small sects in the southern region. If such a small sect wanted to survive, it had to rely on other powerful clans. Without the protection of a powerful clan, the Gold Sun sect could be destroyed by other forces at any time. The Gold Sun sect was a force that depended on the Tian clan. At this moment, Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu directly charged into the chaos. The chaos was vast and mighty, and the aura coming from the black hole was still extremely powerful. Even the weaker supreme martial artists felt their hearts palpitating. Boom, bam. Heavy crashing sounds could be heard from within the chaos. How is this possible? You broke through too? Old Monster Chu was indescribably shocked. He did not expect Gu Fei to break through as well. Otherwise, Gu Fei would not be his opponent at all. Bam! Gu Fei slashed with his hand and sent Old Monster Chu flying 100,000 kilometers away. Humph! Gu Fei took a step forward and caught up to Old Monster Chu in an instant. Then he stomped on Old Monster Chu. Without any suspense, Old Monster Chu was kicked down from the sky by Gu Fei and smashed into the ground. Roar! In the next moment, the chaotic aura soared into the sky. Old Monster Chu roared and soared into the sky. His body was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. How could you be stronger than me? Old Monster Chu seemed to have gone mad. One should know that he paid a huge price to achieve what he had today. However, he initially thought that he could easily kill Gu Fei this time. In reality, he was still no match for Gu Fei. Ha ha! How is it? Do you feel aggrieved? Gu Fei laughed. At this time, his cultivation was temporarily restored. It was also because of this that he felt the danger of the Star Beast. Old Monster Chu did not expect that when he punched the Star Beast, the Imperial Beast Collar was also destroyed. The Imperial Beast Collar was personally worn by Gu Fei on the neck of the Star Beast. When the Imperial Beast Collar was destroyed, Gu Fei naturally felt it. He was a supreme existence in the eternal realm. Once his cultivation was restored, he could break the void and appear where the Star Beast was with a single thought. The Star Beast was not fated to die. If Gu Fei had not restored his cultivation, he would not have been able to do anything even if he sensed the danger of the Star Beast. Old Monster Chu was also unlucky. Gu Fei was his nemesis. Even if he had a great opportunity and obtained an almost invincible power, he was still slightly inferior to Gu Fei. Old Monster Chu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Even when facing the old clan master of the Tian clan and Li Changtian of the Li clan, he had never felt so powerless. You want to take a shortcut? This shortcut is not so easy to take. Gu Fei smiled. Now that his cultivation had recovered, he was able to see through old eccentric Chu at a glance. Old eccentric Chu had gone somewhere to refine a vast world, following the path of Yi Qingtian in the Lost Land. Fusing one's own body with the heavens and earth to achieve eternity, this could be considered to be a different path, but it was also a path of no return. It was absolutely impossible to turn back. Old Monster Chu had already walked on a different path of eternity. Kill. Old Monster Chu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He directly punched at Gu Fei. The power of primal chaos erupted, and the fist energy turned into a primal chaos ancestor dragon, which pounced at Gu Fei. This was an attack that Old Monster Chu had fused with the power of heaven and earth. This attack could definitely destroy the world and destroy a world. However, in the face of this punch, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and smiled at Old Monster Chu. He did not dodge and let the primal chaos ancestor dragon condensed by the fist energy hit him. The next moment, with a dull sound of impact, the primal chaos ancestor dragon that had hit Gu Fei exploded in an instant. The terrifying punch that could destroy a world was actually resisted by Gu Fei with his body. He was as still as a mountain, and he did not even move his feet. Old Monster Chu's punch only caused his clothes to flutter a few times, like a cool breeze caressing his face. How is this possible? Seeing this, Old Monster Chu's expression suddenly changed. Why is it not possible? You are only walking on a small path, but I am walking on the real eternal great path. This is the gap between us. You are destined to never win against me in this life. Gu Fei waved his hand and patted the clothes in front of his chest as he said disapprovingly, "You said that I am walking on a small path." Old Monster Chu stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. He wanted to pounce on Gu Fei and tear him into pieces. Today, I will show you what is the real eternal invincible power. Gu Fei's expression suddenly became serious as he looked at Old Monster Chu coldly. Old Monster Chu was shocked and angry. Chapter 39:61. Gu Fei's eternal realm cultivation had been restored for the time being, but he still had a hidden danger. He didn't know when his cultivation would disappear again. Once his cultivation disappeared, he would only have the eternal immortal body as his trump card. Although he was not afraid of these guys, even if his cultivation disappeared, it was still very troublesome. If he could get rid of these guys while his cultivation was still there, it would be much easier. However, just as Gu Fei was about to show his power, two divine senses suddenly broke through his aura and descended from the sky, turning into two figures. Divine sense transformation was not an amazing divine ability. Even sages could use it casually. Interesting. You two have also embarked on the same path as Old Monster Chu. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he saw the two of them. They were the Tian clan's old clan master and the Li clan's first ancestor, Li Changtian. The celestial clan master and Li Changtian's cultivation were higher than Old Monster Chu's. Even Old Monster Chu could walk the same eternal road as Yi Qingtian, let alone these two. Brother from the celestial clan, you seem... Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. The celestial clan master did not seem ordinary. He was different from Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu. Dao, Brother Gu, how about we stop fighting? The celestial clan master said. Although he was formed from a divine sense, it was no different from the celestial clan master himself. His words were the same as his original bodies. Of course, in front of Gu Fei, the power of a divine sense incarnation was simply negligible. Stop fighting? Gu Fei looked at the celestial clan master's primordial spirit incarnation with a faint smile. Stop fighting? Impossible. Old Monster Chu roared. Dao Friend Chu, this is a decision made by me, and the Celestial Clan Master. Li Changtian's divine sense incarnation looked at Old Monster Chu indifferently. His meaning was very clear. If you want to fight, fight on your own. Don't drag me down. You are greedy for life and afraid of death. Old Devil Chu was both shocked and angry. He never thought that the Tian clan's old clan leader and Li Changtian would cower in the face of danger. This was outrageous. Wasn't he being tricked by these two idiots? Fellow Taoist Chu, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The old Tian clan master's spiritual will incarnation was a little unhappy. He. Gu Fei smiled. He crossed his arms and looked at the three of them coldly. What were they playing at? Let's watch the show for now. You're obviously greedy for life and afraid of death, yet you want to pretend to be righteous and awe-inspiring. You don't deserve to be called High Lords. Old Monster Chu fiercely glanced at the Tian clan master and Li Changtian, gritting his teeth. This time, even Li Changtian was displeased. Fellow Taoist Chu, do you know the consequences of your words? What are the consequences? Could it be that you want to destroy my Chu clan? Old Monster Chu was truly enraged. If the three of them joined forces, they might be able to fight against Gu Fei, and they might not necessarily lose. However, these two fellows chose to retreat at this time. How could he not be enraged? We're not mortal enemies with fellow Taoist Gu. It's just a small misunderstanding. Let's resolve the misunderstanding and shake hands. Isn't that good? The Tian clan master said in a heavy tone. That's right. If we really fight with fellow Taoist Gu, the people of the southern region will suffer. Li Changtian continued. Humph. Old Monster Chu laughed coldly. These two fellows actually acted so righteous in front of him. Others might not know, but he knew very well. The number of people that died in the hands of the Tian clan master and Li Changtian was innumerable. These two fellows were almost invincible in the southern region. How could their hands not be stained with blood? Especially Li Changtian. He was a ruthless man. He had once destroyed an entire world. He saw the people of the world as nothing but weeds. At that time, did he have such a compassionate heart? That's all we have to say. Fellow Taoist Gu, I hope that the misunderstanding between us can be resolved. Let's shake hands and make peace so that the billions of people in the southern region can benefit. The Tian clan master said with a serious face. Although he had only sent a clone of his will, his tone was heavy. He wasn't joking. That's right. Li Changtian's will clone nodded. You guys, Old Monster Chu's heart was filled with hatred. Are you guys done? At this moment, Gu Fei smiled and looked at the three fellas. Huh. Old Monster Chu and the others looked at each other in astonishment. If you guys want to fight, then fight. If not, then don't fight. How can there be such a good thing in this world? The smile on Gu Fei's face disappeared. In its place was a cold look. Then, fellow Taoist, you mean the Tian clan master said, hesitantly. Fight. As soon as Gu Fei uttered the word battle, a strand of divine will shot out from his eyes. The strand of divine will instantly transformed into a divine sword and slashed at the divine will embodiments of Li Changtian and the Sky Clan Master. You, the Tian Clan Master, and Li Changtian's will clone were shocked. By the time they reacted, the will clone had already been destroyed by Gu Fei's sword. Roar. At the same time, an angry roar came from the depths of the Tian clan's ancestral grounds. The entire ancestral grounds shook. Is the old ancestor angry? The experts of the Tian clan in the ancestral grounds were trembling in fear, and in the Li clan's ancestral grounds, another roar came. Then, the Li clan walked out from the ancestral grounds. A drop of blood appeared on his forehead. Gu Fei, the Li clan's first ancestor, Li Changtian, raised his head and looked at the battlefield between Gu Fei and Old Monster Chu. At this time, Gu Fei destroyed the will of the two experts. Then, he punched at Old Monster Chu. The violent fist force directly forced Old Monster Chu back. He was not Gu Fei. He had the eternal, indestructible body, so he did not dare to take Gu Fei's punch head-on. The battle continued. This time, Gu Fei was serious. He forced Old Monster Chu back with one move. Then, he turned into the Eternal Sword and slashed Old Monster Chu in two. The Eternal Sword light dissipated, and Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. "I'll fight you to the death." Dao Childling, Xiao, was almost going crazy. He attacked Gu Fei crazily. "You're like an ant." Gu Fei merely waved his right hand, and an earth-shattering power surged forward. Before Dao Childling, Xiao could even let out a scream. He was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. "Run!" When the Li clan's third ancestor and Heavenly Sky Supremacy saw this, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. "Humph! Since you're here, leave your life behind." Gu Fei only glanced at Heavenly Sky Supremacy and the Li clan's third ancestor. A wave of eternal power rushed out of his eyes and turned into a blade of light. It slashed the Li clan's third ancestor in half, while Heavenly Sky Supremacy was cut in half at the waist. Heavenly Sky Supremacy and the Li clan's third ancestor were killed by Gu Fei on the spot. Even their primordial spirits could not escape. This was the power and terror of a supreme existence in the eternal realm. This was the true, eternal, invincible power. It was so strong that he could kill a supreme with a wave of his hand. Gu Fei's display of such a technique had truly shocked everyone. Even the Star Beast, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were extremely fearful. In front of Gu Fei, even someone as strong as the Star Beast felt like an ant. Master is too powerful. The Black Wind Supremacy looked at the figure standing in the void with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, "Gu Fei, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." Old Monster Chu, who had been slashed in half by Gu Fei, had actually recovered. He roared and attacked crazily. Streaks of chaotic sword light rushed out of his hands and slashed at Gu Fei like divine rainbows. Every streak of chaotic sword light was enough to kill a supremacy. However, such powerful sword light was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. He put his left hand behind his back and waved his right hand casually. The streaks of chaotic sword light immediately shattered and turned into a rain of light that dissipated in the void. Gu Fei waved his hand to shatter the sword light. Then, he walked forward step by step and directly slapped his palm on Old Monster Chu's chest. Old Monster Chu roared angrily. In the next moment, his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. This was chaotic blood. It was as if a chaotic world was being created and evolving. If it had been Old Monster Chu in the past, he would have long been turned into ashes after being hit by Gu Fei's palm. However, he had fused with a vast world. Although his physical body had been smashed into pieces by Gu Fei, the great path of the universe that he had refined was not destroyed. Therefore, in the next moment, the chaotic bloody mist began to condense rapidly. In just a few breaths' time, the chaotic bloody mist disappeared, and a figure appeared in the void. Old Monster Chu had recovered again. Moreover, his aura was extremely vigorous, as if he had never been injured. This is interesting. Gu Fei smiled. He allowed Old Monster Chu to reform his physical body and did not stop him. Old Monster Chu seemed to be even stronger than Yi Qingtian in the Lost Lands. Yi Qingtian had once been the strongest opponent that Gu Fei had encountered. Now, it seemed that old Monster Chew was the strongest opponent that he had encountered. Of course, the Sky Clan leader and the Lee Clan's first primogenitor were definitely stronger than old Monster Chew. However, so what? He had eternal cultivation and was invincible. He was not afraid of anyone. At that moment, old Monster Chew's body shook. In the next moment, the void around him immediately turned into chaos. In just an instant, Gu Fei was pulled into the chaotic void. Oh no! When the Star Beast saw this, he hurriedly waved his large sleeves and protected the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. They instantly retreated thousands of miles away. If they were pulled into the chaotic void, even existences at the supremacy level would be obliterated by the chaotic void. It should be known that this was an invincible power that surpassed the extreme path. Master, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were really frightened by this scene. At that moment, the chaotic void no longer expanded. The chaotic chi inside was like a raging sea, fluctuating and churning violently. Old Monster Chew was really going to go all out. He evolved the chaotic grand world and wanted to obliterate Gu Fei in the chaotic grand world. Is this all you've got? Gu Fei's voice suddenly came from the chaotic void. When they heard Gu Fei's voice, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were immediately surprised and delighted. Damn it! Old Monster Chew was almost going crazy. He had used all his means, but he still could not do anything to this guy. In the next moment, Gu Fei separated the chaotic void and took a step out. He appeared in the outside world. Old Monster Chew's chaotic grand world could not trap Gu Fei at all. One punch to break the world. Gu Fei did not hesitate and threw a punch. In the next moment, the chaotic void in front of him collapsed on its own. Endless chaotic chi retreated in a frenzy, and all of it entered a figure's body. With just one punch, Gu Fei broke old Monster Chew's chaotic grand world and sent old Monster Chew flying. Gu Fei die. Just as Gu Fei was about to follow up with another attack and kill old Monster Chew, a loud roar was heard from the sky. Then, a figure broke through the void and descended from the sky. A sharp blade light split the sky and earth and slashed at Gu Fei's head. Die! With another roar, a battle spear broke through the void and stabbed at Gu Fei's forehead. Li Changtian from the Li clan had arrived. He held the battle spear in his hand and wanted to nail Gu Fei to death. However, when the battle spear stabbed at Gu Fei's body, Li Changtian felt his hand shake and the battle spear in his hand flew out. Clang! The ultimate blade light slashed at Gu Fei's head. However, there was only the sound of metal colliding. The ultimate divine blade was actually rebounded. This blade could not even cut off a single hair on Gu Fei's head. Old clan leader of the Sky Clan and Li Changtian from the Li clan arrived at the same time. The battle was extremely intense. Was the supreme ancestors of the three clans stronger? Or was Gu Fei able to make them lower their heads with his own strength? Chapter 3962, Dao Childling Shao, Tiangon's supremacy, and the third ancestor of the Li clan were all powerful enough to suppress an entire region. They were on equal footing with the patriarchs and clan leaders of the great sections. However, the three of them could not even withstand a single attack from Gu Fei. They were killed by Gu Fei one by one. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others were stunned when they saw this. He pierced through the sky. Even the Black Wind Sovereign was stunned. Gu Fei had killed the Heavenly Cosmic Sovereign and the Li clan's third progenitor. In this case, the Sky clan's old patriarch and the Li clan's first progenitor, Li Changtian, had no choice but to take action. Roar! The first ancestor of the Li clan, Li Changtian, broke through the void with his divine spear and pierced the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. At the same time, an immortal saber light pierced through the sky and descended from the sky, chopping down on Gu Fei's head. The person holding the saber was an old man with white hair and eyebrows, looking extremely mighty. This time, it was not an incarnation of his will. It was his real body. What? In the next moment, the expressions of Li Changtian and the Tian clan's old clan leader changed drastically. They saw that their attacks couldn't harm Gu Fei at all. Li Changtian's divine spear pierced through Gu Fei's forehead. The spearhead was extremely sharp, but it couldn't pierce through Gu Fei's head. It couldn't even pierce through the skin. Li Changtian felt as if his spear had pierced a piece of indestructible divine steel. Not only did it not hurt Gu Fei, but it also made his hand numb and sore. The divine spear almost flew out of his hand. The old clan leader was the same. The divine saber in his hand could kill a supremacy, but it could not even cut a hair on Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei took a deep breath. Roar! Like a clap of thunder, the power of the eternal stratum exploded forth. Li Changtian and the old clan master, two nearly invincible powerhouses, were actually sent flying backwards. Their hands, which were holding the supreme Dao weapons, were bleeding. The Tian clan patriarch and Li Changtian were both indescribably shocked. This Gu Fei was really too strong, so strong that it had already exceeded their expectations. Could it be that he had really cultivated to the legendary unrivaled realm, and was not walking on the eternal road? As far as they were concerned, the only way to reach the eternal realm was through another method. Since ancient times, no one in the primogenitor realm had ever relied on their own power to break through to the eternal realm. Even eccentric Chu had cultivated for countless years and had once been the ruler of the southern domain. But in the end, hadn't he still embarked on a different path to eternity? Only the Tian clan's old clan master took a different path. However, in the end, the Tian clan's old clan master still resorted to trickery. Boom! At this moment, chaotic energy shook the sky. Old monster Chu charged over from afar. Endless chaotic energy rolled violently, and an incomparably huge figure appeared in the sky. It was an existence formed by the condensation of primal chaos chi. It was like a primal chaos god that walked out from the primal chaos before the world was created. Its tyrannical aura shook the 9 heavens. The gigantic primal chaos god sent a slap towards Gu Fei. Rumble! At the moment when the primal chaos hand descended, the void beneath the hand was directly shattered. A destructive force came crashing down towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei stomped on the ground with both of his legs, causing the entire ground to sink. Dust and dirt flew up into the sky. He shot up into the sky and directly pierced through the huge hand of primal chaos, arriving in front of the primal chaos god. Shwa! With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, a resplendent eternal saber ray shot out from his hand. It tore through the void and beheaded the chaotic god. In an instant, the gigantic primal chaos god turned back into chaotic energy. At the same time, a fist came out from the chaotic energy and smashed onto Gu Fei's body. The owner of this fist was Old Monster Chu. Pung! A dull sound of impact could be heard. Old Monster Chu's fist, which could kill a Paragon Lord, landed on Gu Fei's body. It was like scratching an itch. Gu Fei did not move at all. It was impossible for Old Monster Chu not to be shocked. This Gu Fei had actually cultivated the eternal indestructible body. At this moment, Gu Fei's palm smashed Old Monster Chu into a mist of blood. This palm had directly injured Old Monster Chu. Kill! At this moment, the old clan leader roared and attacked Gu Fei. The dazzling saber light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Eternal energy erupted from his body. However, facing the old clan leader's peerless attack, Gu Fei directly waved his fist and smashed it against the saber light. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Li Changtian was shocked by this scene. Gu Fei actually used his fleshly body to fight against the peerless Dao weapon. Yet, the peerless Dao weapon could not hurt Gu Fei at all. The legendary, eternal, indestructible body. Li Changtian's voice trembled. Gu Fei, you dared to kill my third brother. I will not rest until you are dead. Although Li Changtian was shocked, his fighting spirit was still strong. The death of his brother was absolutely irreconcilable. He shook the battle spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Fei. Roar! The battle spear in Li Changtian's hand transformed into a huge dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei chuckled. It was just a casual punch, but the dragon that was charging towards him collapsed. Even the battle spear was smashed into pieces by this punch. Under the support of Gu Fei's eternal energy, countless fragments pierced towards Li Changtian. Open for me. Li Changtian waved his hands in front of him, opening up a part of the world. All the fragments that were flying towards Li Changtian were blocked. They could not hurt him at all. However, Gu Fei pounced on him directly. With a single punch, he destroyed Li Changtian's protective holy light and smashed into Li Changtian's body. Half of Li Changtian's body was directly smashed into pieces. He flew for hundreds of thousands of miles and smashed into a huge mountain. Only then did he stop. Eternal blood dripped down from the sky. Master is invincible. Shooting Sun Supreme and the others who saw this scene from afar were all astonished. The power that surpassed the extreme grade realm was too terrifying. The 4 experts who were fighting could easily crush them to death with a single hand. This was the difference between them. If not for the star beast protecting them with its life, they would have been destroyed by the mighty power ripples. Even so, they still could not take it and retreated again and again. Gu Fei was fighting 1 against 3, but he still had the upper hand. If it was 1 against 1, he could definitely kill any one of them easily. Gu Fei, you're too much. Do you really think you're invincible? Old clan master of the Sky clan tightened his grip on the saber. At this time, old monster Chu reconstructed his body again. A tyrannical aura erupted from his body. He attacked Gu Fei like a madman. Clanging sounds came from old monster Chu's body. Rays of primal chaos divine light rushed out of his body and pierced towards Gu Fei. Every ray of primal chaos divine light contained the power of great heaven and earth that old monster Chu had fused with. Every ray of primal chaos divine light was enough to kill a supremacy. The current old eccentric Chu and the supremacies were as weak as ants in front of him. This was the power and terror of an alternative existence that had achieved eternal realm. However, Gu Fei was even stronger. He did not dodge at all, nor did he attack. He let the primal chaos divine light hit his body. He directly used his body to resist the primal chaos divine light. Everyone could not help but be moved. It should be known that this alternative existence that had achieved eternal realm was the true unparalleled existence in the primogenitor realm. As long as a true eternal realm expert did not appear, they would be invincible. Although there had always been legends about eternal realm experts in the primogenitor realm, a true eternal realm expert had never appeared. Even the most ancient inheritance in the primogenitor realm did not have any records about a true eternal realm expert. In other words, no one in the primogenitor realm had ever broken through to the eternal realm by relying on their own power. They were like Yi Qingtian, who had taken a shortcut. Although the price to achieve eternal realm was huge, since ancient times, many people had taken this path. However, it was not an easy path to walk. Although one could achieve eternal realm in this way, this eternal realm was relative. Compared to a true eternal realm expert, the battle strength of this alternative was much weaker. They were simply not on the same level. Ha! I don't know if I'm invincible, but I know that it's enough to kill all of you. Gu Fei laughed heartily. At this time, Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu also approached and surrounded Gu Fei. Li Changtian had already reconstructed his physical body, but he was still as tyrannical as ever. The power of eternity surged out from the bodies of the three experts. With their combined might, they formed a domain, trapping Gu Fei within it. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Gu Fei laughed. Although these fellows had achieved eternal realm, their physical bodies had not transformed into eternal indestructible bodies. This was because they had already fused with heaven and earth. This was the weakness of Old Monster Chu and the others. Their physical bodies were not strong enough to ignore everything. However, Gu Fei did not have such a weakness. The strength of the eternal indestructible body was unimaginable. Even if Gu Fei stood there and let them attack him, they would not be able to kill Gu Fei. Die! The Celestial Clan Master roared. The supreme saber in his hand erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful saber light as he slashed at Gu Fei. The saber soul of the supreme saber had definitely awakened. This slash from the Celestial Clan Master was definitely the strongest slash he had ever made. The powerful saber aura spread out. Even though the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others had retreated far enough, they still felt the pain of the saber aura. This old man, the Black Wind Supreme's heart palpitated. If this slash had been aimed at him, he would not have survived even if he had 10 lives. Go! Chapter 3963. Somewhere in the southern region of the ancestral realm, it attracted the attention of the entire ancestral realm. Almost all the Supremes were alarmed, and more Supremes crossed over to this place. Hundreds of Supremes appeared at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. Even though these Supremes carefully concealed their auras, the hundreds of Supremes exuded a bit of pressure. When hundreds of auras gathered together, it was enough to crush the heavens. At this time, the hundreds of Supremes were shocked. None of them could sense the situation of the battle in front of them. An aura that surpassed the extreme Tao spread out from the area in front of them, suppressing the Supremes so much that they could barely breathe. All the Supremes kept quiet out of fear. In front of a supreme existence in the eternal realm, extreme Tao Supremes were no different from ants. At this time, a terrifying saber aura surged out from the area in front of them. All the Supremes were shocked. The saber aura penetrated their bones and marrow. Even Supremes could not withstand it. This was the Sky Clan leader's full-powered attack. When the saber appeared, the sky changed color. It was as if the sky and earth were being split in half. At the same time, the Star Beast used a great mystique and led the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others to retreat thousands of miles away. Even if they were far enough away, it was useless. A terrifying pressure that surpassed the extreme Tao spread out. The sky and earth were being destroyed silently. Swoosh! The saber light flashed. The Sky Clan leader's peerless saber finally slashed out. The supreme saber aura spread out. Old Monster Chu and the Li clan's first ancestor, Li Changtian, retreated immediately. However, the next moment, a scene that left the three Supremes dumbfounded appeared. They saw Gu Fei extend his right hand and directly grab the saber that the Sky Clan leader had slashed at him. What? The Sky Clan leader's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The power of his saber slash was definitely enough to destroy a large world. It should be known that this saber slash contained all of his essence, chi, and spirit. Once it was unleashed, it could destroy a world. Even a large world would be destroyed. However, this Gu Fei only used one hand to grab the Sky Clan leader's saber. How is this possible? Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu were also shocked. If it were them, they could only retreat in the face of this blade. They would definitely not dare to take it head-on. However, Gu Fei had taken it so easily. This guy is simply a monster. Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu had to admit that even though they had taken that step, they were still no match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei had walked further than them on this path. Since ancient times, no one in the primogenitor realm had ever broken through to the eternal realm on their own. However, those who achieved eternity relied on external forces, such as the power of heaven and earth, the power of heaven-defying divine treasures, or the power of all living beings. However, these could only be considered as alternative forms of achieving eternity and not true eternity. Could it be that this guy actually broke through to the eternal realm by relying on his own power? How was this possible? Since ancient times, no one had been able to do it. Could it be that this guy could do it? Is that all you've got? Gu Fei held onto the supreme saber that the Tian clan master had slashed at him with a grin. In the eyes of the Tian clan master, his smile was soul-stirring. The Tian clan master exerted force in his hand, wanting to pull back the supreme saber. However, he only felt that his hand had sunk. The supreme saber seemed to have grown on Gu Fei's hand, and he could not pull it back. Kacha! At this moment, the Tian clan master felt his hand shake. The supreme saber in his hand had suddenly broken into two. It had been directly broken by Gu Fei. When the Tian clan master saw this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The supreme Dao tool that he had cultivated for countless years was actually broken by his opponent's bare hands. Breaking the supreme Dao tool with his bare hands, Gu Fei's move had truly shocked the Tian clan master and the others. Kill! Old Monster Chu instantly recovered from the shock. In the next moment, he roared and once again transformed into the chaotic world, swallowing Gu Fei. Rumble! Old Monster Chu desperately operated the chaotic eternal force to obliterate Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei just stood there in the void, allowing the chaotic eternal force to obliterate him from all directions. However, it was unable to shake Gu Fei in the slightest. The power of the eternal immortal body made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Impossible! In the chaotic world, Old Monster Chu roared. The battle power that Gu Fei had displayed was too powerful, especially his physical body. Could it be that he was truly eternal immortal? Damn it! At this time, a figure broke through the layers of chaos. A spear pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the chaotic void around Gu Fei seemed to have solidified. He could not move even if he wanted to. He could only watch as the opponent's divine spear pierced his body. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The supreme divine spear that could easily pierce through the flesh of a supreme master could not even pierce through Gu Fei's skin. Roar! Gu Fei's body shook violently. The power of the eternal immortal body exploded in an instant. The chaotic void around him directly collapsed. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Li Changtian's neck, lifting him up. This time, Li Changtian's shock was no small matter. I'll kill you first. Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, he exerted force in his hand, and the eternal destructive force exploded. Li Changtian's physical body turned into ashes in an instant, leaving only a ball of divine light that emitted powerful waves of divine will. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the ball of divine light in one gulp. Then, the aura on Gu Fei's body directly soared to a level that even he dared not believe. The eternal immortal body, which was originally like an ordinary person, showed a strange phenomenon for the first time. Rays of eternal light appeared on Gu Fei's body. Countless rays of eternal light circled around him, and the energy waves emitted from each ray of divine light were enough to kill a supremacy. Li Changtian had fallen, swallowed by Gu Fei in one gulp. The moment Li Changtian fell, in the ancestral land of the Li clan, where the life tablet was stored, there was a crisp, cracking sound. Then, a figure rushed out of the ancestral land in a panic. The old ancestor has fallen. A roar of terror spread throughout the ancestral land of the Li clan. What? Big Brother has fallen? The Li clan's second ancestor rushed out and roared to the sky. Break for me! At this time, after devouring Li Changtian, Gu Fei's power soared. He exhaled and spread his hands apart, directly opening up a world. Rumble, the chaotic void, was collapsing. Gu Fei directly rushed out. Just as he appeared, the Tian clan patriarch's supreme being Saber had already chopped down on his head. However, at this time, Gu Fei completely ignored the supreme being Saber in the hands of the Tian clan patriarch, allowing the supreme being Saber to chop down on his head. The supreme being Saber in the hands of the Tian clan patriarch almost flew out. Bang! In the instant that the Tian clan patriarch chopped down on Gu Fei's fist also landed on his body, directly piercing through the Tian clan patriarch's body. The Tian clan patriarch screamed and quickly retreated. On his chest, there was a bloody hole that went through the front and back. The bloody hole was still oozing blood. This was an injury caused by Gu Fei using eternal power to injure the Tian clan patriarch. This injury caused by eternal power could not be healed in a short period of time. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up to the Tian clan patriarch. Then he attacked again. Without any suspense, Gu Fei suppressed the Tian clan patriarch, destroyed Old Monster Chu, and killed Li Changtian. It could be said that with his current cultivation, he was invincible. Help me too, Gu Fei roared and directly opened his mouth to suck in a deep breath. A berserk devouring power erupted. The Tian clan patriarch only felt his body tighten, and his body involuntarily flew forward. No matter how powerful his sacred art was, it was all in vain. He was actually swallowed by Gu Fei in one gulp. An existence that achieved eternity was an existence that was countless times stronger than a high lord. After Gu Fei devoured Li Changtian, his entire body surged with power. In this way, the Tian clan patriarch and Old Monster Chu had no way out. The Tian clan patriarch cried out in alarm as he was swallowed by Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei roared to the sky and frantically revolved his mystic art. Endless power was transforming into his own. He wanted to refine the old clan patriarch. He had a premonition that as long as he devoured these guys, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. When Old Monster Chu saw this, he was immediately scared out of his wits. He immediately turned and fled. Can you escape? Gu Fei suddenly smiled and grabbed at Old Monster Chu with his right hand. Rumble, the entire void trembled. Old Monster Chu's body involuntarily flew towards Gu Fei's large hand. Bang! Gu Fei's right hand shook. Old Monster Chu didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body and soul were almost destroyed. At this time, Gu Fei's eternal body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, frantically refining the surrounding dragon qi and the foreign yuan qi in his body. Master, when they saw this, the shooting sun supremacy and the others were completely shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei had actually defeated 3 super experts. In this way, the southern region and even the entire primogenitor realm would be their world. Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged, and revolved his mystic art to refine the three surpassing extreme Tao energies in his body. His eternal, indestructible body became even stronger. Rays of eternal light surged from his body. His injured body rapidly recovered, and a tyrannical might shook the heavens. The people outside had no idea what was happening. When they found out that Gu Fei had killed the Tian clan patriarch and the other two super experts, they all turned into statues, unmoving. They were shocked to an unimaginable extent. Chapter 3964. The battle that surpassed the extreme grade shocked the entire ancestral realm. Almost all the supremes of the 5 great regions of the ancestral realm came. Hundreds of extreme grade supremes appeared at the same place at the same time. Such a thing had never happened even in the darkest times of the ancestral realm. When the battle ended, only Gu Fei, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others walked out. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. 1 against 3, and he actually won? How is that possible? Where are the Sky Clan's patriarch and the others? They couldn't have been killed by Gu Fei, right? The auras of the 3 of them have all disappeared. After the shock, everyone was in an uproar. It should be known that the Sky Clan's patriarch, the Li clan's first ancestor, and the Chu clan's old monster Chu, these 3 super experts had actually died. In the previous battle, the pressure from the 4 extreme grade supremes almost suffocated the hundreds of extreme grade supremes of the ancestral realm. Some of the weaker supremes couldn't even get close and could only watch from afar. Only peak extreme grade supremes and even supremacies could watch the battle from a close distance. The Eastern region's supremes also came. When a few Eastern region supremes sensed Gu Fei's aura, their expressions turned extremely ugly. The Qi clan supremes, Qi Zhu, had been killed by Gu Fei not long ago, and the entire Qi clan had been destroyed. Although that battle didn't cause as much of a commotion as the battle between Gu Fei and the Sky clan's patriarch, the death of an Eastern region supremes shook the entire Eastern region. Even the supremes of the other regions received the news. An extreme grade sovereign was a supreme existence even in the primogenitor's realm, where there were countless powerhouses. The lives and deaths of billions of beings could be decided by a single thought of theirs. Even the death of an initial stage extreme grade supremes would cause a huge commotion, not to mention that it wasn't an ordinary supremes, but an Eastern region supremes king. King of Supremes was the king among supremes. Only supremes who had achieved great success in the extreme grade were qualified to be called kings. As soon as they saw Gu Fei walking out from the battlefield, the 3 king of supreme beings from the Eastern region hurriedly walked over and saluted Gu Fei. Trembling with fear, they apologized and tried to explain the misunderstanding from before. "It's you?" When Gu Fei attacked the Eastern region's Qi clan's ancestral land, many Supreme Being level existences were alarmed. Even the 3 Supreme Being kings were alerted. Their divine senses manifested and descended upon the Qi clan's ancestral land to observe the battle. However, at that time, Gu Fei had casually dealt with the 3 kings of Supreme Beings. He had not placed the 3 kings of Supreme Beings in his eyes at all. He had almost forgotten about this matter. 2 of them weren't from the human race. One was a huge black snake, the other was a tiger, and the last one was a supreme king from the Eastern region's Yi clan. The large black snake was the black mystic supreme king of the Eastern region's 12 supreme kings, and the tiger was the sky tiger supreme king, the Yi clan's supreme king, Yi Beichen. Gu Fei merely waved his hand at the black mystic supreme king, and the others without paying them any heed. He then led his subordinates and soared into the sky, disappearing from this world in an instant. When the fog that shrouded the entire battlefield dissipated, all the supreme beings were taken aback. What they saw was a land of destruction. They saw that the laws of heaven and earth in the vicinity of this battlefield were all in a mess. There were even cracks appearing in the void, without any warning. These were spatial cracks. The void of heaven and earth in the ancestral realm was incomparably stable. Only supreme being, level existences could shake the void of heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult to repair the shattered void, because this was damage caused by the eternal energy. Even the laws of heaven and earth in the ancestral realm couldn't repair it in a short period of time. Gu Fei actually turned a blind eye to the hundreds of supreme beings. This shocked all the other supreme beings. Some of them were a little dissatisfied, but when they recalled that this Gu Fei was a legendary supreme existence in the eternal realm, they all lost their temper. After Gu Fei left, the hundreds of supreme beings instantly burst into an uproar. It could be said that they had witnessed a miracle today. The southern region, or even the entire ancestral realm, would probably be in an uproar because the first true supreme existence in the eternal realm had appeared in the ancestral realm. Today was an extraordinary day for the supreme beings in the ancestral realm. The appearance of Gu Fei allowed them to witness the existence of the eternal realm. To a certain extent, it pointed out the direction of cultivation for the hundreds of supreme beings. Some supreme beings didn't even know about the existence of the eternal realm. They thought that the extreme Tao realm was the limit. It was especially so for those supreme lords. Their cultivation base had already broken through to the extreme Tao mystic realm. It was impossible for them to advance any further. But now, surpassing the extreme Tao was no longer a dream for all the supreme beings. The hundreds of supreme beings gradually dispersed long after the battle ended. Some supreme beings even sat cross-legged outside the battlefield and closed their eyes to cultivate. No one dared to casually step into the battlefield ahead because there were remnants of the eternal laws there. Although the power of the laws was only a remnant, it was definitely enough to kill a supreme being. Gu Fei directly devoured the Sky Clan's old clan master, the Li clan's first primogenitor, and Old Monster Chu. This caused a huge upheaval in the three supreme clans of the southern region, especially the Li clan. They lost two supreme beings in one go, leaving only the Li clan's second primogenitor to hold down the fort. The Li clan instantly went from being the strongest clan in the southern region to a second-rate force. As for the Sky Clan, they were all silent. The Sky Clan looked very calm on the surface, but there were many people fighting openly and covertly within the Sky Clan. And the Chu clan was the most miserable. After Old Monster Chu's death, the entire Chu clan immediately fell into chaos. Even the current clan master of the Chu clan couldn't suppress it. There were even people fighting within the Chu clan. The Chu clan's strength rapidly declined. In the end, the Chu clan was in danger of being exterminated. And at this time, Gu Fei brought a group of subordinates and directly arrived at the Li clan's ancestral land. "Greetings, Senior Gu." The Li clan's second primogenitor hurriedly led a group of Li clan powerhouses out to greet him. Although Gu Fei had just killed the Li clan's first and third primogenitors, the Li clan's second primogenitor still had to be respectful to Gu Fei and didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. At this time, the Li clan's second primogenitor almost vomited blood. However, he had no choice but to greet Gu Fei with a smile. If he wanted to preserve the Li clan's orthodoxy, he couldn't offend Gu Fei. If he offended Gu Fei, he could be exterminated by Gu Fei at any time. The Li clan's second primogenitor wasn't stupid. He already knew that Gu Fei had acted aggressively in the eastern region and destroyed the Qi clan. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly arrived at the Li clan's ancestral land. All the powerhouses of the Li clan were stunned. They didn't know what to do and didn't dare to offend Gu Fei. In fact, Gu Fei didn't have anywhere else to go. The Li clan's ancestral land wasn't very far from here. Gu Fei ignored the Li clan's second primogenitor and the others. Instead, he walked into the depths of the Li clan's ancestral land. The shooting sun supremacy and the others stood guard outside. The Li clan's second primogenitor didn't know what Gu Fei was doing there. All of them were trembling with fear. Some powerhouses of the Li clan even left the Li clan's ancestral land. The Li clan's second primogenitor even sent some juniors with limitless potential out of the ancestral land. Although the shooting sun supremacy and the others saw the Li clan's actions, they didn't care at all. At this time, the Li clan was nothing in their eyes. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Even though Gu Fei had killed the Li clan's first and third primogenitors, the Li clan didn't even dare fart, let alone seek revenge on Gu Fei. The news that Gu Fei had gone to the Li clan spread quickly. What's going on? What is Gu Fei trying to do? Someone exclaimed. This was really hard to understand. No one knew what Gu Fei was trying to do. Gu Fei actually killed the old clan lord. In the Sky clan's ancestral land, an incomparably old voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. As for the Chu clan, it had completely declined. The news that Gu Fei was in the Li clan's ancestral land quickly spread throughout the southern region and even other regions. In an instant, the Li clan's ancestral land was as crowded as a marketplace. Countless powerhouses came to visit Gu Fei. Even Supremes came to visit Gu Fei with an invitation. However, it was a pity that everyone was stopped by the shooting sun supremacy and the others. Even Supremes had to abide by the rules here. If they didn't, the consequences would be unpredictable. Gu Fei didn't see anyone and hid in the depths of the Li clan's ancestral land. He needed to train in seclusion for a period of time to completely refine the three surpassing extreme Tao powers that he had devoured. When that time came, his cultivation would definitely improve significantly. Rumble, in the depths of the Li clan's ancestral land, a black-robed young man sat cross-legged on a large rock. Sounds of wind and thunder came from his body. The surpassing extreme Tao powers were constantly being refined by him. A faintly discernible aura appeared between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire Li clan's ancestral land. Gu Fei sat there for 3 months. During these 3 months, his cultivation kept improving. His entire temperament seemed to have changed. At this time, there were still many people who came to visit Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't see any of them. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't need to pay attention to anyone, nor did he need to explain himself to anyone. At this time, Gu Fei was definitely the ruler of the entire southern region. He could be called the domain lord. In the ancestral realm, among the 5 great regions, only the southern region's Gu Fei had the right to be the domain lord. The other regions were all divided among the major factions. At this time, the Celestial and Chu clan both sent representatives to request to see Gu Fei. However, these 2 fellows didn't even see Gu Fei's shadow. They only stayed for a while before leaving the Li clan's ancestral land to report back. Rumble. At this time, in the depths of the ancestral realm's star region, countless figures appeared in a desolate starry sky. These mysterious existences all emitted a powerful saint-level aura. In this silent starry sky, there were countless cracks, and figures walked out from the cracks in the void. Then they gathered. This was a creature from the other side. The reappearance of foreign beings was a major event for the entire ancestral realm. After news of their disappearance spread, the entire ancestral realm was in an uproar. For the fastest and most accurate novel reading, please visit Chapter 3965. In the primogenitor's realm, it referred to the living beings in the small worlds and grotto heavens. There were many such grotto heavens and small worlds in the primogenitor's realm. These grotto heavens and small worlds were hidden in the void, forming a world of their own. If the primogenitor's realm was a giant bubble, then the small worlds and grotto heavens were the countless bubbles outside the giant bubble. These bubbles were the primogenitor's realm's foreign lands. Some were big, some were small, some were almost perfect worlds, some were just grotto heavens. The primogenitor's realm was just too big. The primogenitor's realm's cultivators had discovered many primogenitor's realms, but there were even more hidden in the void. Even Supremes couldn't sense their existence. Some primogenitor's realm was full of spirit chi, and gave birth to powerful beings. Some primogenitor's spirit chi was thin and not suitable for cultivators to cultivate. The primogenitor's realm gave birth to weak beings. Some primogenitor's realms were even dead, without any life. In the primogenitor's realm, foreign beings had slaughtered their way out and attacked the primogenitor's realm. At this time, in the depths of the primogenitor's realm, countless spatial cracks appeared. Countless foreign beings rushed out and gathered nearby. They were creatures with wings on their backs like locusts. They wore thick black armor and had 6 arms. There were 2 long feelers on their heads, and their legs were thick and powerful. Each of these creatures gave off a powerful and ruthless aura. The saints who were passing by were shocked when they witnessed this scene. It's the locust race. We're done for. Some of the older sages turned pale with fright when they saw those living beings, and they retreated in a hurry. These foreign beings are the locust race. The world was shocked when the news spread. At this time, Gu Fei was in seclusion in the Li clan's ancestral land. The Li clan was extremely displeased, but there was nothing they could do. The second ancestor of the Li clan, in particular, was even more enraged. God knew how many antique magic treasures he had smashed. Gu Fei has gone too far. He killed my big brother and third brother, and now he dares to come here and occupy my clan's ancestral land to go into seclusion. If it weren't for the sake of our clan, I would have fought him to the death. The second ancestor of the Li clan gnashed his teeth as he sat on his throne within the Li clan ancestral hall. Ancestor, be careful! Inside the ancestral hall, a quasi-supreme level expert of the Li clan looked towards the depths of the ancestral ground with lingering fear. The fall of Li Changtian and the third progenitor had enraged the entire Li clan. They wanted to take revenge on Gu Fei, but the second progenitor had stopped them. This is the ancestral hall. So what if that Gu Fei is a supreme existence in the eternal stratum? Can he hear me? The second primogenitor of the Li clan sneered. Second brother of the Li clan, are you tired of living? At this moment, Gu Fei's voice resounded in the ancestral hall. What? The second progenitor of the Li clan was so frightened that he almost fell off his throne. All the experts of the Li clan in the hall were also frightened. Didn't you say that he couldn't hear us? The quasi-supreme level expert of the Li clan was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Even though he could barely stand, he was still trembling in fear. If you disrespect me again, I will destroy your Li clan. Gu Fei's voice resounded again, and then he said nothing more. The experts of the Li clan in the hall were angry, but they didn't dare to speak. Even the second progenitor of the Li clan was pale with fear. Boom! In the next moment, the ancestral ground of the Li clan suddenly shook. In the next moment, all the spiritual chi in the world frantically gathered towards the depths of the ancestral ground. This is the second progenitor of the Li clan sensed the changes in the world, and his expression changed drastically. What is he doing? All the experts of the Li clan in the hall were indescribably shocked. Swoosh! The second progenitor of the Li clan rushed out and arrived high up in the sky. The other experts of the Li clan didn't even dare to walk out of the ancestral hall. Gu Fei, is he trying to destroy my ancestral ground? The second progenitor of the Li clan was both shocked and furious. Countless spiritual lights that could be seen with the naked eye streaked across the sky and directly shot into the depths of the ancestral ground. The spiritual chi of the Li clan that had gathered for countless years was directly attracted by Gu Fei. What is Master trying to do? The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others who were guarding outside were also extremely shocked when they sensed the changes in the world. The ancestral ground of the Li clan was protected by countless supreme Tao-level arrays. The spiritual chi of the heaven and earth that had gathered for countless years was not so easily attracted. Ordinary supremacies couldn't attract the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth here at all. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, the supreme Tao-level arrays of the Li clan's ancestral ground were practically non-existent. He could wipe them all away with a single thought. Is Master using the spiritual chi here to break through to the next realm? The Thunder Tao Supremacy said thoughtfully, Master is already the strongest existence in the ancestral realm. Does he still need to raise his cultivation? The Black Wind Supremacy and the others were all inexplicably shocked. In their opinion, Gu Fei's cultivation was already enough to make her invincible in the ancestral realm. Could she still raise her cultivation? At that moment, a powerful supreme Tao-level aura erupted from the depths of the Li clan's ancestral ground. The spiritual chi of the heaven and earth in the entire world started to boil. The speed at which it gathered in Gu Fei's direction instantly increased by several times. This, the second progenitor of the Li clan, could no longer sit still. On the mountain ridges of the ancestral ground, streams of spiritual chi in the form of huge dragons rushed out continuously. The dragon-shaped spiritual chi of the heaven and earth was attracted by a powerful force. 9 dragon shadows of spiritual chi gathered towards Gu Fei. Immediately after, the entire Li clan's ancestral ground glowed. Countless array patterns emerged from the void, from the mountains, from the ground, from every rock and every grain of sand in the ancestral ground. The countless array patterns wove together to form a super formation that wanted to suppress the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth. However, very quickly, even the super formation of the Li clan's ancestral ground became unstable. As endless spiritual chi flowed out, the entire super formation gradually collapsed. No, seeing this, the second progenitor's heart bled. He knew very well what would happen after the ancestral ground's protective formation collapsed. As expected, as the ancestral ground's protective formation collapsed, the spiritual chi of the ancestral ground surged towards Gu Fei like a heavenly river bursting through a dam. The countless immortal herbs in the Li clan's ancestral ground withered and lost their vitality. The immortal mountains that had originally been surrounded by spiritual chi all turned to dust and dissipated into the void. The second progenitor waved his sleeves and imprisoned all the disciples of the Li clan in the ancestral ground. He put them into his internal world. Even the experts hiding in the ancestral hall of the Li clan were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Was Gu Fei trying to destroy the ancestral ground? Once the ancestral ground was destroyed, the foundation that the Li clan had accumulated over countless years would be completely lost. This was the Li clan's foundation. Was Gu Fei trying to break the Li clan's foundation? In the face of Gu Fei's plundering methods, the Li clan's ancestral ground immediately suffered a disaster. Spiritual mountains exploded and pavilions turned to dust. What was originally a top-notch treasure ground, the immortal Saint territory, had turned into a barren land where not even a blade of grass grew. At this time, in the center of this barren land, a mass of dragon chi spread out in all directions. Countless huge dragon shadows circled around it. It was extremely shocking. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the earth split open. A mountain-like ancestral dragon, Qi, rushed out from the depths of the earth. It was the earth ancestor's vein. The second progenitor almost fainted from anger when he saw this. He originally thought that Gu Fei wouldn't be so ruthless, but now it seemed that Gu Fei really didn't leave any leeway for the Li clan. The Li clan's ancestral ground was destroyed. As long as the earth ancestor's vein was still there, there was a chance that it could be restored. However, once the earth ancestor's vein was taken away, the ancestral ground could no longer be restored. One should know that the ancestral ground's foundation was the earth ancestor's vein. Once it lost its nourishment, the Li clan's ancestral ground would become inferior to an ordinary spiritual land. Gu Fei used a great technique and refined the earth ancestor's vein. He then sent the refined earth ancestor's qi into a figure opposite him. In the next moment, the figure was enveloped by endless dragon qi and turned into an ancestral dragon. As I thought, the Supreme of 9 Dragons is coming back. The Supreme of Thunder stared at the ancestral dragon before Gu Fei with great envy. They had already rushed into the sky and witnessed everything clearly. Back then, Gu Fei had just attained the Tao. He killed the Wood Ancestor, destroyed the Wood Clan, and defeated the 9 Supremes, shocking the ancestral realm's eastern region. He was extremely powerful. The leader of the 9 Supremes back then was the Supreme of Thunder. The Supreme of Thunder had once led the 8 Supremes to besiege Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei defeated the 9 Supremes alone. Gu Fei destroyed the 9 Supremes' physical bodies and captured their primordial spirits, sealing them in the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The Supreme of Thunder was released by Gu Fei in advance and helped rebuild his physical body, allowing him to return to his peak. The primordial spirits of the remaining 8 Supremes were still imprisoned in the cauldron of mountains and rivers. At that moment, Gu Fei was helping the Supreme of 9 Dragons reconstruct the Supreme Ancestral Dragon's body. He was at the final juncture. Gu Fei used the power of the Earth Ancestor's vein to help the Supreme of 9 Dragons reconstruct the Ancestral Dragon's body. Not only could the Supreme of 9 Dragons return to his peak, but it might even be able to break through his current cultivation realm. Boom! With a huge tremor, endless dragon qi instantly gathered on the Supreme of 9 Dragons' Ancestral Dragon's body. In the next moment, the Ancestral Dragon grew 8 heads. As a result, the Ancestral Dragon became 9 Ancestral Dragons. Supreme of 9 Dragons, so it's a 9-headed dragon, the Shooting Sun Supreme said in surprise. The Shooting Sun Supreme said in surprise. This was the first time he had seen the true form of the 9 Dragons Supreme. The 9-headed ancestral dragon was like a huge black mountain range in the sky. Endless dragon might spread out, causing all living beings within a radius of billions of miles to be extremely terrified. Roar. Chapter 3966. On this day, a deafening dragon roar came from the Li clan's ancestral ground. The sound traveled for billions of miles. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme, and they all knelt in the direction of the sound. A shocking phenomenon appeared in the sky above the Li clan's ancestral ground. Auspicious signs descended from the sky, and the divine sound of the grand Tao lingered. 9 giant dragons soared into the sky and circled for 3 days and 3 nights. Such a phenomenon alarmed many supreme exalts in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. They all released their divine senses to investigate. Supreme 9 dragons? How is that possible? Didn't he die in battle back then? Someone recognized the majestic draconic aura from the Li clan's ancestral ground. All exalts' Daos were different, and their grand Tao aura was also different. Supreme 9 Dragons' extreme Tao aura was absolutely unique. Supreme 9 Dragons. The supreme exalts who were alarmed by the phenomenon, were indescribably shocked. Back then, the 9 exalts joined forces to fight Gu Fei. That shook the entire southern region. Gu Fei's name shook the southern region after that battle, and he became one of the strongest exalts in the southern region. But now, Supreme 9 dragons appeared again. There was definitely a secret unknown to outsiders. Perhaps the 9 exalts hadn't been killed by Gu Fei back then. Previously, there was a Thunder Exalt, and now Supreme 9 dragons appeared. Some people vaguely felt that something was amiss. Boom! At this time, the Li clan's ancestral ground suddenly erupted with an even stronger fluctuation of extreme Tao power. Supreme 9 dragons, who had fused with the power of the Earth ancestor vein, had actually broken through to the mid-level extreme Tao. Old dragon's luck isn't bad. The Thunder Tao supremacy was a little envious when he saw this. If he could refine an ancestral Earth vein, his cultivation might be able to break through to the extreme mastery realm. After a cultivator's cultivation broke through to the extreme Tao, it was extremely difficult to advance another level. This was also why there were many supreme exalts in the primogenitor realm, but most of them were at the initial stage of the extreme Tao. Of course, although the battle between Gu Fei and the Celestial Patriarch and the other 2 supreme exalts had alarmed all the exalts in the primogenitor realm, no one knew whether all the exalts had come to watch. However, no one knew if the extreme Tao supremes of the primogenitor realm had come to watch the battle. However, it was certain that a portion of the supremes had yet to show themselves. Thank you, Master. At this time, the 9 dragons supreme being turned into a purple-haired middle-aged man and knelt at Gu Fei's feet. Get up. Help me properly. I will not mistreat my own people. After saying that, Gu Fei waved his hand. Supreme 9 dragon immediately felt a powerful force lifting him up. Even with his extreme grade intermediate stage cultivation, it was difficult for him to resist this force. The 9 dragon supreme being was indescribably shocked. Its master was unfathomable, already in existence that was not something it could imagine. Yes, Master. Supreme 9 dragons hurriedly bowed and said, his tone extremely respectful. At this time, the second ancestor of the Li family was no longer just bleeding in his heart. This was the ancestral land of the Li family, but it had been destroyed. In the entire Li family, only the ancestral hall was left, and it had escaped by luck. The entire Li family was furious, but did not dare to say anything. It should be known that Gu Fei was a peerless savage who could easily destroy the entire Li family. If they made him unhappy, he could destroy the Li family with a single thought. For the sake of the Li family's continued existence, the entire Li family could only endure it. All right, let's move to the next place. Gu Fei gathered the shooting sun, supreme being, and the others. The next moment, the star beast directly revealed its original form and carried Gu Fei and the others out of the Li family's ancestral land. This malefic is finally gone. Everyone in the Li clan felt the urge to cry. Even the second ancestor of the Li family heaved a sigh of relief. The Supreme's divine wills also retreated. When the news that Gu Fei had destroyed the Li family's ancestral land spread out, the entire world was shocked. Everyone could not believe it. However, what was strange was that Gu Fei did not destroy the Li family. He only destroyed the ancestral land of the Li family. Gu Fei is creating a supreme being. An extreme Tao supreme being said such words. One ancestral land and one supreme being? If that was really the case, then Gu Fei's methods were too shocking. The Li family is so unlucky. Ha. Not only did Li Changtian die at the hands of Gu Fei, but even the ancestral land has been destroyed. Everyone in the Li family is actually swallowing their anger. If it were us, we would definitely fight that fellow Gouffé to the death. The Leaf family should be on the decline. They no longer have any guts. An elder said indifferently, this was the entrance to the Divine Clan's ancestral land. Several Divine Clan powerhouses guarding the entrance were discussing. However, just as these Divine Clan powerhouses were gloating about the Leaf family's misfortune, a huge creature suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Moreover, this huge creature was heading towards the Divine Clan's ancestral land. Rumble, a savage beast that was countless times stronger than a mountain, moved quickly in the air. Wherever it passed, the air trembled, and the entire world seemed as if it was about to collapse from the pressure of this savage beast. What is that? A terrifying pressure spread out. The few Tian clan powerhouses guarding the entrance to the Divine Clan's ancestral land were all shocked to the extreme. They stared dumbfoundedly at the approaching savage beast. The savage beast's body was dotted with stars, as if there was a starry sky faintly discernible. Star Beast, it's the Star Beast, Gouffé is here. The old man's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. When the other Tian clan powerhouses heard this, they immediately jumped up in shock. Someone immediately took out a horn and blew it. The low and deep sound of the horn rang out, spreading far and wide, instantly spreading throughout the entire Divine Clan's ancestral land. Enemy attack! When the countless Tian clan experts in the Divine Clan's ancestral land heard the sound of the horn, they were all stunned. How many years had it been since they last heard the sound of the horn? The last time the horn sounded, it was when someone from the Li clan had reached the Extreme Way's secret realm and came to challenge the Tian clan's old patriarch. Gouffé, he actually dares. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in the sky above the Divine Clan's ancestral land. The Tian clan experts at the entrance of the ancestral land were all stunned as they stared at the gigantic beast in the sky. Compared to this gigantic beast, the few Tian clan experts on the ground were even smaller than sesame seeds. In the eyes of the gigantic beast, they were existences akin to ants. Blood, your Tian clan is very courageous, right? At this moment, a lazy voice came down from the sky. The Tian clan rankers below were even more scared silly. Gouffé actually heard what they said. At this time, Gouffé stood on the shoulder of the gigantic beast. Behind him stood the Shooting Sun Sovereign, the Thunder Tau Sovereign, the Nine Dragons Sovereign, and the other 7 great sovereigns. However, even if the auras of the 7 great sovereigns were added together, they would not be able to compare to the strand of aura that erupted from the gigantic beast. Chapter 3967. The ancestral realm was the most treasured land in the southern region. It was the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. The Sky Clan was the largest clan in the southern region. It was also the strongest clan in the southern region. Although the Sky Clan had been in seclusion for countless years, their foundation was still incomparably deep. Even if the Li clan and the Chu clan combined their foundation, they could not compare to the Sky Clan. Even if the Sky Clan was in seclusion, they were the true rulers of the southern region. If they wanted to, they could take back control of the entire southern region. The Li clan and the Chu clan were just a joke. However, it was different now. Gouffé's appearance had completely changed the power structure of the entire southern region. Gouffé had single-handedly defeated the Tian clan leader, Li Changtian, and Old Monster Chu. He had killed 3 supreme existences who had surpassed the extreme Tao. At that moment, he was already an invincible existence in the southern region. The Sky Clan experts who were mocking the Li clan for being cowardly were so scared that they almost peed their pants. It was already rare for them to survive under the pressure of the Star Beast. Of course, the Star Beast did not want to start a massacre. At this moment, the entire ancestral land of the Sky Clan was in an uproar. All the Sky Clan experts were alarmed. Even those who were in seclusion had to come out. 1, 2, 3. I didn't expect the Sky Clan to have so many Supremes hidden. Outside the ancestral land of the Sky Clan, Gu Fei stood on the shoulder of the Star Beast with his hands behind his back. He smiled faintly as he watched the auras of the extreme Daos rising from the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. A total of 12 Supremes. In addition to the clan leader of the Sky Clan that you killed and Supreme Tian Qian, the Sky Clan actually has 14 Supremes. This is indeed the #1 force in the southern region. The Shooting Sun Supreme looked at Gu Fei and said, so what if the Sky Clan has more Supremes? Master doesn't even need to do anything. We can also get rid of these guys. The Black Wind Supreme said disdainfully. At this time, the other Supremes didn't dare to look down on the Black Wind Supreme. This guy was an expert at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Who would have thought that this usually cowardly guy would actually dare to challenge old eccentric Chu? Gu Fei didn't say anything. So what if the Tian clan had 12 supreme beings? If I want the #1 ancestral land of the southern domain, who can stop me? Gu Fei, what do you want? A loud shout came from the ancestral land of the Heaven clan. The person who spoke was very direct. My master doesn't want to do anything. He just wants to ask your celestial race to move. The Black Wind Sovereign said coldly, What did you say? The moment Black Wind Sovereign said that, the experts in the ancestral land of the Sky Clan immediately cursed. You've gone too far. You want to take my ancestral land unless you step over our dead bodies. We would rather die than submit. An angry roar came from the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. Is this what you want? Gu Fei said lightly. Dao friend Gu, my old ancestor has already died in your hands. Do you want to kill us all? A figure appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. A powerful, extreme Dao force erupted from this figure, shocking the heavens. Give up the place, or die, Gu Fei said indifferently. You, the supreme being of the Sky Clan, was shocked and angry when he heard this. However, he was well aware of how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. This guy was decisive in killing. Since his debut, it was unknown how many Supremes had died in his hands. In the southern domain, and even in the entire ancestral realm, Gu Fei was recognized as the supreme killer. Hurry up and decide. My master's patience is limited. The Black Wind Sovereign jumped out and said, At this time, in the ancestral land of the Sky Clan, the 12 supreme beings were arguing endlessly to fight or to live in grievance. Some of the supreme beings would rather die in battle than live in vain. However, there were also some supreme beings who were unwilling to sacrifice themselves in vain. As long as they lived, there would be endless possibilities. If they died, there would be nothing left. Even the old ancestor is not a match for that Gu Fei. Do you think you are stronger than the old ancestor? A supreme being of the Sky Clan said such words. As soon as this was said, the other supreme beings immediately fell silent. We still have a trump card. A supreme being of the Sky Clan said carefully, So what? The other party is Gu Fei. The leading supreme being said helplessly. Gu Fei was no longer an ordinary extreme Dao supreme being. Who else in the southern domain could be a match for Gu Fei? This was simply impossible. Even if Gu Fei is a supreme being who has surpassed the extreme Dao, can he contend against our ancestral land? A supreme being of the Sky Clan said, The ancestral land of the Sky Clan was known as the #1 treasure land in the southern domain. The amount of heaven and earth essence gathered in such a place was extremely large. It was not something that the ancestral land of the Li clan could compare to. Brother Gu, please give us some time. We will leave immediately. The supreme beings of the Sky Clan finally chose to retreat. In their opinion, there was nothing more important than preserving the Sky Clan. Humph. At least they are tactful. The Black Wind Supreme, being scolded. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Sky Clan, countless experts of the Sky Clan began to move. They moved everything that could be moved away from the ancestral land. They could not let Gu Fei take advantage of them. The 12 supreme beings acted at the same time and kept all the disciples of the Sky Clan in their inner worlds. Swoosh! A beam of divine light suddenly shot up into the sky and disappeared into the void. Then a second beam, a third beam, a total of 12 beams of divine light rushed out from the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. As the 12 supreme beings left at the same time, the entire ancestral land of the Sky Clan was empty. Not a single person could be seen. The supreme being of the Sky Clan is really something. The Shooting Sun Supreme being said, faintly. He saw this scene and knew that the 12 supreme beings of the Sky Clan were not weak. Once they joined forces, they could definitely kill an Extreme Path Mystic Realm sect master. Haha, it doesn't matter if he is something or not. He has to kneel at the feet of the master. The Black Wind Supreme being said with a laugh. At this time, there was no one left at the entrance of the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. The few brave experts of the Sky Clan had already escaped without a trace. Gu Fei directly rushed out from the shoulder of the Star Beast and directly rushed into the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. The moment he entered, a thick wave of spiritual chi immediately hit him in the face. The Star Beast immediately shrunk and turned into a middle-aged man. He also rushed into the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. What a thick spiritual chi of heaven and earth! Gu Fei sensed that the spiritual chi in the ancestral land of the Sky Clan was several times thicker than the ancestral land of the Li clan. This was incredible. Cultivating in such an environment, as long as one's aptitude was not that bad, one would be able to cultivate and become an expert. We will temporarily stay here. Chapter 3968. Gu Fei pressured the heaven race. Even the strongest cultivation force in the southern region of the primogenitor realm backed down and gave up the heaven race's ancestral land. This was unprecedented in the history of the heaven race. The entire heaven race was suppressed by one person. The entire southern region was shaken by this news. The entire primogenitor realm's cultivation world was shaken. The heaven race is the most ancient race in the southern region of the primogenitor realm, or even the entire primogenitor realm. The power of a single race is peerless, and their foundation is even more terrifying. How could they be suppressed by one person? Countless cultivators didn't believe this. However, the supreme existences were all silent. None of them dared to say anything. What a joke! At this time, who dared to provoke Gu Fei? Did they have a death wish? Gu Fei swept through the southern region of the primogenitor realm, forcing countless supremes to lower their heads. Moreover, with his own power, he forced the heaven race to leave the ancestral land that they had managed for countless years. Even the supreme existences of the other 4 regions were moved by such power. Region Lord, the southern region of the primogenitor realm, finally has an invincible region lord. An ancient paragon who had lived for countless years and lived through several epochs said something like that. Region Lord, countless people were envious and jealous. This was the supreme title of a region. It was an invincible supreme that controlled the life and death of billions of beings. Since ancient times, the southern region of the primogenitor realm had only produced supremes. There had never been a region lord. At the very least, there hadn't been an invincible region lord in the last 3 epochs. An epoch in the primogenitor realm was calculated in tens of millions of years. When one epoch died, another epoch would rise. It was like reincarnation. The only thing that didn't change was the primogenitor realm. No one knew how many epochs the primogenitor realm had experienced, but this number was absolutely terrifying. One had to know that the primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. Only with the primogenitor realm did the myriad worlds come into existence. Supremes were known to be invincible. However, after countless epochs, there were very few Supremes that could live to this day. The most ancient Supremes had long disappeared in the merciless passage of time. In the primogenitor realm, Supremes that could live for 3 epochs were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Those who had offended Gu Fei in the past were now terrified. They were afraid that Gu Fei would kill them. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, even the Tian clan was forced to give up their ancestral land, let alone the other forces. There was no one in the southern region of the primogenitor realm who could go against Gu Fei. Gu Fei's eyes were no longer limited to the eastern region. He had also established some forces in the east. Gu Fei didn't care about the chaos outside. He led his subordinates into the ancestral land of the Sky Clan and immediately went into seclusion. After devouring 3 existences that transcended the extreme Tao, he needed to go into seclusion and digest what he had gained, hoping to truly step into the eternal realm. His invincible cultivation base could disappear at any time without any warning. To him, this was not a small problem. When Gu Fei was fighting against the Tian clan's old lord, Li Changtian, and old monster Chu, if his cultivation suddenly disappeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even with his unparalleled eternal body, it would still be difficult to defeat those 3 fellows. Even if he lost his cultivation, he would not be afraid of the Tian clan's old clan master and the others. However, his subordinates would suffer a calamity. Fortunately, before Gu Fei's cultivation disappeared, he had devoured the Tian clan's old clan master and the others. Others thought that Gu Fei was invincible and had defeated 3 supreme experts. Only he himself knew that he had won this battle by luck. The ancestral land of the Sky Clan was the #1 treasure land in the southern region. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. There was like a boundless ocean. Only such an ancestral land could satisfy the cultivation needs of a supreme being. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the dragon vein in the middle of the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. This was where the dragon head of the earth ancestral vein was. The entire mountain was like the ancestral dragon raising its head as if it was about to soar into the sky. This had always been the old clan master's seclusion ground. It was very simple, and the huge cave was exactly where the dragon eye was. There was nothing inside, only a praying mat woven from divine grass. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Tian clan's old clan master would sit cross-legged on the praying mat for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. When Gu Fei entered and saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. This was the portrayal of cultivators of my generation. Lonely, bored to the point of panic. Only those with a firm Tao heart and those who could endure loneliness could become cultivators and then become experts. The place where the dragon head of the ancestral vein was located was a forbidden area in the Tian clan. But now, Gu Fei and the others could enter and leave as they pleased. Of course, the prerequisite was that Gu Fei broke the formation protecting this place. Taking advantage of the fact that his cultivation had not disappeared, Gu Fei walked around the Tian clan's ancestral land and broke the formation protecting the important places. With his invincible cultivation in the eternal realm, any extreme Tao level grand array could be directly broken by him. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the dragon eye of the dragon, head of the ancestral vein. He gradually operated the mysterious art and continued to refine the three supreme powers in his body. Soon, he entered into a state of cultivation. "Master, have you started?" Outside Mount Dragon Head, the sun shooting supremacy, and the others suddenly looked in the direction of the dragon eye. At that moment, a faintly discernible aura that made their souls tremble spread out from Mount Dragon Head. Surpassing the extreme Tao is indeed invincible. 9 dragons supreme, who had just reconstructed his body and returned to his peak, exclaimed. His cultivation base had even increased by a level. A legendary eternal paragon. Is that something we can even imagine? Thunder Supreme looked at Dragon Head Mountain with a solemn expression. He was afraid that he would never be able to reach such a realm in his life. Rumble. At this moment, a violent tremor came from outside the Tian clan's ancestral land. A violent destructive aura actually penetrated the protective formation of the Tian clan's ancestral land and entered the ancestral land. This is Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were furious. Someone was actually attacking the Tian clan's ancestral land. They were simply tired of living and had a death wish. Let's go take a look. Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others hurriedly turned into divine rainbows and soared into the sky. In an instant, they arrived above the entrance of the Tian clan's ancestral land. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were inexplicably shocked. They saw an unknown creature flying over from the sky, covering the entire sky. The world seemed to have turned into night in an instant. Locust Tribe. It's the Locust Tribe. Sovereign Lightning Tao suddenly cried out in alarm. What? Could it be the legendary Locust Tribe that once destroyed an era in the ancestral realm? Chapter 3969. The Locust Tribe was one of the strongest tribes in the foreign land. Wherever the Locust Tribe passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Any living thing, even flowers and trees, would be devoured by this tribe. During one of the eras in the ancestral realm, the Locust Tribe rushed out from the depths of space and flooded the ancestral realm. This was an unimaginable disaster. The Locust Tribe destroyed an entire era in the ancestral realm. Later, someone broke through to the extreme path and found the legendary number 1 Tao treasure of the ancestral realm, the Wheel of the Myriad Realms. Only then did the Locust Tribe return to the Locust Realm, the Acripoid Tribe. To most cultivators, they had no idea what the Acripoid Tribe was. Only Extreme Supremes were qualified to know of the Locust Tribe's existence. At this time, the entire sky ancestral land was surrounded by countless acripoids. These acripoids were plundering the heaven and earth spiritual chi. If it weren't for the sky ancestral land's defensive array, these acripoids would have already rushed into the sky ancestral land and devoured everything inside. As long as the Locust Tribe beings had life, they would devour anything with spiritual energy. Wherever these acripoids went, planets with life would turn into dead planets. Lush mountain ranges would become barren. It was also because of this that when the Thunderpath Supremacy called out that the Locust Tribe was invading the Shooting Sun Supremacy, and the others could not sit still. The Locust Tribe's arrival meant the beginning of destruction. At this time, the Locust Tribe beings could be seen in the ancestral realm's southern region, where the spiritual energy was the densest. Wherever the swarm of Locust Tribe creatures passed, the big city in the southern region would activate the Great City Defense Formation to keep the Locust Tribe creatures at bay. As for the living beings outside the cities, they were instantly devoured by the Locust Tribe beings. Not even a bone was left. In an instant, the entire southern region was in a state of panic. Billions of living beings were being devoured by the Locust Tribe beings. This time, the Locust Tribe beings descended upon the southern region and then entered other regions. Some Extreme Supremes made a move to repel the Locust Tribe's attack. However, when the Locust Tribe beings appeared, even the Extreme Supremes were in danger. The extreme grade locust tribe was extremely powerful. Once surrounded by the extreme grade locust tribe, even an extreme grade supremacy would be devoured and die. The ancestral land of a great clan in the southern mountain range was breached by the locust tribe. In less than half a day, the entire clan was annihilated by the locust tribe, and their ancestral land was reduced to ruins. In the Chu clan's ancestral grounds, an extreme Tao sovereign wielded an extreme Tao artifact and attacked. A beam of sword light swept through the void, causing the locust tribe members to fall from the sky. Boom! Somewhere in the mountains of the southern region, a godly fire burst out of the mountains and blocked the locusts who were swooping down from the sky. One by one, the locusts fell from the sky and were burned to a crisp. However, as the acripoids continued to rush out from the depths of space, the entire ancestral realm was shrouded in panic. Countless beings were terrified. The acripoids could tear through the void. They had unimaginably strong bodies and speed. Once they were targeted by the acripoids, they were basically dead meat. What should we do? The locust tribe. It's the locust tribe. They once destroyed an era in the ancestral realm. The wheel of the heavens and myriad realms is in Gu Fei's hands. If we want to chase the locust tribe away, we have to ask Gu Fei for help. The supremacies of the ancestral realm could not remain calm. The wheel of the heavens and myriad realms was the bane of the locust tribe, but this supreme Tao artifact was now in Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei is in seclusion. Soon, news spread that Gu Fei was in seclusion at this time. What should they do? How troublesome! Even the supremacies at the supremacy level were having a headache. The locust tribe was wreaking havoc everywhere. Was this the end of an era? When the extreme Tao acripoids appeared, all the cultivators in the progenitor realm fell into despair, especially the extreme supremes. There were thousands of extreme Tao acripoids. Even a supreme lord would have to turn and run. At this time, outside the Chu clan's ancestral grounds, the locust tribe covered the sky. It was as if night had fallen. How reckless! Inside the Chu clan's ancestral grounds, on a divine peak, an elder in white took the gourd from his waist, pulled out the stopper, and patted the bottom of the gourd. Buzz! The sky trembled. A heaven-devouring power immediately erupted from the gourd in the elder's hand. In the next moment, the acripoids that were blocked by the guardian formation were all sucked into the gourd. In an instant, countless acripoids were sucked into the gourd. However, at this time, a violent aura suddenly surged from the depths of the starry sky. In the next moment, an incomparably huge acripoid creature rushed out from the depths of the starry sky. Boom! This acripoid was definitely at the extreme path level. The creature pounced on the guardian formation of the Chu clan's ancestral grounds. The entire formation shook violently as if it could collapse at any moment. Countless Chu clan disciples in the Chu clan's ancestral grounds were terrified. The acripoids even dared to devour a supremacy. At this time, the Chu clan leader desperately operated the guardian formation. Even so, the divine light of the great path emitted by the guardian formation was gradually weakening. Too powerful, the extreme path acripoid tore through the void and reached into the ancestral grounds with one claw. It directly grabbed dozens of Chu clan members and threw them into its mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Chu clan's ancestral grounds was dumbfounded. The Chu clan's guardian formation was about to collapse. Damn it! Retreat, retreat to the ancestral hall. The Chu clan's supremacy roared. As he spoke, he kept sucking his clansmen into his inner world. Finally, with a wave of his sleeve, even the divine city in the sky was taken away by him. At this time, boom! The entire Chu clan's ancestral grounds shook violently. The guardian formation collapsed, and the spirit peaks and divine mountains turned into dust, completely disappearing. The Chu clan's ancestral grounds broke through the void and fled into the chaos, disappearing without a trace. When the news of the Chu clan's ancestral grounds being breached by the Acripoid spread, the entire southern region was shaken. The Chu clan's ancestral grounds were quickly reduced to ruins. Even a powerful clan, like the Chu clan's ancestral grounds, was breached by the Acripoids. The other forces' ancestral grounds could not withstand a single blow. At this time, the entire ancestral realm's southern region's attention was focused on the Sky clan's ancestral grounds. The people who had gone to ask for Gu Fei's help had already gone 9 times, but they were all blocked. Those who went to ask for Gu Fei's help would be swallowed up by the Acripoids if they were not careful. Not even their bones would be left. Chapter 3970, The Reappearance of the Locust Race and the Calamity of the Primogenitor Realm shook the world. Overwhelming numbers of locust race beings rushed out from the depths of space towards the Primogenitor Realm. In an instant, the entire Primogenitor Realm turned into a living hell. The entire Primogenitor Realm's 5 great regions became the locust race's hunting grounds. Countless lives were devoured. A group of locust race beings could wipe out all life within 100 million miles. Moreover, the scariest thing was that these locust race beings could become even stronger after devouring enough life essence. These foreign beings could transform into the extreme Tao level of the locust race. Of course, this could only be achieved after devouring an endless amount of life essence. However, even an ordinary locust race being was enough to threaten an immortal emperor. The emperor of the locust race could even tear a sage apart and feast on the flesh and blood of a sage. As for the Acripoid tribe's powerhouses who possessed the physique of a supreme master, they could even compete with a supreme being. If thousands of Acripoid tribes' powerhouses charged at them, even a supreme being would have to retreat. At this time, the entire Primogenitor Realm was in a desperate situation. Only the superforces with supremes could temporarily stop the locust race's advance. Those without supremes were in tragedy. Without the protection of supremes, these forces were destroyed by the locust race. It was unknown how many powerful races had been wiped out by the locust race. Boom! Half a day after the locust race invaded the eastern region, a supreme aura that surpassed the extreme Tao level suddenly erupted from a certain mountain in the eastern region. The locust race that was wreaking havoc in the mountain was killed by an invisible force. Countless locust race beings fell from the sky like rain. A supreme expert that surpassed the extreme Tao level was attacking. Countless cultivators in the eastern region were shocked and overjoyed. With a supreme expert of this level attacking, the puny locust race was naturally annihilated. The mysterious supreme expert attacked one after another. The locust race that invaded the eastern region was wiped out like leaves in the autumn wind. However, the supreme expert could only protect the eastern region and not the other regions, especially the southern region. The other supremes of the southern region were almost all killed by Gu Fei. Without the protection of the extreme Tao Supremes, the billions of lives in the southern region were instantly affected. Even the Chu clan had fled for their lives. Soon, the western region, the northern region, and the central region erupted with an aura that surpassed the extreme Tao. Countless locust tribe beings were killed. Apart from the southern region, the other 4 regions all had supreme beings who had surpassed the extreme Tao. These were all unparalleled existences at the level of an area lord, and they were all forced out by the locust tribe. If it wasn't for the fact that they were on the brink of death, no one would have known that such existences were hidden within the ancestral realm. What about Gu Fei? Is he still in seclusion? The southern domain was plunged into misery and suffering. Countless cultivators perished. Some of the living beings of the southern mountain range raised their heads to the skies and howled in anguish. The moment the locust tribe swarmed over, they were devoured cleanly. Not even a bone was left behind. Numerous enormous shields of divine light appeared over the lands of the southern domain. These were extreme Tao-level grand spell formations, which transformed into extreme Tao light that spread out to protect the entire region. Boom! Suddenly, one of the shields of divine light exploded. Countless locust tribe swarmed over, pouncing on the living beings within. In the span of a dozen breaths, all the living beings in the area were devoured cleanly. The extreme Tao-level existences within the locust tribe were terrifying beyond compare. A divine light shield formed from the power of an extreme Tao grand spell formation could only hold out for half a day against thousands of extreme Tao acrypoids before it was broken. Once the extreme Tao grand spell formation was broken, all the living beings within would become food for the locust tribe. Should we inform the master to come out of seclusion? Outside the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan, the Shooting Sun Supremacy, and the others gathered together and discussed cautiously. Countless locust tribe beings were constantly slamming into the light shield formed from the power of the extreme Tao grand spell formation. Sounds of collisions could be heard. If we disturb the master, it's no laughing matter. The Thunder Supremacy said hesitantly, boom. At this moment, a loud sound rang out. Then, the entire great spell formation that enveloped the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan shook violently. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a locust tribe being several times larger than the average locust tribe being slammed into the extreme Tao grand spell formation. Extreme Tao locust tribe. The 9 Dragons Supremacy stared at the locust tribe outside. His pupils involuntarily contracted. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Another extreme Tao locust slammed into the light shield of the extreme Tao. Countless array patterns appeared in the void. Every array pattern was emitting the brightest divine light, triggering the most powerful extreme Tao power. However, as more and more extreme Tao locust tribe beings arrived, the Shooting Sun Supremacy, and the others were inexplicably shocked. The mighty pressure coming in from the outside made all the living beings in the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan extremely fearful. Oh no! The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others had extremely solemn expressions. They were being targeted by the extreme Tao locust tribe. This locust tribe had once destroyed an era of the ancestral realm. More and more extreme Tao locust tribe beings gathered outside. When these violent auras converged, it was earth-shattering. Even the myriad realms' expressions changed. Roar! An extreme Tao supremacy was forced out by the extreme Tao locust tribe beings. He roared in anger and tried to escape. However, the extreme Tao locust tribe beings surged forward and tore this supremacy apart. After devouring the flesh and blood of the extreme Tao locust tribe beings, they became even more ferocious. Bam! Kacha! The divine light shield formed by the power of the extreme Tao great array began to crack. It was as if countless cracks had appeared on a transparent porcelain. The extreme Tao great array won't last much longer. What do? The Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others were truly dumbfounded. It was no wonder that these foreign beings had once destroyed an era of the ancestral realm. This kind of devouring and attacking power was just too powerful. Even the protective array of the Sky Clan's ancestral grounds could only last a little longer than the other great clans' ancestral grounds. What are you panicking for? At that moment, Gu Fei's voice suddenly rang out in their minds. At that moment, a wave of divine consciousness that surpassed the extreme Tao spread from the Dragon Head Mountain in the center of the Sky Clan's ancestral grounds. It instantly enveloped an area of hundreds of millions of miles. This is when Gu Fei sensed the countless foreign beings outside. He was pleasantly surprised. Ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the Dragonhead Mountain, laughed heartily. In the eyes of others, these locust tribe beings were extremely terrifying. However, to him, they were all divine medicines that could move. Every single one of the locust race possessed a powerful amount of essence chi. If he could devour all of these locust race beings, his cultivation base would be stabilized. Boom. The next moment, a divine light suddenly shot out from the Dragonhead Mountain. A figure shot up into the sky from the divine light, passed through the layers of great arrays, and appeared in the sky of the Sky Clan's ancestral grounds. This, seeing Gu Fei rush out, the shooting sun supremacy, and the others were dumbfounded. There were countless locust tribe beings outside. Many of them were from the extreme Dao locust tribe. The locust tribe was strange. Even the powerful extreme Dao locust tribe did not have any independent intelligence. It was as if they could only rely on their instincts to devour living beings. The locust tribe outside sensed the powerful life force emanating from Gu Fei's body. Without any regard for their own lives, they all rushed towards Gu Fei. Faced with the overwhelming number of locust tribe beings rushing towards him, Gu Fei simply stood with his hands behind his back. The corners of his lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the locust tribe indifferently. Bam! The first locust tribe member charged forward and slammed into Gu Fei's body. The next moment, the violent impact and the recoil caused the locust tribe member to explode and turn into a mist of blood. The next moment, the sound of collisions rang out. Countless locust tribe beings rushed towards Gu Fei from all directions. The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. One by one, the locust tribe beings exploded. Countless essence, chi, surged towards Gu Fei in a frenzy. Soon, Gu Fei was completely swallowed by the locust tribe. This, the shooting sun supremacy, and the others were stunned by the scene in the sky. At that moment, a powerful devouring power appeared in the sky. It was as if it could devour the entire ancestral realm. Gu Fei was using the supreme mystique of the eternal stratum to devour the locust tribe. That is, Gu Fei's aura finally appeared in the southern region. All the surviving cultivators were shocked. Some of the supremacies were especially fearful. What is this malefic star doing? Supreme divine senses rushed out from all over the southern region. When these supreme divine senses sensed the shocking scene in the sky above the Sky Clan's ancestral land, they were all stunned. This malefic star is actually devouring the locust tribe. Some of the older supremacies exclaimed. At that moment, the countless locust tribe beings that were flying towards Gu Fei exploded a few kilometers away from Gu Fei. The essence chi of the locust tribe converged into beams of light that could be seen with the naked eye and shot towards Gu Fei. The locust tribe had ravaged the southern region and devoured countless lives. The essence chi they had plundered was enormous. Some of the locust tribe members had even transformed into even more powerful beings. However, at this moment, this group of beings that were famous for their plundering of billions of lives was having their life force and essence chi seized by Gu Fei. Perhaps this was retribution. As Gu Fei continued to devour the essence chi of the locust tribe, an aura that seemed to be able to crush the heavens appeared between heaven and earth. This aura surpassed the extreme Tao and surpassed everything. It was a true eternal pressure. Under this pressure, even the star beast in the ancestral realm felt its soul tremble. Gu Fei was like a supreme existence that was about to break out of a cocoon. He was only one step away from becoming a true eternal supremacy. Rumble, rumble. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the endless essence chi of the Locust tribe to make that final leap, the void shattered. A giant hand suddenly reached down from the heavens and grabbed Gu Fei. Boom. In the next moment, the giant hand exploded. Gu Fei rushed out and stared at the depths of the sky. Chapter 3971. Gu Fei had planned to go into seclusion on Dragon Head Mountain in the ancestral land of the Sky Clan to refine the origins of the Sky Clan Master and the other two half-step Eternal Realm experts, so that his cultivation could make the leap to the Eternal Realm and become an invincible existence in the 3,000 worlds. However, no one could have imagined that the Acrypoid tribe would suddenly rush out of the depths of the starry sky and attack the 5 regions of the ancestral realm. Only the extreme realm supremes could fight against these terrible creatures, but it was only temporary. Once the Acrypoid tribe arrived, let alone half of the supremes, even the supremes would have to kneel. Those half-step eternal realm existences who had been living in seclusion for countless years had no choice but to come out. The existence of the half-step eternal realm was already an invincible existence in the current ancestral realm. Only existences at this level could really compete with the Acrypoid tribe. However, even the existence of the half-step eternal realm could only protect one region. The supreme experts of the half-step eternal realm all had some problems. Even the Sky Clan Master, Li Changtian, and Old Monster Chu had many problems with their cultivation, even if they had taken that step. And the problem for Gu Fei was that his cultivation would suddenly disappear without warning, leaving only the immortal body. When his cultivation base disappeared, Gu Fei could not even fly in the air. Even though he possessed the supreme eternal undying body, it was still a huge headache for him. Just as Gu Fei was about to unleash his mystic arts and devour everything in his path, wanting to destroy the Locust tribe, someone suddenly made a move. A gigantic hand descended from the sky and grabbed him. Who dares to stop me from achieving the Tao? Gu Fei directly shattered the big hand, rushed out, and looked up into the depths of the sky. At this time, the Acrypoid tribe that had not been devoured by Gu Fei seemed to be summoned. They rushed out of the 5 regions of the ancestral realm and into the starry sky, disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Kill! The entire void shook violently. Gu Fei soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. He was like a meteorite that soared into the sky and struck the depths of the starry sky. Humph! At this moment, a cold laugh rang out from the depths of the starry sky. In the next moment, all the stars in the starry sky exploded and turned into monstrous destructive power. Gu Fei only felt his body shake, and in the next moment, his cultivation actually disappeared. What? No way, don't. Gu Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He saw the terrifying destructive power surging towards him, and he directly collided with it. Boom! With a loud bang, it was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The destructive force that collided with Gu Fei exploded, blasting a large hole in the starry sky. All the stars within a radius of 10 million miles were swallowed up by the black hole. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was sent flying back. The clothes on his upper body instantly turned into ashes, and he fell from the starry sky towards the ground. His speed was getting faster and faster, like a falling meteor. Master, in the sky above the ancestral lands of the Tian clan, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others who saw this scene were all inexplicably shocked. With Master's cultivation, he could still be forced back. How was this possible? The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others knew that Gu Fei was a supreme existence in the eternal realm. An existence in the eternal realm was absolutely invincible. Only an existence in the eternal realm could defeat an existence in the eternal realm. Could that existence in the depths of the starry sky be an eternal realm supremacy? Thinking of this, the shooting sun supreme, and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. At this moment, a dragon roar was heard, and the 9 dragons supreme revealed his true form and soared into the sky. A giant dragon with 9 heads rushed into the starry sky and extended its dragon claw, wanting to catch Gu Fei. However, the moment the dragon claw touched Gu Fei, the dragon claw that was even larger than a mountain was directly penetrated by Gu Fei, and purple-gold dragon blood splattered. Roar! The 9-headed ancestral dragon roared at the sky, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. One by one, the stars exploded, and it was as if there were dazzling fireworks blooming in the starry sky. Seeing this scene, the shooting sun supreme and the others were stunned. The 9 dragons supreme was an ancestral dragon at the intermediate stage of the extreme path. The physique of the dragon clan was the strongest. The supreme body of the 9 dragons supreme was much stronger than that of an ordinary supreme. Even his physical body was penetrated by Gu Fei. The impact of Gu Fei's collision was absolutely shocking. In this way, no one dared to rush up to catch Gu Fei again. Rise! The Black Wind Supreme stood out and formed a seal with both his hands. The power of Yin gathered from all directions like a black fog, forming a giant hand in the void that grabbed Gu Fei. This was the divine ability that the Black Wind Supreme displayed with all his strength. The giant hand seemed to be able to hold up the entire world. Boom! Gu Fei collided directly with the giant hand of Yin. In the next moment, the giant hand collapsed, and countless Tao patterns dissipated in the void. The shooting sun supreme, the thunder path supreme, and the others attacked one after another. However, no matter how much they performed their divine abilities, it was useless. None of them could catch Gu Fei. They couldn't even slow down the speed of Gu Fei's descent. Gu Fei smashed into the mountains thousands of miles away from the ancestral grounds of the heavenly clan. In the next moment, with Gu Fei's landing point as the center, the entire ground rapidly collapsed and sank. The mountains turned into dust, and the dust soared into the sky. It was as horrifying as the end of the world. Rumble, the ground shook. The shooting sun supreme and the others looked down from the sky and saw a destructive storm spreading out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles became purgatory, and none of the living creatures were able to escape. The ancestral grounds of the heavenly clan were protected by a great array, so they weren't affected. Why aren't any of you coming down to bring me out? At this moment, an angry roar came from the ground. This wasn't a divine ability, but a voice. Gu Fei's voice was transmitted directly into the ears of the shooting sun supreme and the others. Yes, master. The shooting sun supreme and the others hurriedly rushed towards the place where Gu Fei had landed. However, the speed of a wild beast was several streets ahead of them. It directly rushed over. In the next moment, a giant beast broke through the ground and rushed out while dragging a person. This wild beast was an adult star beast that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supremacy. The power of an adult star beast was undeniable. This fellow could directly devour the stars of an entire galaxy in one go. Who would dare to suck up to him? The shooting sun supreme and the others were originally very displeased. However, when they saw that it was a star beast that had made a move, they immediately lost their temper. At this moment, Gu Fei found a set of black clothes from somewhere and put them on. He had lost all his cultivation, and he couldn't even open up his inner world. Chapter 3972. Gu Fei's cultivation was still fluctuating, which put him at a disadvantage. The existence in the depths of the starry sky had definitely taken that step. It was a half-step eternal existence. Moreover, this fellow was different from Old Monster Chew and the others. Although Gu Fei had only exchanged one move with this fellow across the endless starry sky, he already knew this fellow's cultivation realm. This fellow was the same as him. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. One more step, and he would become a true eternal paragon. Moreover, Gu Fei also seemed to know a great secret. Behind the Locust tribe, there was a hidden hand controlling everything. It was likely that the Locust tribe devoured the essence energy of all living beings for this hidden hand. Wanting to become a true eternal paragon was definitely not an easy task. Some people might have plotted for several eras. In order to become an eternal paragon, from ancient times until now, countless experts had fumbled about. Some people, in order to achieve eternity, embarked on a different path. However, there were also people with great perseverance and wisdom who waited for endless years, all for the sake of eternity. Gu Fei didn't care who that person was. Since they dared to obstruct his path, then they were his enemies. He directly returned to the ancestral land of the sky race and entered Dragon, Head Mountain again. This time, his harvest was not small. He devoured countless Locust tribe members, which was so powerful that even he was moved. However, at the last moment, the fellow in the depths of the starry sky acted and rescued the remaining Locust tribe members. The number of Locust tribe members was also incomparably large. There were hundreds of extreme Tao realm Locust tribe members. Seeing the fat meat he had eaten being snatched from his mouth, Gu Fei was enraged. However, he didn't know that in the Locust tribe's lair, in the Locust world, there was a person who was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This time, the losses were really heavy. We lost almost half of the Locust tribe. Who is that person? When did such a character appear in the southern domain of the ancestral realm? The person sat cross-legged in the sky above the Locust world, frowning as he muttered to himself. In the entire Locust world, the figures of the Locust tribe could be seen everywhere. That person directly closed the passage between the Locust realm and the Primogenitor realm. This time, they had suffered heavy losses. He was also afraid that Gu Fei would attack the Locust realm. At that time, if the two half-step eternal existences fought, the Locust realm that he had managed for countless years would no longer exist. At this time, Gu Fei went into seclusion. As for the southern region of the Primogenitor realm, after this calamity, the cultivation world suffered a great loss. Who knew how many powerful races were destroyed by the Locust race? The power structure of the entire southern region of the ancestral realm was reshuffled. Some powerful forces that had existed for countless years died, while some second-rate forces rose. The old Tian clan, Li clan, and Chu clan had completely declined. These three great clans had all lost their ancestral lands, which meant that they had lost their roots. It would not be easy for them to find another precious land to take root in. Most importantly, the strongest warriors of the Tian clan, Li clan, and Chu clan had already fallen. Without the strongest warriors, who would be afraid of the three great clans? In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. Only the strong could intimidate others. Although the Locust race retreated, the southern region, and even the entire Primogenitor realm, fell into chaos. Battles broke out everywhere. The true chaos of the Primogenitor realm had arrived. This was something that no one had expected. The 5 great regions all had supreme existences, half a step into the eternal realm. However, after the retreat of the Locust race, these existences once again went into seclusion, ignoring the affairs of the world. Heroes were born in troubled times. Many peerless figures emerged in the Primogenitor realm. Boom! In the eastern region, where the ancestral vein of the earth was located, an extreme divine light suddenly rushed out. The extreme divine might spread for billions of miles. a quasi-supreme existence had broken through to the extreme realm. In the depths of the sky, a terrible heavenly tribulation descended. It was a phoenix. It soared into the sky and directly rushed into the heavenly tribulation. Divine fire burned half the sky, and it was as terrifying as the end of the world. That divine phoenix narrowly escaped death, passed the heavenly tribulation, and became a true phoenix sovereign. Soon, news spread that the youngest daughter of the Phoenix clan patriarch, Princess Feng-Chi, had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became the third Phoenix sovereign of the Phoenix clan. And an old ancestor of the eastern region's Yi clan, who had disappeared for countless years, suddenly returned to oversee the Yi clan. The laws of heaven and earth in the primogenitor realm seemed to have undergone an unknown change. After Princess Feng-Chi's heavenly tribulation, the primogenitor realm should not have been able to withstand the heavenly tribulation of a second quasi-supreme. However, it was hard to imagine that in just a few months, the primogenitor realm's heaven and earth became suitable for quasi-supreme to undergo the heavenly tribulation again. It seemed that some kind of power had affected the heavenly Tao, allowing the chaotic heavenly Tao of the primogenitor realm to quickly recover. This was a good thing for the quasi-supreme. As a result, a second, a third, a fourth. There were constantly quasi-supreme undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Some quasi-supreme died under the heavenly tribulation, but only a few succeeded. Some of the old-timers could see that something was wrong. Such a dense number of heavenly tribulations was truly shocking. This kind of thing seems to have happened in the last era. An extreme supreme who had lived for several eras suddenly recalled something, and his expression suddenly became somewhat unsightly. Whether it was a chaotic era or a prosperous era, the heavenly Tao of the primogenitor realm would become very active. It would quickly recover and become suitable for quasi-supreme to undergo the sovereign heavenly tribulation again. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei, so he let it go. The southern region of the primogenitor realm was also in a state of endless war. However, no matter how chaotic the southern region was, no one dared to have any ideas about the Sky Clan's ancestral land. That was because the current master of the Sky Clan's ancestral land was a taboo existence in the southern region or even the entire primogenitor realm. Unknowingly, Gu Fei had been sitting on Dragon Head Mountain in the Sky Clan's ancestral land for 300 years. During these 300 years, many experts had appeared in the outside world. In addition to Feng-Chi of the eastern region's Phoenix clan, who had successfully undergone the heavenly tribulation, the western region's West Pole Temple had also produced an extreme Buddhist supreme. That extreme Buddhist supreme was called One Zen Buddhist Supreme. There were also people in the northern region who had broken through to the sovereign realm, and 3 rising stars in the central region had become supremes. During these 300 years, there were actually 11 quasi-supreme who had successfully undergone the sovereign heavenly tribulation and became near-invincible extreme supremes. During these 300 years, there were countless quasi-supreme who had failed to undergo the sovereign heavenly tribulation and had died. During these 300 years, there were even supreme existences at the supremacy level who had attempted to break through to the eternal realm. However, they ended up in a miserable state and died. Not only were there countless experts in the primogenitor realm who had undergone the heavenly tribulation, but there were also countless experts in the endless starry sky who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. The chaotic situation of the 300 years still existed. Countless forces in the primogenitor realm had fought against each other, and trillions of lives had perished. However, no one had been able to sweep through the primogenitor realm, suppress the heavens, and become a realm lord. No one knew when Gu Fei would come out of seclusion. Chapter 3973. Heroes were born in troubled times. This saying was true. During the 300 years that Gu Fei was in seclusion, many powerhouses emerged in the ancestral realm. The monster race had supreme powerhouses rise. They were called the Monster Lords of 10 Directions. They controlled countless monsters and became a superpower that could compete with the West Pole Temple. The western region of the ancestral realm was the world of the West Pole Temple and the Western monster race. The eastern region was different from the western region. Compared to the western region, the eastern region was much more lively. The eastern region's 12 kings of Supreme were already too many to count. After ancestor Qi of the Qi clan was killed by Gu Fei, the eastern region's 12 kings of Supreme became 11. However, with the rise of Yi clan's Yi Beichen, he passed the sovereign heavenly tribulation and became a sovereign. The eastern region's 12 kings of Supreme were complete. A king of Supreme was at least a great success of the extreme path. However, the ancestor of the Yi clan directly raised Yi Beichen's cultivation to great success of the extreme path. Thus, the eastern region's 12 kings of Supreme were complete. The eastern region also had the Black Tiger clan. It was a strong clan. Although there weren't many clansmen, each of them was a powerhouse. Any one of them could intimidate a region. The ancestral realm's 5 great regions were turbulent, but in the southern region, where the ancestral grounds of the sky race were located, everything was peaceful. Here, humans could live peacefully and not be disturbed by the outside world. Other living beings also didn't need to worry about threats from the outside world. With the ancestral grounds of the sky race as the center, all living beings within a radius of 1 billion miles lived in peace for 300 years. For the beings of the ancestral realm, 300 years wasn't long. The ancestral grounds of the sky race were considered a forbidden area. Fighting and killing were not allowed here. Once, a quasi-supreme powerhouse broke into this forbidden area and started a massacre. However, he was killed by a sovereign who came out of the ancestral grounds of the sky race with a single finger. He died. There was also an invincible extreme path sovereign who, after entering this forbidden area, was suddenly shot by a divine arrow from the sky. He escaped with great difficulty. Thus, who dared to enter this forbidden area? Over time, this forbidden area became known as the Heaven Region's Forbidden Area. If anyone wanted to court death, they could go in. This Heaven Region Forbidden Land was guarded by 7 great supreme beings, as well as an adult star beast, who had nothing better to do and dared to provoke these existences. I wonder how long Master is going to stay in seclusion for. It's too boring to guard here all the time. Outside the Sky Clan's ancestral land, outside Dragon Head Mountain, these words came out. On a mountain peak 100 miles away from Dragon Head Mountain stood several figures. The one who spoke just now was the cynical Black Wind Sovereign. It's rare for me to have peace. Wouldn't it be good to calm down and cultivate for a while? The Shooting Sun, Supreme, sat down on a huge rock with his legs crossed. The outside world is turbulent. Do you also want to go out and conquer the world? The 9 Dragons Sovereign looked at the Black Wind Sovereign and said indifferently, "Could it be that you don't want to?" The Black Wind Sovereign said, "So what if we want to? As long as Master doesn't come out of seclusion, we can't leave this place." Supremacy 9 Dragons said helplessly he hadn't returned to his territory in the past 300 years. Every extreme grade supremacy could occupy a mountain, establish a sect, and become the founding ancestor of a great sect or tribe if they wanted to. Stop talking nonsense. In short, wherever Master is, we will be there. The Shooting Sun Supreme looked at everyone and said calmly. At this moment, the astral beast was snoring at the side. This fellow was sleeping soundly at this time. No one could imagine that such a harmless and somewhat adorable fellow was a supreme ferocious beast that could devour the sun, moon, and stars. After the shooting sun, Supreme said this. No one said anything else. Boom. At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly came from Dragon Head Mountain in the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. A transparent ripple could be seen spreading from Dragon Head Mountain. Master, the shooting Sun Supreme, and the others hurriedly looked towards Dragon Head Mountain. They saw that the eye of Dragon Head Mountain was a huge cave filled with a huge amount of essence energy. This essence energy could be seen with the naked eye. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. As he inhaled and exhaled, a huge amount of essence energy surged inside and outside of his body. When he sucked in all the essence energy in the huge cave, a strange sound came from his body. From time to time, dazzling divine light would rush out of Dragon Head Mountain. Gu Fei's eternal indestructible body was transforming. For the past 300 years, he had been thinking about how to refine the origin powers of the Sky Clan Master Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu. The origin powers of these three guys were not ordinary extreme grade origins. They were half-step eternal grade origins. It could be said that they were eternal grade origin powers. Gu Fei wanted to suppress the three half-step eternal grade origins by himself. For a moment, it was as if there were four supreme existences fighting within Gu Fei's body. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body was tough enough, he would have been crushed countless times by the power that erupted from them. Time passed. In the end, Gu Fei couldn't refine all the power in his body into his own. How can I achieve Tao unification? Gu Fei muttered to himself. It had been 300 years, but he still hadn't completely refined the half-step eternal grade origins of the Sky Clan Master and the others. He had underestimated the eternal grade origins of the Sky Clan Master and the others. He hadn't expected them to be so difficult to refine. Gu Fei suddenly had an idea. He took out the mountain and river cauldron and jumped into it. He directly jumped into the mountain river cauldron. Soon, a disheveled old man rushed out of the mountain river cauldron. What's wrong with this brat? He wants me to use the mountain and river cauldron to refine him? The old man hovered in the air, looking down at the mountain and river cauldron. After a long moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and activated the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron moved, the entire world shook. Primordial chaos god fire burst out of the cauldron and burned toward Gu Fei. The primordial chaos god fire engulfed Gu Fei. Gu Fei had an eternal indestructible body, and his soul was also indestructible. Even if his fleshly body was burned to ashes by the primordial chaos god fire, there were still 4 balls of eternal light floating within it. Of the 4 balls of eternal light, 1 belonged to Gu Fei, and the other 3 belonged to the others. Gu Fei wanted to use this extreme method to fuse his power with the other 3, but it was too crazy. Primordial chaos godfire could burn anything in the world. A single wisp of it could kill a supreme being. Under the refinement of the primordial chaos godfire, the 4 balls of eternal light actually showed signs of being refined. Chapter 3974. Rumble. A thunderous sound came from the depths of the starry sky. A huge shadow appeared in the starry sky, trying to break through the barrier of the world and enter the ancestral realm. An eternal aura that could cause even a supreme being's heart to palpitate spread out from this faint and illusory black shadow. All the cultivators in the southern domain, and more than half of the central domain, could sense this aura. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. Did someone succeed? Someone said in disbelief. The eternal aura that came from the depths of the starry sky was too strong. It was many times stronger than the celestial clan master. The shadow was attacking the barrier. Once it broke through the barrier, it could enter the ancestral realm. Boom. In less than half an hour, there was a loud sound. The shadow in the depths of the starry sky broke through the void, tore through the barrier, and entered the ancestral realm with a single step. The moment this creature entered the primogenitor's realm, all the stars in the universe exploded. Billions of creatures in the primogenitor's realm trembled. Where is that guy from 300 years ago? An eternal-level spirit force immediately rushed out of the person's body and enveloped the entire starry sky and the entire southern region of the ancestral realm. However, Gu Fei had already entered the mountain and river cauldron. The god called the mountain and river cauldron had refined him. The mountain and river cauldron could isolate all auras. That supreme expert from the Acripoid realm could not sense Gu Fei's existence. That mysterious expert could not find Gu Fei, but he had alarmed the half-step eternal existences from other regions. In the Central Territory, in an ordinary city, people came and went on the streets. There were many shops on both sides of the street. An old man who was buying sesame seed cake suddenly stopped and looked up into the starry sky. The old man retracted his gaze and sighed. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into a corner of the street. No one noticed the disappearance of an old man. In the depths of the starry sky, countless Acripoid race rushed out from the hole behind the mysterious black-robed man. Soon, the Acripoid race filled the surrounding star regions. This mysterious person was the Acripoid Realm Lord. This time, he would personally kill his way into the primogenitor realm. He wanted to bathe the entire primogenitor realm in blood. However, just as the Acripoid Realm Lord was about to charge into the progenitor's realm with his ultimate weapon, a figure silently appeared in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The Acripoid Realm Lord stared at the person in front of him as he coldly spoke. This was an old man that couldn't be any more ordinary. However, it was precisely this old man that caused the Acripoid Realm Lord to willingly accept him. 300 years ago, it was you who did it. The old man stared coldly at the Acripoid Realm Lord. "So what if I am?" The Acripoid Realm Lord spoke in a nonchalant manner. In his eyes, these living beings were nothing more than ants. It was an honor for him to be able to absorb their essence chi. The old man did not speak again. Instead, he took out a knife from his body. The knife was rusty, and the blade was full of nicks. It was simply a useless knife. Ha! When the Acripoid Realm Lord saw the broken blade in the old man's hand, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What do you want to do with this broken blade? Kill me? Don't joke around." The Acripoid Realm Lord laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. "This blade once accompanied me in my conquest of the punishing heavens. It once drank the blood of the Huang Tian Great Emperor. It once slew the demon lord and severed the progenitor devil's arm." The old man's expression was solemn as he caressed the rusty knife in his hand. Hearing the old man's words, the Acripoid Realm Lord immediately calmed down. His expression turned solemn as well. The Huang Tian Great Emperor was a powerhouse from the last era. He was a half-step into the eternal realm. For this old man's rusty knife to have drunk his blood was unbelievable. As for the demon lord and the progenitor devil, they were definitely not weaklings. "Who the hell are you?" The Acripoid Realm Lord glared at the old man in front of him. A chilling, killing intent radiated from his body. The surrounding void seemed to solidify. However, facing the murderous aura of the Acripoid Realm Lord, the old man remained calm and collected. "Who I am, you don't need to know." The old man took a step forward as he spoke. The rusty knife in his hand turned into a beam of cold light as it slashed towards the Acripoid Realm Lord. There was no mystic art, no spell, but the blade cut through the Acripoid Realm Lord's protective astral energy and sliced the Acripoid Realm Lord in half. What the Acripoid Realm Lord was in disbelief. The old man's rusty knife was so powerful that it could hurt him. The old man's combat strength was not to be underestimated either. Wang. At that moment, the rusty knife in the old man's hand shone with a boundless divine light. He slashed out again. This time, the Acripoid Realm Lord's head was sliced in half. A ray of eternal light burst out from the Acripoid Realm Lord's head and rushed into the black hole behind him. It escaped back to the Acripoid realm. The old man did not chase after the Acripoid Realm Lord. Instead, he swung the knife in his hand. An immortal ray of eternal light appeared and sliced through the void. In the next moment, the countless Acripoids gathered in space were all killed by the old man. Countless Acripoids were sliced in half. The old man sheathed his knife and disappeared into space. Soon, the old man reappeared in the nameless city and continued to buy baked buns. Who would have thought that an old man who bought baked buns was an unparalleled existence? At this time, Gu Fei had no idea that he had just dodged a bullet. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from within the mountain and river cauldron. The grand mist, godly fire burned even brighter. Under the refinement of the grand mist godly fire, the 4 rays of eternal light finally began to merge. What's going on? Outside the Dragon Head Mountain, the shooting sun supremacy and the others who heard the commotion were shocked. At this time, the little old man was operating the mountain and river cauldron with all his might. He had even melted a piece of immortal god steel. However, these 4 rays of eternal light were much harder to melt than immortal god steel. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei suddenly felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, a figure appeared in the void. The 4 rays of eternal light were being devoured by the figure. Soon, an unimaginably powerful force gathered inside Gu Fei's body. Another unknown amount of time passed. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the entire mountain and river cauldron exploded. A figure walked out from the destroyed mountain and river cauldron. The little old man felt a great impact. Stinking brat, now it's your turn to help me. After saying that, the little old man disappeared into the fragments of the mountain and river cauldron and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 3975. Today I have achieved my Tao, and I will conquer the world. Gu Fei's voice spread out from the ancestral grounds, and instantly spread throughout the entire southern region. The heavens and earth resonated, and auspicious signs descended from the sky. Clouds and immortal light enveloped the sky, and one could vaguely see divine phoenixes and heavenly dragons circling in the skies. All the cultivators could vaguely hear the sound of the great Tao ringing in the air. This countless cultivators in the southern region saw the phenomenon above the ancestral grounds, and they were all indescribably shocked. Gu Fei's words, in particular, shocked countless cultivators to the extreme. Conquer the world, what does that mean? Does that person in the ancestral grounds want to conquer the entire ancestral realm and become the master of a realm? Master of a realm? Humph! Regardless of whether they had enmity with Gu Fei or not, the entire southern region, and even the entire cultivation world of the ancestral realm, were stirred up by Gu Fei's words. Gu Fei's strength was unquestionable, but when it came to conquering the ancestral realm, not many people were optimistic about him. In the southern region, he might be invincible, but outside the southern region, it was hard to say. Previously, someone had killed the Acripoid Realm Lord with a single slash, and that was the best proof. Although that person did not kill the Acrypoid realm lord, he had destroyed his physical body and killed the countless Acrypoids that the Acrypoid realm lord had brought with him. Such combat power, even Gu Fei would be left in the dust. The waters of the ancestral realm were too deep. No one knew how many unimaginable experts were hidden in the 5 great regions. However, some people were very cautious. Since Gu Fei dared to say such words, he definitely had some confidence. Otherwise, why would he dare to say such words? Just as Gu Fei came out of seclusion in the primogenitor devil domain of the primogenitor world on the primogenitor devil mountain, the 9 devil projections were standing there since ancient times, emitting an incomparably ancient and vicissitude aura. In the dusky sky, astral winds blew from time to time, and the wind whistled. Each figure was thousands of feet tall, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. This was the primogenitor devil mountain, where the 9 great primogenitor devils of the primogenitor devil domain had gathered. If people knew that the 9 great primogenitor realms had gathered, it would definitely shock everyone. After all, ever since the demonic chaos primogenitor realms, the 12 great primogenitor fiends had never gathered. Of course, the 12 ancestor devils had already become a thing of the past because the blood wolf ancestor, the scarlet fire ancestor, and the 6-armed demon ancestor had already been killed by Gu Fei. In front of the 9 great demon shadows was an altar. The altar was not tall, only about 300 meters tall. It was covered with all kinds of ancient demon marks, and every demon mark was at the extreme Tao level. The ancient sacrificial altar was stained with blood and appeared to be a kind of dark black color. "Boss, do we really have to go this far?" A demonic shadow said. "Yeah, once it starts, it can't end." Another specter said, "It's impossible for us to control an existence like that." Another demonic shadow said, "Humph, if that person comes, we'll all die." Someone had a different opinion. "That's right. It's better to live than to die. It's not easy to live to this day. I don't want to die." A demonic shadow said, "If we give it our all, we might not have to die." A few demons nodded. "Then let's begin." The leading demonic shadow glanced at the demons and said in a deep voice. No one said anything else. The demonic figure in the lead stretched out his right hand and drew a line on his right palm. Immediately, the demonic blood dripped from his hand onto the ancient altar. This was the sovereign demon blood. Every drop could demonize an area and turn it into a terrifying demon realm. However, when the terrifying demon blood dripped onto the ancient devil sacrificial altar, it was instantly devoured, leaving behind only a faint dark brown color. At this time, the other ancestor devils also stretched out their right hands and made a cut on their palms, letting the demon blood drip onto the ancient devil altar. However, after the ancient devil altar absorbed the demon blood of the 9 great ancestor devils, there were no changes. This made the 9 great ancestor devils aghast. "Continue." The leading ancestor devil said in a deep voice. Demon blood continuously dripped from his hand. The other 8 ancestor devils didn't stop either. They also continued to let out their blood. Soon, the demon blood of the 9 great ancestor devils gathered on the ancient devil altar and flowed into each of the demon marks. "What's going on this time? Are we going to use our blood to fill all the Tao marks on the altar?" An ancestor devil said in shock. "Last time, I only filled a third of it." Another ancestor devil said, "Cut the crap." The eldest ancestor devil glanced at the 2 ancestor devils who spoke. The 2 ancestor devils immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, the extreme demon blood gradually filled every demonic pattern on the ancient devil sacrificial altar. Then, the ancient devil sacrificial altar finally moved. The demon marks that absorbed the sovereign demon blood started to emit a demonic light. In the end, the demonic light illuminated the dusky world. In the next moment, the ancient devil altar produced a heaven-devouring power. The demonic chi in the entire primogenitor devil territory was drawn and gathered crazily towards the primogenitor devil mountain. Demonic light that could be seen by the naked, I rushed out from all parts of the primogenitor devil territory. Countless black rays of light rushed towards the primogenitor devil mountain and entered the ancient devil altar. The ancient devil altar seemed to have come to life and was crazily devouring the demonic chi from all directions. "All right, retreat," the ancestor devil said as he retracted his right hand and rushed out of the primogenitor devil mountain. The other ancestor devils also retracted their hands and left the primogenitor devil mountain. At this time, the ancient devil altar at the peak of the primogenitor devil mountain started to move on its own. It was plundering the demonic chi in the primogenitor devil territory. A terrifying demonic energy started to condense on the ancient devil altar. At this time, the entire primogenitor devil territory was in chaos. Countless demonic beings were roaring. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Everything's demonic chi was rapidly disappearing. The 1,000-zhang tall demonic tree was rapidly withering. Its branches and leaves were dried up, and the tree trunk lost its vitality. After that, it completely lost its life essence. Even the other demonic beings in the primogenitor devil territory couldn't escape. A demonic beast that was as huge as a mountain directly fell to the ground. Streams of demonic chi rushed out from the body of this demonic beast. Very quickly, this demonic beast turned into a dried corpse. The primogenitor devil territory was huge. However, at this time, countless demonic beings had lost their demonic chi. Demonic corpses could be seen everywhere in the devil territory. Even the powerful demons weren't spared. For example, the three-eyed demons. Although they had the protection of the demon saint, they still couldn't resist the devouring of the ancient devil altar. Hundreds of thousands of three-eyed demons had turned into dried corpses. In an instant, the entire primogenitor devil territory was filled with wails. As for the 9 great ancestor devils, they looked at everything coldly. An incomparably huge black whirlpool appeared in the sky above the primogenitor devil territory. Not only the demonic chi, even the heaven and earth essence outside the primogenitor devil territory was being drawn in. The movement of the devil territory shocked the entire world. Brothers, download and install the 17K app. If you sign in for 3 consecutive days, you can get a day of VIP access. You can read all the novels on the website for free. Just choose the normal download option. Chapter 3976. The primogenitor realm's devil domain was definitely the source of chaos in the primogenitor realm. All the sects and clan leaders wanted to destroy this devil domain, but they never succeeded. This time, a shocking phenomenon suddenly appeared in the primogenitor demon domain. The vortex above the devil domain was terrifying, as if it could devour the entire primogenitor realm. The black hole vortex was not only devouring the devil chi of the primogenitor demon domain, but it was also devouring the essence chi of heaven and earth. The lush forest outside the primogenitor demon domain was quickly losing its vitality. The flowers and trees quickly withered, and the originally green mountain ridges turned yellow. Countless birds and beasts living in the mountain ridges also fell to the ground. A golden rock soared into the sky from a cave dwelling, wanting to escape. However, rays of golden light rushed out of the golden rock's body. In just an instant, the powerful golden rock's entire body's essence chi was completely drained, and it turned into a dried corpse falling from the sky. Boom! mountain ridges exploded, and a demonic giant rushed out of the mountain ridges, wanting to escape from this place. With just a few steps, the giant had already traveled 1,000 miles. It was about to charge out of the range of the terrifying devouring power. However, everything was in vain. The demonic giant's essence chi crazily rushed out of his body, turning into rays of demonic light that soared into the sky, rushing towards the black hole vortex above the primogenitor demon domain. The demonic giant, who was just one step away from escaping, finally let out a sorrowful roar and fell to the ground. This was definitely a disaster. The primogenitor demon domain and the living beings within billions of miles were all in trouble, especially the primogenitor demon domain. 95% of the devil chi was devoured by the black hole vortex in the sky, and this 5% devil chi was suppressed by the 9 great primogenitor demon domain. Otherwise, the entire primogenitor demon domain would collapse and be completely erased from this earth. The 9 great primogenitor demon domain naturally would not watch the primogenitor demon domain be destroyed in front of their eyes. Naturally, they had to protect this devil domain. At this time, the primogenitor demon mountain, the sacred mountain in the eyes of billions of demons in the primogenitor demon domain, was still standing between heaven and earth, and the ancient altar at the peak of the ancestor demon mountain had already flown high into the sky. The ancient altar condensed endless devil chi and was carrying out some kind of summoning. Rumble. In the depths of the huge black hole in the sky, a thunderous roar came from the heavens. A terrifying demonic figure could be vaguely seen inside, as though it was struggling to come out. Ha! I'm about to succeed. In the end, this world belongs to us, the demons. One of the progenitor fiends laughed out loud. He stared at the demonic figure in the depths of the black hole in the sky with a crazed look in his eyes. Ancestor is the #1 devil born in the primogenitor world, the ancestor of all demons. He's invincible. As long as we can invite him over, would we have to fear that madman Gu Fei? A progenitor fiend stared at the fiendish figure in the whirlpool in the sky with a grave expression. It's easy to invite them in, but it's hard to send them away. A primogenitor devil said worriedly. The #1 primogenitor devil was an invincible existence who had lived for countless eras. It was unknown how many battles he had fought, but he was still alive and well. However, the #1 primogenitor devil was in an unfathomable state. Only the ancient devil's sacrificial altar could summon him. However, the biggest problem was the #1 primogenitor devil's state. He was sometimes sober and sometimes crazy. It was fine when he was sober, but once he sank into madness, it would be a disaster for everyone. This was also why the 9 great primogenitor devils absolutely wouldn't summon the #1 primogenitor devil unless it was absolutely necessary. It was very likely that they would die at the hands of the #1 primogenitor devil, as the black hole devoured more and more devil chi and heaven and earth essence chi. The terrifying fiendish figure in the depths of the whirlpool emitted more and more devil might. The supremes in the primogenitor world all sensed the changes in the primogenitor demon realm. The primogenitor demon realm immediately attracted the attention of all the extreme Tao supremes in the primogenitor world. Could it be that those fellows are actually summoning that madman, a super antique who had lived for countless years and experienced many eras, seemed to think of a certain legend? Back then, the primogenitor world had almost become a world of devils. In the end, the demons didn't succeed and could only retreat to the primogenitor demon realm. At that time, almost all the extreme Tao supremes in the primogenitor world were mobilized. If nothing unexpected happened, the primogenitor demon realm would have been flattened. However, at the final juncture, an accident still happened. The 12 primogenitor devils actually summoned an unimaginable existence. In that battle, that unimaginable existence directly killed the supremes of the 5 great domains. Countless supremes fell, directly leading to the decline of many superforces that had existed for countless years. In the end, the primogenitor demon realm continued to exist. The 12 primogenitor devils continued to occupy the primogenitor demon realm, confronting the various powerful clans of the primogenitor world. Thinking of how terrifying that terrifying existence was, those super antiques couldn't remain calm. That was an existence that surpassed the extreme Tao. Its devil might covered the heavens. If it weren't for the supreme powerhouses intervening at the crucial moment, the 5 regions' allied army would have been completely annihilated. What's going on? In a certain city in the primogenitor world, an old man buying sesame seed cakes frowned. He then raised his head and looked in the direction of the primogenitor demon realm. His gaze was incomparably deep. This old man had previously destroyed the physical body of the Acrypoid realm's lord. However, this time, the old man didn't move. He continued to make his sesame seed cakes. Primogenitor demon realm? In the ancestral land of the Sky Clan, Gu Fei suddenly raised his head. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the endless void. He directly saw the shocking scene in the sky above the primogenitor demon realm. Interesting. Gu Fei suddenly smiled. The primogenitor demon realm actually hid such a powerful demon. This was the confidence of the primogenitor demon realm, with the first primogenitor demon, who would dare to casually provoke the demons in the primogenitor demon realm. Swish! Gu Fei's heart moved. In the next moment, he directly disappeared into the void. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the sky above the primogenitor demon realm. Then, the demonic shadow in the black hole whirlpool actually directly walked out of it, step by step. With every step, the demonic shadow swallowed an endless amount of essence chi. Boom! With a loud bang, the black hole whirlpool exploded. A terrifying and monstrous power erupted, and then it was completely swallowed by the demonic shadow. The pressure on the demonic shadow's body rapidly increased, directly exceeding the extreme Tao. At this time, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the distance. Ha! Gu Fei, you came at the right time. The primogenitor great demon suddenly laughed. Boom! Chapter 3977. If I return, the world will be turned upside down. The first demon ancestor's voice spread throughout the ancestral realm. Billions of creatures were terrified to the extreme. The next moment, the first demon ancestor, who didn't care about his youth, directly stared at Gu Fei. He took a step forward and instantly appeared above Gu Fei's head. Then, he stomped down on Gu Fei. Let's see how you'll turn the world upside down. Gu Fei roared and directly punched upward. It didn't have an overly powerful aura, but the void was directly torn apart by his fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two forces instantly collided and exploded. A transparent ripple immediately spread between Gu Fei and the first demon ancestor. Wherever the ripple passed, the void was silently annihilated. The 9 first demons hurriedly retreated into the distance. They sadly discovered that they couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. It wasn't that they were too weak. They were the first demons, the most powerful demons in the ancestral realm, especially the first demon ancestor, the great demon, who could compete with supremacies. It was just that Gu Fei and the first demon ancestor were too powerful. The battle has begun. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. The aura of the 2 supreme existences in the eternal realm was vast and mighty, shaking the entire ancestral realm. Even the stars in the starry sky were on the verge of collapse. This battle could only be watched by existences in the extreme Tao. Cultivators below the extreme Tao were not qualified or capable of coming to watch. The two existences in the eternal realm could easily disrupt the laws of heaven and earth in the entire world. Yi Qingtian's figure appeared in the distant sky. The battle between Gu Fei and the first demon ancestor had actually alarmed him. He had been staying in the Lost Land for a long time and hadn't left it for a long time. Since Yi Qingtian was alarmed, the evil ancestor naturally came as well. The appearance of two great existences that had surpassed the extreme Tao realm caused countless supreme beings to be indescribably shocked. Existences of this level normally did not reveal themselves and rarely appeared. The appearance of Yi Qingtian and the evil ancestor shocked the extreme Tao supremes who were watching the battle. This guy is even stronger than before. Yi Qingtian looked at Gu Fei, who was fighting the first demon ancestor, and muttered to himself. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Humph! Evil ancestor did not think much of it. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. The two supreme existences that surpassed the extreme Tao used their divine arts and were locked in a stalemate. This directly shook half of the ancestral realm. This battle was destined to shake the world. Fortunately, this battle did not break out in the outside world. If it had been in the outside world, billions of living beings would have fallen. 3,000 world flicks. The primogenitor, first devil, immediately used an eternal mystic ability. In the blink of an eye, he conjured 3,000 worlds. This was a mystic ability that was absolutely shocking. Even the supreme supremacies were dumbfounded when they saw this. The existence of the eternal realm could actually open up 3,000 macro worlds in the blink of an eye. This was simply a miracle. The 3,000 demon realms simultaneously quaked and destroyed Gu Fei. In the face of this power and mystic ability, even supreme supremacies were like ants. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him, as if he had entered another world. Boundless world energy pressed down on him. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky, and powerful eternal power erupted. One world after another collapsed around him, turning into terrifying destructive power that was enough to obliterate everything. He was like a god of destruction that could destroy the world. With a roar, a ball of eternal light emerged from his body, blocking the destructive power that was about to obliterate everything. Blade, come! Gu Fei extended his right hand, and a peerless, ominous blade immediately appeared in his hand. The moment he grasped the peerless, ominous saber, the god's will within the peerless, ominous saber was instantly awakened, and this supreme Tao artifact immediately displayed its peak power. Without any hesitation, he held the blade with both hands and slashed forward with all his might. The terrifying blade light instantly transformed into a dragon that soared into the sky, directly breaking through the layers of demonic skies. One blade to break 10,000 worlds. With a roar, the peerless, ominous blade in Gu Fei's hand actually flew up, instantly destroying 3,000 demon realms. The momentum of the blade didn't change, and it directly slashed towards the first demon ancestor. The first demon ancestor was taken aback. He never imagined that Gu Fei could so easily break his peerless mystic ability of the flicking 3,000 worlds. The peerless, ominous blade instantly slashed down, and the first demon ancestor blasted out a fist, directly smashing it. Clang! The demonic fist and the peerless, ominous blade collided, and like iron being forged, the peerless, ominous blade was also smashed away. The blade light dissipated, revealing the body of the blade. The first demon ancestor's fist, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. This was the strength of the fleshly body of an eternal realm expert. Even the most powerful supreme Tao tool couldn't hurt an eternal realm expert. If the peerless ominous blade hadn't been reinforced by Gu Fei's power, the first demon ancestor's fist would have smashed the peerless ominous blade into pieces. Humph! Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the peerless ominous blade that had been smashed away by the first demon ancestor's fist immediately flew back to him, and he grabbed it. In the next moment, the peerless ominous blade erupted with a peerless ominous might, causing the stars in the sky to tremble under its might. Little guy, today I'll show you what a truly invincible weapon is, the first demon ancestor said, and then spat out a demon sword from his mouth, only to see that this demon sword also emitted eternal fluctuations of power. Eternal Tao tool. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he saw a demon tool like this, and it was even stronger than a supreme Tao tool. One sword to split the heavens. The first demon ancestor shouted. The demon sword only trembled slightly, and the entire world seemed to be split in half. A pitch-black spatial rift appeared between heaven and earth, and it instantly spread towards Gu Fei. Die! Gu Fei's battle intent surged, and his blood boiled. He swung the peerless ominous blade in his hand, and with a clang, he blocked the split the heavens demon sword. He only felt a powerful force pass through the demon sword, and he couldn't help but be knocked back thousands of meters. This, Gu Fei looked down and saw a soybean-sized chip on the blade of the peerless ominous blade. What the hell did the first demon ancestor summon? Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Such an existence shouldn't even exist in this world. Haha, Gu Fei is dead for sure this time. Chapter 3978. Is Gu Fei's invincibility going to end here? The sovereigns watching the battle from afar were indescribably shocked. The demon summoned by the primogenitor devil was so powerful that even Gu Fei was forced to retreat. Didn't that mean that even Gu Fei wasn't a match for it? It's too early to say that, someone said. After all, the battle had just begun. Who would win and who would lose would only be known after the battle. Ever since Gu Fei made his debut, he had been invincible, whether it was exterminating the Wood Clan, defeating the 9 Supremes, or defeating 3 half-step eternal existences a year ago. Any one of these achievements was enough to shock the world. How could such an amazing existence be defeated here? It was simply a joke. Boom. Sure enough, in the next moment, Gu Fei's body erupted with an even stronger power. Eternal God light emerged from his body, making him look like a flaming god of war. Eternal God light danced on his body like divine fire. After he refined the origin energy of the celestial clan master and the others, his cultivation base had completely stabilized. However, who would have thought that the ancestor devil would actually summon such a demon? And this demon turned out to be in existence in the eternal realm. His eternal heavenly tribulation had yet to come. Little guy, you're no good. The ancestor devil looked at Gu Fei with a smile that wasn't a smile. A sword transformed into a sword light that circled around him, exuding a heart-palpitating aura of eternity. You actually said that I'm no good. Gu Fei was angry. He hated it when people said that he was no good. Die! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei slashed at the ancestor devil. Buzz. The void trembled. The dragon-shaped saber light was extremely fierce. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. This was a saber strike of absolute destruction. The ancestor devil gently pressed his left hand forward, and the dragon-shaped saber light suddenly exploded. The first demon of the primogenitor actually blocked Gu Fei's attack so easily, leaving the spectating supreme beings dumbstruck and in disbelief. Ha ha! After devouring you, my cultivation base will definitely advance further. The first demon progenitor laughed maniacally as he attacked. A huge hand instantly appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei. You want to devour me? Ha ha! Gu Fei laughed out loud. The next moment, boom! With a loud bang, he charged forward fiercely. The air exploded, and the space collapsed. His strength instantly broke through the limits of his body. Both Gu Fei's physical strength and speed soared in an instant. Bam! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the first devil ancestor's chest, and the first devil ancestor's body exploded. The might of Gu Fei's punch was so powerful that all the Supremes watching the battle were stunned. That was a devil in the eternal realm. The power of the extreme shattering fist was too great. However, Gu Fei still had a solemn look on his face, because the existence of the eternal realm would not be so easily killed. Sure enough, the torn flesh and blood quickly gathered together, and even the blood flew back into the first devil ancestor's body. Very good. You've successfully angered me. The first devil patriarch's flesh color returned to normal, and his eternal devil body emanated an aura that left countless Supremes in awe. So what if I angered you? Gu Fei said disdainfully. Damn it, I've changed my mind. I'm going to crush your soul for millions of years and refine it with devil flames day and night. I'll make you beg for death, but you can't. The first devil ancestor stared at Gu Fei, and his blood-red eyes flashed with a murderous light. Come at me if you have the guts. What's the point of talking so much? Gu Fei said impatiently. Roar. The first devil ancestor roared. In the next moment, the entire world crumbled, and a terrifying destructive power erupted from the body of the eternal devil ancestor. Gu Fei bore the brunt of the attack, and he coughed up blood again and again. He almost lost his grip on his peerless blade. Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. The first devil ancestor's methods were truly unbelievable. Was he trying to destroy the world with his own strength? Chaotic yin and yang. Gu Fei directly used this mystic art. In the next moment, the space around him twisted and warped as though yin and yang were in chaos, blocking the destructive power. Little fella, the first devil ancestor roared and attacked in a frenzy. But at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt an unknown threat coming from this world. It was as though there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the unseen world. Shit! Gu Fei was shocked when he sensed all of this. Heavenly tribulation. Ha! It's heavenly tribulation. You're dead for sure. The first devil ancestor laughed maniacally. The eternal devil sword in his hand transformed into an incomparably resplendent sword light that intertwined with Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched out, directly colliding with the sword light. Then he took a step forward and instantly appeared above the first devil ancestor's head. Rumble, as Gu Fei's foot landed, the space beneath his feet trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Heaven-trampling step, trample the heavens with 1 foot. Gu Fei used the heaven-trampling step. Boom! With a loud bang, the first devil ancestor was trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot, smashing into the ground. At this time, a power condensed rapidly in the sky. This was a power that could destroy everything, causing the souls of Supremes to tremble. Shit, the heavenly tribulation came at this time. Gu Fei smiled bitterly. The eternal heavenly tribulation was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. This was a power that surpassed the heavens and earth. Ordinary Supremes were like ants before this power. At this time, the first devil ancestor attacked again. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation had a great effect on Gu Fei. For a moment, Gu Fei was in a desperate situation. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Eternal devil ancestor, heavenly tribulation, bring it on. Gu Fei's blood was boiling, and his battle intent was unprecedentedly strong. His eyes shone like lightning, dazzling. Seeing this scene, the spectating Supremes were shocked. Ha! The first devil ancestor laughed maniacally. His blood-red eyes revealed a chaotic look. The first devil ancestor couldn't help but be shocked. The first devil ancestor was about to descend into madness. This was not a good thing for everyone present. Once the first devil ancestor fell into a frenzy of slaughter, he would kill anyone he saw until he regained his senses. What should we do? Chapter 3979. Gu Fei was fighting the first primogenitor demon. The first primogenitor demon was the first demon born from the primal chaos of the primogenitor realm. It was still alive after countless eras. However, Gu Fei knew that it wasn't easy for the first primogenitor demon to survive until now. It must have used some unimaginable secret technique and paid a hefty price to survive until now. Of course, this wasn't something he needed to worry about. He wasn't interested in how the first primogenitor demon managed to survive for so long. Gu Fei hadn't fallen to the point where he needed to use the demon's secret technique to extend his life. However, Gu Fei was in a desperate situation. While he was fighting the first primogenitor demons, his heavenly tribulation had arrived. It was his eternal heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation rapidly condensed, and the entire world darkened. The spectating Supremes were indescribably shocked when they sensed the destructive aura descending from the sky. All the Supremes retreated at once. This was an eternal heavenly tribulation. If they were caught up in it, they were dead for sure. However, the first primogenitor demon, who was fighting Gu Fei, gradually descended into madness. This made the 9 primogenitor demons extremely nervous. Let's go. The 9 primogenitor demons turned around and left without looking back. If the first primogenitor demon descended into madness, it would definitely be a disaster. Every living being it saw would become its target and be killed. Roar. The first primogenitor demon roared, forcing Gu Fei to retreat. At this moment, Gu Fei had to deal with both the heaven tribulation and the number 1 demon of the primogenitor realm. He was a little flustered. Soon enough, blinding bolts of lightning appeared in the sky. The destructive aura spread out in all directions, and billions of living beings were terrified. Bang! While Gu Fei was distracted, the first primogenitor demon's fist landed on his shoulder and sent him flying thousands of miles away. Damn it! Gu Fei was furious. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the first progenitor's head. Sky-trampling with 1 step, Gu Fei's right foot stomped down on the primogenitor's first demon. In an instant, the heaven and earth beneath his feet seemed to have been destroyed. The void was annihilated, transforming into a terrifying destructive force that enveloped the primogenitor's first demon. This was a near-invincible combat skill that Gu Fei had created after he had broken through to the extreme grade realm by combining countless cultivation methods and combat skills. It was called Heaven Treading Steps. Roar! The first demon ancestor roared madly. Boundless demonic energy rushed out of his body, turning into a peerless sword light that pierced upwards. However, all the sword lights shattered under Gu Fei's feet. Bam! Crack! Gu Fei viciously stomped down with his foot, and a dull thud and the sound of breaking bones rang out at the same time. The first demon patriarch was trampled down from the sky again. The first demon patriarch's entire body was covered in boundless demonic energy. The demonic energy of the eternal grade shook the heavens. With the eternal devil sword in hand, he directly attacked from the ground. The eternal devil body was indestructible. It was difficult for Gu Fei's attack to truly injure the first demon patriarch. Die! The first demon patriarch roared madly. Countless stars in the sky exploded. Mountains collapsed. The earth quaked, and countless living beings were directly killed by the sound waves. Even the extreme grade supremes who were watching the battle from afar felt their blood churn when they heard the first demon ancestors roar. Some of the weaker supremes even had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths as they retreated in terror. In front of such an existence, the extreme grade supremes were as weak as ants. Boundless killing intent erupted from the first demon patriarch, causing the heavens to pale. At the same time, the devil sword in the first demon patriarch's hand erupted with unprecedented demonic energy. The first demon patriarch gently slashed the void, a spatial rift that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in the void. Gu Fei raised his hand to shatter the peerless sword light that was slashing towards him. Then he engaged in a frenzied battle with the first primogenitor. For a time, the sky above was extremely chaotic, and black holes appeared in the void. Someone as strong as Gu Fei and the first demon patriarch could easily tear the void apart with just a wave of their hands. Boom! Bam! Dull thuds resounded. Gu Fei raised his hand and sent the first demon patriarch flying. But very quickly, he was sent flying back by the first demon patriarch. The two supreme existences of the eternal grade were evenly matched. The countless supremes watching the battle were indescribably shocked. One must know that the first demon patriarch was an existence that had lived for countless years. His cultivation and battle prowess had reached an unimaginable level. On the other hand, Gu Fei hadn't even transcended his eternal heavenly tribulation. Heaven transformation palm. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately used the hand of heaven form. The power of heaven form immediately surged out from his hand and enveloped the first demon ancestor in an instant. In the next moment, the first demon patriarch dissipated like dust. Even his soul was turned into nothingness by the power of heaven transformation. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? That demon patriarch was killed by Gu Fei. Someone said in disbelief. One must know that the first demon patriarch was an eternal demon patriarch that had lived for countless years. How could he be defeated just like that? His body and soul were destroyed. The 9 great primogenitor fiends had already retreated far enough, but they were still watching the battle. Impossible. The first demon patriarch's voice trembled. Boom. Just at this moment, the tribulation clouds pressed down, and a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly blasting Gu Fei's body, causing him to stagger and almost fall from the sky. The eternal heavenly tribulation was activated. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was incomparably grave. This eternal heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than he had expected. That bolt of lightning just now was enough to kill any supremacy. Even a supremacy wouldn't be able to block it. At this time, the void trembled. The figure of the first demon patriarch that Gu Fei had killed appeared again. Endless demonic energy erupted from his body, instantly covering the entire world. Gu Fei was surprised to see this. This guy wasn't afraid of the eternal heavenly tribulation. However, he soon understood. This eternal heavenly tribulation seemed to be targeting only him. The others seemed to be fearless under the eternal heavenly tribulation. The eternal heavenly tribulation wouldn't target others. Could it be that the eternal heavenly tribulation had its own consciousness? Gu Fei stared at the first demon patriarch, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In this way, it was as if he was fighting against two supreme existences at the eternal realm at the same time. In this way, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. Brothers, download and install the 17K client. If you sign in for 3 consecutive days, you can get a day of VIP access. You can read all the novels on the website for free for a day. Just choose the normal download option. Chapter 3980, The Eternal Heavenly Tribulation, was different from ordinary heavenly tribulations. This was a heavenly tribulation that only targeted the person undergoing it. Even if others were to stand under it, they wouldn't be in any danger. This was also the reason why the first demon ancestor dared to attack Gu Fei, when Gu Fei's eternal heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Of course, at this time, the first demon ancestor had already fallen into an endless frenzy of slaughter. This guy was even stronger than when he was awake. Roar! The first demon ancestor roared, shattering heaven and earth. He crazily attacked Gu Fei. The endless void was constantly annihilated, as if doomsday had arrived. A terrifying demonic aura spread out, forcing the surrounding extreme grade supremes to retreat continuously. Some of the weaker supremes actually fell from the sky. Although the extreme Tao supremes that fell from the sky didn't die, they were still covered in dust and looked battered and exhausted. Even an extreme supremacy could feel his soul trembling under the demonic might. The two auras of immortality and eternity constantly collided between heaven and earth, pressuring the countless supremes in the ancestral realm to bow their heads. Only the half-step eternal existences could barely withstand it. Rumble! At this time, lightning struck from the tribulation clouds above Gu Fei's head. Although lightning was the power of destruction, it also brought him a trace of eternal divinity. The destructive lightning struck Gu Fei's body. Even someone as strong as him and his eternal indestructible body were left with traces of lightning. Gu Fei was incomparably miserable. While being bombarded by lightning, he still had to fight the first demon ancestor endlessly. It was as if he was fighting two eternal supremes at the same time. He was repeatedly blasted away by the first demon ancestor, and even suffered a blow from the first demon ancestor. His left arm was almost cut off, which shocked and angered him. Although Gu Fei's eternal indestructible body was powerful and was known as eternal, the devil sword in the first demon ancestor's hand was a genuine eternal devil artifact. Even an eternal indestructible physique would be injured after being struck by the eternal devil sword. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's wounds were healed and his battle blood boiled. Eyes flashing like lightning, he unleashed a fist strike that was 10 times as powerful as before. It was like a raging wave that slammed into the first devil patriarch. Bam! With a muffled sound, the first devil patriarch was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's fist. Terrifying, seeing Gu Fei blow up the primogenitor first devil ancestor with a single punch. All the supremes were dumbfounded once more. This Gu Fei was simply too amazing. He had blown up the eternal devil ancestor with a single punch. Heaven transformation hand. Transform! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the heaven transformation palm. In the next moment, the power of the heaven transformation palm burst forth, reducing the first demon primogenitor's body into nothingness once more. He wanted to wipe away the first demon progenitor's divine soul imprint and kill him for good. However, at this moment, boundless tribulation, lightning descended from the sky and engulfed him in lightning. This is preposterous. Gu Fei roared in anger. The eternal heavenly lightning was simply too powerful. His hair was standing on end, and his body was charred black. He was in an incomparably sorry state. He charged out of the eternal lightning sea. At the same time, the first devil patriarch reformed his body and charged at Gu Fei again. Blood-colored sword light pierced through the void, ignoring the barriers of space and stabbing into Gu Fei's body. Uffed. Blood splattered everywhere. The first devil patriarch's sword pierced through Gu Fei's body and nailed him to the void. Although the first devil patriarch was in a state of madness, he instinctively fought against Gu Fei. In this state, he was even more terrifying than when he was sober. One had to know that this guy had lived for countless months, and his combat experience was plentiful. Perhaps no one in the primogenitor's realm could compare to him. Gu Fei directly sent the first devil patriarch flying. Then, he pulled out the devil sword that was stabbed into his body and attacked the first devil patriarch. His wounds healed quickly. Soon, the place where he was stabbed was completely healed. He was still full of vitality. At this time, the destructive power coming from the tribulation clouds grew stronger and stronger. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The eternal, heavenly tribulation could injure existences in the eternal realm. Gu Fei also fell into madness. He fought against the first devil patriarch until the heavens and the earth cracked. In the end, the entire domain was destroyed. The primogenitor demon domain was completely erased from the primogenitor's realm. When the 9 great primogenitor demons saw this scene, they almost vomited blood. The primogenitor demon domain that they had managed for countless years was completely destroyed. Fortunately, when they left the primogenitor demon domain, they brought the altar with them. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Gu Fei. The 9 great primogenitor demons hated Gu Fei to the core, but they couldn't do anything. Roar. Gu Fei was incomparably fierce. He directly grabbed the first devil patriarch's legs and forcefully pulled, unexpectedly tearing the first devil patriarch in half. Demon blood dyed the blue sky. This scene was extremely shocking. It was deeply imprinted in the mind of every extreme Tao supremacy who saw this scene. At this time, the demon blood burned, turning into a terrifying demon fire that burned towards Gu Fei. In the midst of the demon fire, a terrifying demon shadow loomed. It was really difficult to kill an existence in the eternal realm. Ordinary means couldn't kill an eternal expert at all. If one wanted to kill these guys, they must have some special abilities. At this time, a sea of lightning once again appeared above Gu Fei's head. Within this sea of lightning, there were vague but powerful figures. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. From these faint and illusory figures, he sensed the aura of immortality and eternity, as if there were eternal supremacy standing there. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. In the sea of lightning, those faint and illusory figures attacked. It was as if countless supremacy were attacking at the same time. Gu Fei was directly beaten into a cloud of blood mist. The eternal divinity in the sea of lightning began to be absorbed by Gu Fei's divine soul. The eternal aura emitted from his divine soul became even stronger. Swish! At this time, a blood-red sword light directly broke through the layers of the sea of lightning, cutting Gu Fei's divine soul in half. Roar! Gu Fei went crazy. His divine soul crazily devoured the essence chi from all directions, even the power of heavenly tribulation. He directly reformed his body, then rushed out, hugged the first devil patriarch, and soared into the sky, directly into the tribulation clouds of the eternal heavenly tribulation. Rumble, the power of the eternal heavenly tribulation boiled. Gu Fei's body and the body of the first devil patriarch were instantly torn to pieces by the destructive power of the 2 supreme existences in the eternal realm. Only their divine souls were left. The power of the eternal heavenly tribulation was too strong. When it suddenly erupted, even Gu Fei and the first devil patriarch couldn't withstand it. The first devil patriarch's divine soul was directly torn apart. But at this moment, he woke up. I'm going to send you into the cycle of reincarnation. I'm going to destroy you in it. Chapter 3981. Devil blood stains the azure sky. Life opens reincarnation. The primogenitor's divine will rippled through the entire primogenitor realm. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, these words rang in the minds of every living being in the primogenitor realm. Then, the primogenitor first devil vanished from the world. His fleshly body, soul, and the most primal life imprint were all gone. The power triggered by this kind of price was also the most powerful power in history. The entire world turned blood red, and in the sky, 6 huge vortexes appeared. It was as if the 6 paths of reincarnation had appeared in the world. Gu Fei's soul and the power of the eternal heavenly tribulation were devoured by one of the black holes. The heavenly tribulation that enveloped the entire world was actually devoured. Everyone found it hard to believe. One had to know that this was the eternal heavenly tribulation. Madness, they've all gone mad. The primogenitor first devil actually used his life to open the 6 paths of reincarnation. One of the super old-timers stared at the 6 black holes in the sky in horror. As the 6 black holes devoured the world, many of the spectating Supremes were involuntarily sucked into them. They screamed as they were swallowed by the black holes and sent into reincarnation. Run! Seeing this, the extreme Tao Supremes were terrified to the extreme. They immediately unleashed their powerful mystical abilities and left the place. Some of the Supremes even tore through the void and hid in the primal chaos. However, the 6 black holes in the sky continued to expand and soon covered the entire sky. Countless life forms flew over from all directions and were sucked into the 6 black holes. Even the flowers and trees were no exception. The Supremes were dumbfounded. What in the world did that devil do? Did he really open the 6 paths of reincarnation? One of the exalts exclaimed in shock. The 6 paths of reincarnation was nothing more than a legend in the primogenitor realm. However, many people believed in its existence. The Buddhist lord of the mortal world had thought of all sorts of ways to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, even after spending his entire life, he failed to establish the true 6 paths of reincarnation. But now, the true 6 paths of reincarnation had appeared. The primogenitor, first devil, was an eternal devil ancestor. It was hard to imagine that he would pay with his life to open the 6 paths of reincarnation. The primogenitor, first devil, that lunatic, someone was shouting. The 6 paths of reincarnation couldn't appear because no one could control the power of reincarnation. Once it went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire primogenitor realm would probably be destroyed. Sigh. In a certain small city in the primogenitor realm, it was the old man who bought fried pancakes again. He helplessly stopped. I just want to buy sesame seed cake in peace. The old man shook his head and sighed before disappearing into the void again. The small town was hundreds of millions of miles away from the ancestor demon territory, but in just a breath's time, the old man appeared on a mountain near the 6 paths of reincarnation vortex. At this time, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation spread out in all directions. Mountains crumbled one after another, turning into dust that soared into the sky and was directly devoured by the reincarnation vortex. The 6 paths of reincarnation vortex wasn't just devouring life, it was devouring the entire world. We've gone too far this time. The old man shook his head helplessly and put down the burden on his shoulder. At this time, on another mountain peak, next to the old man's, another person appeared without any warning. This person was a middle-aged fat man. He held a bull-slaughtering knife in one hand and a bull's head in the other. He was barefooted, and the cloth shoe on his foot had already fallen off to who knew where. It was obvious that this fat man was in a hurry to come. He didn't even put down the bull's head. "Bull slaughterer, you're here too? You ran so fast that you lost your shoe." The old man said with a smile, "Bull slaughterer, you were one step ahead of me last time, and now you're faster than me again. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come." The bull slaughterer fatty said, unhappily, "What's going on?" At this time, another figure appeared in the sky. It was a slender middle-aged man in cyan robes. He was holding a banner in his hand that had the words "Divine Divination of Heavenly Secrets" written on it. "Fortune teller, can you come a little later?" The old man said to the fortune teller in the sky, "This guy is busy with fortune telling. It's good enough that he's here." The middle-aged fat butcher said disapprovingly, "Humph, I'm still busy buying the fried pancakes." The old man who bought the fried pancakes was very dissatisfied. All right, if you don't make a move, this place will not exist anymore." The middle-aged fat butcher threw away the bull's head in his hand and said impatiently, "Even if the ancestral world returns to chaos, we can open up a new world and continue to live freely. Why are you in such a hurry to make a move?" The middle-aged fortune teller said disapprovingly, "If the ancestral world returns to chaos, we won't be able to go back." "You bastard!" The old man who bought the sesame seed cake cursed. "Then why aren't you making a move?" The middle-aged fortune teller said indifferently, "You bastard!" The old man was furious, but he couldn't do anything to this guy. Although this guy was unreliable, his cultivation and combat strength were there. At most, he was on par with this guy. Moreover, if they were to fight, it wouldn't be fun. Boom! In the next moment, a ball of eternal light burst out from the old man's body. The eternal power spread out in all directions. Then, a shocking scene appeared on his body. The white hair on his head turned black quickly. The color around his face faded, and finally disappeared completely. His slightly hunched back straightened. In just a breath or two, the old man had turned into a handsome young man. The only thing that didn't change was the patched clothes on his body. This was the true appearance of the old man who bought the fried pancakes, and it was also his peak state. 6 paths of reincarnation. Get lost. The young man flew up and came before the 6 paths of reincarnation vortexes. The heaven-devouring power from the vortexes couldn't do anything to the young man. The young man stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A supremely strong, eternal power burst forth as a gigantic hand appeared in the void before the young man. The gigantic hand expanded in an instant, blocking out the entire void of the world. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the indestructible 6 paths of reincarnation vortex was actually slapped into the primal chaos by the palm. Everyone couldn't believe it. The Supremes were dumbfounded. Who was this person? He actually slapped the 6 paths of reincarnation into the chaos year. How was this possible? One had to know that even Supremes couldn't have such an ability. Was he an eternal sovereign? It was that simple. The 6 paths of reincarnation vortexes that could devour Supremes actually dissipated into the chaos and disappeared without a trace. A great calamity disappeared just like that. Let's go. The fortune teller wasn't surprised at all. He turned around and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. Fried pancake seller, don't fight with me next time. Let me show off for once. Do you understand? The middle-aged fat butcher waved the bull-slaughtering knife in his hand and also disappeared into the void. These two fellows. At this time, the young man who slammed the 6 paths of reincarnation into the chaos descended from the sky and landed beside the basket of baked bread. The handsome young man had turned back into the white-haired old man, who was buying baked bread. The old man picked up the load of baked pancakes and left. It was as if the three nobodies had never appeared. However, no one knew that this great calamity that could destroy the primogenitor realm had been resolved by an unremarkable old man selling fried pancakes. Even extreme Tao Supremes couldn't sense the existence of these three commoners. What's going on? Where's the 6 paths of reincarnation? At this time, the sky brightened, and all the Supremes felt as if they had just survived a disaster. It seems that a young man saved us. A super old man among the Supremes said with a trembling voice. What? All the Supremes were indescribably shocked. Where are the 9 primogenitor fiends? I'm going to tear them to pieces. Someone roared. Those 9 bastards actually summoned such a demon. Truly despicable to the extreme. All of the honorable martial artists were enraged. The 9 primogenitor fiends immediately fled when they saw that the situation was bad. Where do you think you're going? We'll chase them to the ends of the cosmos and kill them. Under the leadership of the Supremes, countless Supremes launched an earth-shattering hunt for the 9 primogenitor fiends. Countless Supremes gathered together. Such a force made even the 9 primogenitor fiends' scalps go numb. They didn't dare to contend against it at all. While the 9 primogenitor fiends were being chased by countless Supremes, Gu Fei fell into reincarnation. This was the true reincarnation, not the divine ability of the first primogenitor fiend. The first primogenitor fiend was quite ruthless. He used his life to initiate reincarnation and used his supreme eternal devil power to seal Gu Fei's memories. Grandpa, what's that? In the great origin realm, on the outskirts of the divine Dragon Mountain Range, a plain-clothed old man was walking along the mountain path with a young boy when a blinding light appeared in the sky ahead. The light fell like a meteor, directly piercing through the clouds and smashing into the mountain range. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire mountain range. Countless birds and beasts fled in all directions in fright, and a cloud of dust rose up from the mountain range. This is the grandfather and grandson duo on the mountain path were stunned by this scene. Let's go take a look. The old man directly picked up his grandson and rushed forward like a shooting star. Every step he took covered a distance of over 100 feet. As he ran on the rugged mountain path, he was actually much faster than a horse. The old man's body emitted a powerful aura. He was actually a warrior. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, he was close to the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 3982. The Divine Dragon Mountain Range was a mountain range in the eastern part of the Tai Yuan realm. On this day, divine light fell from the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, alarming countless warriors. The Divine Dragon Mountain Range suddenly became lively 3 days after the divine light fell. In a human tribe on the outskirts of the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, a 15 or 16-year-old boy lay in a simple thatched cottage. The boy lay on the bed, his body covered in bandages, and the room was filled with a strong smell of medicine. This boy had been rescued from the Divine Dragon Mountain Range by the grandfather and grandson of the tribe 3 days ago. He had been in a coma and had yet to wake up. In the eyes of the grandfather and grandson, this boy was a god who had descended from the heavens. Of course, this secret was only known to the grandfather and grandson. This young man was Gu Fei, who had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation after the first demon ancestor used his life to open it. After all, Gu Fei was in the eternal realm. Although he had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation, he had not experienced reincarnation. He had only returned to his youth. The first demon ancestor had not only forced Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation, but also sealed his memories. Just then, Gu Fei, who had been lying on the bed for 3 days, suddenly opened his eyes. Where am I? Who am I? Gu Fei sat up on the bed and looked around blankly. Ah, Grandpa, he's awake, he's awake. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the door. Then a little boy shouted, turned, and ran out. Soon, there was the sound of footsteps, a white-haired old man, and the little boy walked in from outside the house. The grandfather and grandson looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the bed, in shock. The scene from 3 days ago was something that the grandfather and grandson would never be able to forget. On that day, a divine light descended from the heavens and landed on the divine Dragon Mountain Range. When the grandfather and grandson arrived at the place where the divine light had landed, what they saw was a huge pit. Within the pit lay a naked youth covered in wounds. "Who am I, and who are you?" Gu Fei looked at the grandfather and grandson blankly. You don't know who you are?" the old man asked in shock. Gu Fei shook his head. The old man was inexplicably shocked. There had been legends of martial immortals in the Tai Yuan realm since ancient times. The Tai Yuan realm was a world of martial artists. Countless martial artists cultivated hard in order to break through the void and become martial immortals. From the perspective of the old man, a deity descending from the heavens must be a martial immortal who suffered a calamity and fell from the immortal martial realm to the reverse dimension. However, this young man actually forgot who he was. Could it be that he injured his head and lost his memory? Just rest here and recuperate. We'll talk about it after you've recovered. After saying that, the old man left with his grandson and closed the door. Not long after, the little boy stuck his head out of the door and looked around. Finally, he nervously opened the door and walked in. "Big brother, did you come from the sky?" The little boy was only 6 or 7 years old. He had white teeth and red lips. His big black eyes shone brightly, and he looked very intelligent. "In the sky?" Gu Fei looked at the little boy in confusion. "Grandpa said that you're a god who descended from the heavens." The little boy said, "Seriously? Really?" Gu Fei was still at a loss. "Where's your grandpa?" Gu Fei asked after thinking for a while. "Grandpa went to pick herbs. He's the miracle doctor of our 10 Liate villages," the little boy said proudly. From his conversation with the little boy, Gu Fei learned that he was in the Wu village of the 10 Liate villages. The whole village had the surname Wu. The little boy's name was Wu Ji. The little boy's grandfather, who was also the miracle doctor of the 10 Liate villages, was called Medicine Master Wu. He was a martial artist who practiced both medicine and martial arts. There were countless human villages and tribes in the Divine Dragon Mountain Range. The country that ruled the entire Divine Dragon Mountain Range was the Divine Dragon Country. The Divine Dragon Country was just a vassal state. In the eastern region of the Tai Yuan realm, there were more than a dozen vassal states of various sizes. Above the vassal states was the Dongwu dynasty. In addition to the Dongwu dynasty, there were 2 other major forces in the eastern region that could compete with the Dongwu dynasty. They were the Martial God Hall and the Demon Martial Sect. Although the Martial God Hall and the Demonic Martial Sect did not establish their own countries, their strength was not weaker than the Dongwu dynasties. Within their sphere of influence, the vassal states could ignore the Dongwu dynasty's orders. The Divine Dragon Mountain Range was within the sphere of influence of the Dongwu dynasty. The king of the Divine Dragon Country was a member of the royal family of the Dongwu dynasty. The surname of the Dongwu royal family was Zhou Xian, and the king of the Divine Dragon Country was a martial artist of the true realm. The martial arts realms in the Tai Yuan realm could be divided into the mortal realm, the Grandmaster, the innate realm, the true realm, the sage realm, and the god realm. The god realm was the strongest. It was said that above the god realm was the immortal realm, the realm where martial arts broke through the void. Since ancient times, It seemed that no one in the entire Tai Yuan realm had been able to cultivate to the immortal realm. From the little boy, Wu Ji, Gu Fei learned that his grandfather, Medicine Master Wu, was the most powerful martial artist in the 10 Liate villages and was a martial arts grandmaster. As long as a martial artist broke through the 10th stage of the mortal realm, he could become a grandmaster. Although the little boy was only 6 or 7 years old, he was already a martial artist at the 5th stage of the mortal realm. This was the martial arts realm that ordinary adults could not reach. This was also because the little boy's muscles and bones were good. From the moment he was born, his grandfather, Medicine Master Wu, used medicinal herbs to train his muscles and bones and opened up his meridians. How could ordinary people receive such treatment? Gu Fei just listened quietly and said a few words from time to time. He seemed indifferent to these things, as if they were nothing in front of him. However, he could not remember anything. His mind was like a blank sheet of paper, and he did not know anything. If it had been anyone else who had experienced such a big change, they would have been unable to sit still. However, he was calm from beginning to end, as if he did not have to worry about anything at all. After chatting with him for more than an hour, the little boy, Wu Ji, slipped out. Gu Fei lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He was really bored. He was seriously injured, and his hands and feet were broken, but he recovered very quickly. In just 3 days, his flesh and bones had already grown back, and he could already walk. He sat up, then tore off the bandages on his body, got off the bed, and pushed the door open. It was already dusk outside, and people who had gone out began to return. The Wu village was very big, and the radius of several miles was the Wu village. There was a deep trench outside the village, and a high wall surrounded the entire Wu village. The stone wall was about 15 feet high. The Wu village had stone walls and trenches, so naturally it was used to defend against enemies. In the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, the enemies of the human clan were the countless birds and beasts in the mountain range. Hey, isn't that the boy that Medicine Master saved? You're able to walk so quickly? Medicine Master's medical skills are really brilliant. When he was saved, this little guy was almost on the verge of death, right? He, who is Medicine Master? He is our Wu village's miracle doctor. Of course, he healed his injuries with medicine. Everyone in the Wu village respected Medicine Master Wu very much. Medicine Master Wu, get out here. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the village entrance. What? Chapter 3983. Medicine Master Wu, come out now. An angry roar came from the entrance of the Wu village. Everyone in the Wu village was infuriated when they heard the voice. Who has the guts to be so disrespectful to Master Medicine Master? The Wu village was in an uproar. The martial artists of the Wu village even picked up their weapons and rushed to the entrance. At this time, Gu Fei sensed the presence of more than 10 martial artists at the entrance of the Wu village. 3 of them seemed to be on par with Medicine Master Wu. He walked to the entrance of the village. When he arrived at the entrance, there were already hundreds of martial artists of the Wu village. In front of the entrance of the Wu village was a trench. The drawbridge had been pulled up, and the trench was filled with razor-sharp iron spears. If someone were to fall in, they would definitely be pierced. Opposite the entrance of the village was a group of men in black. Each of them was armed, and the 3 leaders had a stern demeanor. They looked like experts. These people are here again. Grandpa hasn't returned from picking herbs. What should we do? The little boy, Wu Ji, said anxiously, People of the Chu clan, we don't welcome you in the Wu village. Please leave. An old man with a walking stick walked out from the crowd and stood at the entrance of the village. He said to the group of people opposite him, The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was not hunched, and his eyes were clear. He was full of energy and in high spirits. Although he was old, no one dared to look down on him. Second granduncle, why are you being so polite to these guys? Just ask them to get lost. A tall martial artist of the Wu village said. Humph, the people of the Chu clan are too much. How dare they disrespect Master Medicine Master? Asking them to get lost is already good enough. Another person said, You're courting death. The eyes of the black-robed old man, who was leading the group, suddenly turned extremely sharp. A powerful aura erupted from his body, suppressing everyone to the point where they could hardly breathe. Chu Xiong, our Master Medicine Master, isn't here. Even if he was, he wouldn't see you, let alone treat your foppish young master. Another elder of the Wu village walked out and said in a deep voice, Is that so? Then don't blame us for being ruthless. The black-clothed elder called Chu Xiong said with a gloomy face, We've visited the thatched cottage 3 times, and this time the patriarch is going all out to get Medicine Master Wu back at all costs. The other black-robed old man said coldly, especially when he said the word please, his tone suddenly became a lot more serious. Although the Chu clan is a large clan in the Divine Dragon Country, our Wu village is not to be trifled with. The second grand uncle of the Wu village said coldly as he slammed the walking stick in his hand. Very well, then let's slaughter the entire Wu village and capture Medicine Master Wu and his grandson. I don't believe that Medicine Master Wu won't treat my young master. A black-robed old man with snake-like eyes said with a hideous grin, How dare you? The second granduncle of Wu village was furious. Hee, why wouldn't we dare? Go, kill them! Chu Xiong ordered the martial artists behind him. The warriors behind him immediately dispersed, and then directly jumped over the trench, killing the group of warriors gathered at the village entrance. All of a sudden, blade lights flashed, and sword chi crisscrossed. The warriors of the martial village and the warriors of the Chu clan were engaged in a fierce battle. Damn it! The second granduncle waved his walking stick and knocked a black-robed warrior into the trench. The black-robed warrior was instantly pierced by the iron spear in the trench and died tragically inside, just as the second granduncle sent the Chu clan's warriors flying. Chu Xiong arrived. With just a palm, Chu Xiong sent the second granduncle flying, crashing into the Wu village. Grandmaster, he is a grandmaster. The warriors of the Wu village exclaimed. Humph! At this moment, another old man leaped up from the ground, and like a black eagle, he pounced on the crowd. With a flurry of his hands, the warriors of the Wu village fell to the ground one after another, screaming in pain. Another grandmaster. The warriors of the Wu village were in despair. With 2 grandmasters attacking, such a force was enough to flatten the entire Wu village. Moreover, there was still an old man standing quietly outside, and he had yet to make a move. Chu Xiong and Chu Ying attacked, and with their strength, they fought against nearly 100 warriors of the Wu village. The warriors of the Wu village kept retreating, and they were extremely powerful. The Wu village only has one apothecary Wu, who is a big shot. The others are like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Chu Xiong looked disdainful. The warriors of the Wu village were both shocked and angry. At this moment, Chu Ying charged at the little boy, Wu Ji, and no one could resist him. Protect Wu Ji! The warriors of the Wu village roared, and they attacked Chu Ying without any regard for their lives. However, the gap between the two was too big, and it was a completely one-sided situation. Run! Gu Fei protected Wu Ji and fled to the village. Where do you think you are going? Chu Ying directly leaped from the ground and instantly pounced on Wu Ji. Then, he reached out his right hand to grab Wu Ji. At the moment when Wu Ji was about to be grabbed by the old man, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the old man's hand. What? Chu Ying's shock was no small matter. In fact, he had already noticed the young man beside Wu Ji, but he did not expect that this young man was actually a hidden expert. "Big brother, your injury is not healed yet." The little boy, Wu Ji, hurriedly shouted. "Don't worry." Gu Fei smiled faintly, and in the next moment he exerted force, and with a crack, he broke Chu Ying's right hand. Roar! Chu Ying screamed and staggered back. He did not expect that he would die here. At this moment, Gu Fei was looking at his own hand. Just now, Wu Ji was in danger, and he subconsciously grabbed it. It was as if he had practiced it thousands of times, and it was incomparably familiar. It was as if he was born with the martial Tao. Why did he have such a feeling? Gu Fei was baffled. He did not know that he was the supreme eternal honorable, who was undefeatable in the heavens and realms. "Big brother, you..." Wu Ji stared at Gu Fei with his eyes wide open, as if he was looking at a monster. "Big brother, be careful." At this moment, Chu Ying had already kicked Gu Fei's chest with a heart-piercing kick. Because Gu Fei was in a daze, he did not dodge. When he regained his senses, he wanted to dodge, but the other party's kick had already landed on his chest. Bam! Crack! Then, everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. They saw Gu Fei standing in front of Wu Ji, and the guy who kicked Gu Fei was repelled by a huge force. His leg was broken, and he fell directly towards the ditch at the entrance of the village. At this moment, a black shadow rushed over and caught the unlucky Chu Ying. Then, he gently landed on the ground. How is this possible? Even the Chu family's martial artists were stunned. The one who was kicked was fine, but the one who kicked was seriously injured. Chapter 3984. The Chu clan was a large clan in the eastern region of the Taiyuan domain, located in the Divine Dragon Mountain Range. Even in the Divine Dragon Country, it was a second-rate clan, if not a first-rate clan. The treasured son of the Chu clan's clan master was poisoned by a strange poison. The Chu clan invited many famous doctors, but none of them could cure him. The Chu clan's clan master heard that there was a grandmaster divine doctor who cultivated both medicine and martial arts in Wu village, so he sent someone to invite him. However, the Chu clan's precious son was not a kind person, and medicine master Wu did not want to cure him, so he rejected the Chu clan's invitation. However, the Chu clan did not give up. This was already the third time they invited medicine master Wu. Moreover, the Chu clan sent 3 grandmasters this time. Obviously, if medicine master Wu did not know what was good for him, they would use force to solve the problem. Among the surrounding villages, only the Wu village had a grandmaster like medicine master Wu. Martial arts grandmasters were very rare for the people of the surrounding villages. However, in the capital of the Divine Dragon Country, Dragon Capital, there were many grandmasters. Even the Chu clan could send 3 grandmasters at once, not to mention the other first-rate clans, or even the top clans. The first-rate clans of the Divine Dragon Country even had Xiantian warriors or even true state warriors who were stronger than Xiantian warriors. Compared to Xiantian warriors, grandmasters could not even block a finger of a Xiantian warrior. As for the Chu family, no one knew if they had a Xiantian realm martial artist. As for grandmaster-level martial artists, the Chu family had more than 3. Go back to where you came from. Gu Fei stood at the entrance of Wu village and indifferently glanced at the group of Chu clan members. The 3 grandmasters of the Chu clan, were furious. What? Why are you still here? Do you want me to ask you to leave? Gu Fei's tone was calm. However, the three grandmasters of the Chu clan were shocked and angry. This person could break Chu Ying's right leg without batting an eyelid, so his cultivation was definitely not weak. Little guy, since you want to die, then don't blame us. The martial arts expert who was holding Chu Ying suddenly spoke. He handed Chu Ying to Chu Xiong, who was beside him. Boom! Immediately after, a powerful wave of energy rippled out from the body of this expert from the Chu clan. The surrounding people were forced to retreat continuously. Boss Yu, when Chu Xiong saw that his boss actually wanted to make a move on the little guy in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. The little guy in front of him was able to take a kick from Chu Ying without any injury, and instead broke Chu Ying's right leg. Even boss might not be a match for this kind of combat power. The leader of the Chu clan's three grandmasters who came this time was the mid-ranked martial sage Chu Tianlong. His berserk dragon energy was incomparably tyrannical. He was also a famous expert in this 3,000-kilometer divine dragon mountain range. How can I, Chu Tianlong, retreat without a fight? Chu Tianlong stared at Gu Fei as he spoke with a grave expression. This Chu Xiong still wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He knew his big brother's character very well, so he didn't say anything more. Big brother, be careful. Although Chu Ying's leg had been broken by Gu Fei, he was still a guru after all. He did not faint from the pain and still clenched his teeth and held on. Chu Tianlong nodded. Big brother, the little boy Wu Ji, looked at Gu Fei worriedly. At this time, the martial artists of the Wu village had already retreated into the village, leaving only Gu Fei and Wu Ji at the village entrance. Wu Ji, come back quickly. Second great uncle shouted anxiously. Wu Ji was Medicine Master Wu's grandson. If anything happened to Wu Ji, they wouldn't be able to answer to Medicine Master Wu. No, I want to stay with Big Brother, Wu Ji said as he grabbed Gu Fei's hand. Go, bring Wu Ji back for me. The second great uncle said to the two martial artists of the Wu village beside him. Yes, second great uncle. The two martial artists hurriedly walked up. Go back with them. I'll be fine. Gu Fei said as he smiled at Wu Ji. The mind of a child was like a blank piece of paper, not as scrupulous as an adult. I won't. Wu Ji refused. Little Wu Ji, be good. Stay here, stay here. This will distract your big brother. At this time, the two martial artists had already arrived in front of Gu Fei. One of them said, as he went to carry Wu Ji. Really? Wu Ji said, as he looked at Gu Fei. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. Wu Ji then let go of Gu Fei and let the two martial artists from the Wu village carry him back. I told you to get lost, but you didn't want to. Then leave your lives here. Gu Fei said coldly as he glanced at the group of people from the Chu clan. Humph, little brat, don't be presumptuous. Chu Xiong shouted angrily. Kill. At this moment, Chu Tianlong let out a furious roar. With a ferocious push of his feet against the ground immediately caved in. At the same time, his entire body soared into the sky, pouncing towards Gu Fei like a dragon. At this time, Gu Fei had no idea that his memories had been sealed by the first demon ancestor at the cost of his life. However, his battle instincts were still there. As Chu Tianlong pounced towards him, Chu Tianlong's every move was clearly seen by him. Just as Chu Tianlong's raging dragon fist was about to hit Gu Fei moved his feet and dodged the violent blow. Then, Gu Fei reached out his right hand and grabbed Chu Tianlong's neck. With a forceful shake, Chu Tianlong's entire spine let out a series of bone-cracking sounds. The moment Gu Fei loosened his grip, Chu Tianlong collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, directly losing his life. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiong and the others were scared out of their wits, especially the warriors they had brought along. They were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. That was a mid-level evolved Jing master. His cultivation was incomparably powerful, and he was a famous existence in the divine Dragon Mountain range. Who would have thought that such a person would not even be able to withstand a single move from his opponent before dying? Who was this guy? Could he be a true realm warrior, who was even stronger than Xiantian? Run! Chu Xiong directly carried Chu Ying and turned around to escape. The other martial artists also scattered in confusion, only caring about running for their lives. I told you, you can't escape. As he spoke, Gu Fei stomped on the ground with his right foot. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ground cracked. At the same time, Chu Tianlong's body rushed forward. He only needed 2 steps to catch up with Chu Xiong. With a single punch, he killed both of them on the spot. The 3 grandmasters of the Chu clan were killed by Gu Fei so easily. All the martial artists in the Wu village were speechless after witnessing this scene. After killing the 3 grandmasters of the Chu clan, Gu Fei began to hunt down the Chu clan warriors who had fled in all directions. Chapter 3985. What? Chu Tianlong and the rest are all dead? The Chu family was infuriated. A roar came from the Chu family's ancestral ground. I'm going to destroy the Wu village. Chu Tianshu, the family leader of the Chu family, bellowed. Soon, the experts of the Chu family gathered. On the square of the Chu family's ancestral ground, dozens of martial artists stood there quietly. A murderous aura shrouded the entire Chu family. I don't believe that a small Wu village can go against nature, unless they have an inborn expert, Chu Tianshu said coldly, looking at the dozens of martial artists in front of him. Among the dozens of martial artists, there were 5 grandmasters. Including the family leader, Chu Tianshu, there was a total of 6 grandmasters. Chu Tianshu was an accomplished grandmaster. The difference between an accomplished grandmaster and an intermediate grandmaster was that an accomplished grandmaster could kill an intermediate grandmaster with 1 hand. 6 grandmasters, 13 half-step to grandmaster, and 50 peak mortal realm martial artists. Such a force was enough to wipe out an ordinary second-rate family. A small place like the Wu village could be destroyed easily. Let's go. Chu Tianshu led dozens of martial artists out of the square. They rode on the prepared horses and galloped out of the Chu family, attracting the attention of the people outside. What is the Chu family doing? Someone said in a low voice. How would I know? Could it be? Another martial artist outside the Chu family suddenly thought of something. I heard that the playboy of the Chu family was poisoned. Is the Chu family going to take revenge? Someone guessed. The Chu family was a little far from the Wu village. For hours later, the sound of hooves could be heard. The martial artists in the Wu village were alarmed immediately. At this time, the gate of the village was closed. There were martial artists on the city wall with their bows and arrows. Soon, the road ahead was filled with billowing smoke. Dozens of horses galloped over, giving off a feeling that there were thousands of soldiers and horses. This shocked the martial artists in the Wu village. Kill! Chu Tianshu roared and leaped from the back of the horse. He leaped over the tall city wall easily and landed in the village. Seeing this, the martial artists in the Wu village were scared out of their wits. Chu Tianshu waved his hands, and immediately a few warriors from the Wu village flew out. Before they landed on the ground, they had already died. The deaths of Chu Tianlong and the others had thoroughly enraged Chu Tianshu. After all, Chu Tianlong was his younger brother. Chu Tianshu was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. He killed or injured the warriors of the martial village. No one could withstand a single move from him. He was extremely powerful. Chu Tianshu killed his way to the tightly shut door of the village, and then fiercely smashed his fist against it. In the next moment, wood splinters flew, and the entire heavy door was blasted apart by Chu Tianshu's fist. Kill! Dozens of experts rushed in from the outside. These people killed anyone they saw. In an instant, the Wu village became hell. Stop! The battle soon, alerted Gu Fei. He immediately rushed out, and when he saw this scene, his eyes turned red. Kill! Flatten the Wu village! The warriors of the Chu family kept shouting, "Flatten the martial village?" Hearing this, Gu Fei's pupils immediately shrank. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Gu Fei was furious. At this moment, a warrior of the Chu family slashed at Gu Fei's neck with his saber. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the saber that the warrior of the Chu family slashed at him. He completely ignored the sharp blade, which could not even cut through his skin. Clang! Gu Fei exerted force in his hand and immediately broke the saber. Then he backhanded the broken half of the saber in his hand and stabbed it into the chest of a warrior of the Chu family. Did you kill Chu Tianlong and the others? The master of the Chu family, Chu Tianshu, stared at Gu Fei and said, gritting his teeth, "So what if I did?" Gu Fei completely calmed down. "Go to hell." Chu Tianshu roared angrily. He directly jumped up and pounced at Gu Fei, displaying the power of a great achievement grandmaster. However, Gu Fei only punched, and then Chu Tianshu was sent flying. Everyone who saw this scene was inexplicably shocked. How is this possible? The warriors of the Chu clan were shocked when they saw this. That was their clan lord. Was he going to die? Who are you? Chu Tianshu's voice trembled as he spoke. He coughed up blood with each sentence he spoke. At this moment, everyone stopped. The warriors of the Chu family all rushed toward their master and protected Chu Tianshu. The warriors of the martial village swarmed from all directions and surrounded the group of people of the Chu family. Who am I? Gu Fei pondered for a moment. He could not think of anything at all. Retreat, Chu Tianshu directly ordered. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. With his hands behind his back, Gu Fei walked step by step toward Chu Tianshu. Swoosh! A warrior of the Chu family attacked Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not dodge at all. He just waved his hand, and the warrior of the Chu family was directly sent flying. He did not care about anything at all. Since when did the martial village have such a ruthless character? At this moment, Chu Tianshu was a little regretful. He thought his strength was enough to trample the martial village. No one expected Gu Fei to be so powerful. Gu Fei killed with every step he took. The warriors of the Chu family were no match for him at all. They were directly smashed to death. Damn it! The 5 great masters were shocked and angry. They had to join forces. Boom! Bam! The 5 great masters and Gu Fei fought fiercely. The violent power spread outward. Sand and stones were suddenly flying around, and the sun and moon were dim. Humph! Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back, letting the 5 great masters attack him. He was like a huge mountain, and no one could move him. Roar! Gu Fei roared to the sky. The 5 great masters were immediately sent flying by the force that erupted from his body. Could he be an inborn expert? How is this possible? Seeing this, the warriors of the Chu family were in despair. The warriors of the martial village were surprised and overjoyed. It's my turn! As Gu Fei spoke, he dashed forward and knocked the closest great master away. A series of bone-cracking sounds came from the body of the great master. With just a knock, a great master was killed. This made the other great masters feel bitterly disappointed. After knocking a great master to death, Gu Fei clenched his right fist and threw another great master away. He crashed into a house and died instantly. Gu Fei made his move. Very quickly, the remaining 3 grandmasters were all killed by him. Then he grabbed Chu Tianshu's collar and lifted him up. What great master! I can kill you like killing a chicken. Don't kill me. Chu Tianshu was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he was no longer the master of the Chu family who gave orders. Chapter 3986. Gu Fei actually broke Chu Tianshu's neck with one hand. The dignified Chu clan's clan leader, an upper realm grandmaster, actually died in the Wu village just like that. The Chu clan's warriors were all stunned when they saw this scene. Gu Fei did not show any mercy. After killing Chu Tianshu, he rushed into the Chu clan's warriors like a tiger in a flock of sheep, punching and kicking them. The warriors of the Chu family were sent flying like rags. They were already dead when they were still in the air. No one could block a single blow from Gu Fei. Gu Fei could sweep the Chu clan's warriors with just the strength of his physical body. The martial artists from the Wu village who were present were stunned. They never expected that the severely injured young man that Medicine Master Wu had saved would be so powerful. That was the Chu clan, a second-rate clan in the Divine Dragon Nation, but it was as easy as flipping their hand to destroy the 10 Li-8 villages. Even Medicine Master Wu could not stop them. If it were not for Gu Fei, Chu Tianshu alone could destroy the entire 10 Li-8 villages, not to mention the 5 grandmasters and other warriors that Chu Tianshu brought with him. However, no one expected that the insufferably arrogant Chu Tianshu would actually die in a small place like the Wu village. Not only Chu Tianshu, but all the warriors that Chu Tianshu brought with him were also killed by Gu Fei's fists. No one could block a single punch from Gu Fei. The news of the Chu clan's annihilation quickly spread to the 10 Li-8 villages and then to Chu City, where the Chu clan was located. Chu City was the Chu clan's base camp. The Chu clan had been operating here for hundreds of years. The Chu clan's power here was deeply rooted. With Chu City as the center, the area within a 500-mile radius was the Chu clan's territory. The 10 Li-8 villages were all within the Chu clan's sphere of influence. Otherwise, the Chu clan's clan leader would not have been able to reach the Wu village in just 4 hours. When the news reached Chu City, all the warriors in the city were dumbfounded. Everyone could not believe it. How was this possible? In the eyes of the warriors of Chu City, Chu Tianshu personally going to destroy the martial village was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was making a big fuss out of nothing. However, the Chu clan's warriors that Chu Tianshu led were completely annihilated. Could it be that Medicine Master Wu broke through to the Xiantian realm? That's impossible. After the cultivators of Chu City recovered from their momentary shock, some forces began to stir. With Chu Tianshu overseeing Chu City, all the major powers in the city had to bow their heads. Now that Chu Tianshu was dead, the atmosphere in Chu City had changed. Gu Fei didn't care about that. When Medicine Master Wu returned and saw the scene, he was dumbfounded, especially when he saw Chu Tianshu's corpse. He almost jumped up from the ground. It was hard to imagine that he would see such an unbelievable scene when he returned from picking herbs. Chu Tianshu, that piece of trash, actually died in the hands of a kid who's still wet behind his ears. He's really too useless. In another region of the Divine Dragon Mountain Range, the clan leader of another large clan said disdainfully, "Father, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." In the main hall of the Lu clan's ancestral land, a middle-aged man was speaking respectfully to the old man on the throne. The Lu clan was a large clan that was right next to the Chu clan. The two clans had always been in conflict. The The Lu clan's clan leader had even almost attacked the Chu city. However, he still couldn't break through the city in the end, so the Lu clan's army could only retreat. This time, the news of Chu Tianshu's death reached the Lu clan's Lu city. Although the Lu clan was shocked, they were also very excited. Soon, the Lu clan began to move. Countless warriors gathered in Lu city. In just half a day, the Lu clan had gathered an army made up entirely of warriors from the ancestral city. 3,000 warriors with fluttering banners were a force that could easily destroy an entire city. Speed was crucial in war. The Lu clan's clan leader, Lu Chengfeng, personally led 3,000 warriors to attack the Chu city. When the news spread, the entire region was shaken. Countless warriors in the Chu city fled for their lives. Chu Tianshu was dead. So who else in the Chu city could contend against Lu Chengfeng and his 3,000 warriors? Even before Lu Chengfeng and his 3,000 warriors arrived, the Chu city was already in chaos. No one stepped forward, or to be more precise, no one dared to, in front of the Lu clan's army. No one in the Chu clan's territory could contend against such a force. If Chu Tianshu hadn't died, they might have been able to contend against the Lu clan's army. But now, if the Lu clan wanted to annex the Chu clan's territory, it would be as easy as flipping their hand. Lu Chengfeng led the 3,000 warriors into the Chu clan's territory with irresistible force. Everywhere they passed, the other forces surrendered. However, just when everyone thought that the Chu clan was done for, Lu Chengfeng and the 3,000 warriors stopped. The 10-mile 8 villages lay between the Lu clan's army and the Chu city. If Lu Chengfeng wanted to attack the Chu city, he would have to pass through the 10-mile 8 villages. If he took a detour, he would have to waste at least 10 days. Lu Chengfeng didn't want to take a detour, so he directly led his army into the 10-mile 8 villages. In the beginning, those villages couldn't stop Lu Chengfeng and his 3,000 warriors at all. They were all breached, and there were countless casualties. I thought there was a real dragon in this small place, but it turns out that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. I heard that Chu Tianshu died here. Did he kill himself by hitting his head against a wall? How could there be a real dragon in this small place? Today, I want to see what kind of extraordinary abilities that medicine master Wu has. The Lu clan's warriors that Lu Chengfeng brought with him all spoke. They were arrogant and looked down on everyone as if they didn't care about anyone in the world. What's going on? Why are there so many people from the neighboring villages in our village? At this time, there were suddenly many people from other villages in the Wu village, which made the little boy Wu Ji feel strange. Daniel, why are you here? Are you here to visit your grandmother? Wu Ji grabbed a tanned boy, who was a little older than him, and asked. The 10-mile 8 villages intermarried. This Daniel was actually from the neighboring Ox village. His father married a woman from the Wu village, and that woman was Daniel's mother. Don't you know? The Lu clan is here, and they have already conquered a few villages. The people in our village who could escape have already escaped. Daniel said. What? Wu Ji was shocked when he heard this. At this time, a war drum suddenly sounded outside the village entrance. No, I have to go find Big Brother. Wu Ji quickly turned around and rushed to the short mountain behind the village. Behind the Wu village, there was a short mountain with some sparse trees growing on it. At the foot of the mountain, there were many big rocks, and Gu Fei was sitting on one of them. Big Brother, bad news. Wu Ji rolled and crawled to the bottom of the big rock. Gu Fei opened his eyes, and his mind was still blank. He didn't know who he was, and he didn't know why his body was so strong. Even those high and mighty martial Dao masters were no match for him. Why are you panicking? Gu Fei said lightly. What happened? Gu Fei was expressionless, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. The people from the Lu clan are killing outside our village, Wu Ji hurriedly said while panting heavily. Lu clan? What's that? Gu Fei said, confused. Medicine Master Wu, come out and die. At this time, an angry roar was heard from outside the Wu village. Those be asterisk stars. Wu Ji was enraged when he heard the voice. Humph! A cold laugh came from the Wu village, and a figure walked out from the Wu village. That person was the master of the Wu village, Medicine Master Wu. Big brother, let's go and have a look, Wu Ji said anxiously. Gu Fei glanced at Wu Ji, then jumped down from the big rock. He held Wu Ji's hand and walked to the entrance of the village. When they arrived at the entrance, the martial artists of the Wu village made way for them. At this time, Medicine Master Wu was fighting a black-bearded old man. The black-bearded old man was wielding a pair of meteor hammers in his hands, causing a strong gust of wind to blow up sand and pebbles. It was a majestic sight. On the other hand, Medicine Master Wu was fighting the black-bearded old man. He took strange steps, and the pair of meteor hammers in the black-bearded old man's hands could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Third brother, come back! A tall, skinny old man opposite the entrance of the village suddenly said. At this time, even ordinary martial artists could tell that the black-bearded old man was no match for Medicine Master Wu, let alone a grandmaster. Once the black-bearded old man was exhausted, Medicine Master Wu would counterattack. Roar! The black-bearded old man suddenly let out an angry roar, and the meteor hammers in his hands rained down on Medicine Master Wu like raindrops, forcing Medicine Master Wu to dodge. The black-bearded old man took the opportunity to retreat. Humph! You live up to your reputation as a Grandmaster Miracle Doctor, but you're doomed today. The tall, skinny old man stared at Medicine Master Wu and walked out with a cold smile. Behind this group of people was a chariot, and on the chariot stood a tall, majestic-looking old man who looked like a ferocious lion. He was Lu Chengfeng, the current head of the Lu clan. The Divine Dragon Mountain Range was occupied by a few cultivation clans. The Chu clan and the Lu clan were two of the strongest cultivation clans, and they were sworn enemies. At this time, Lu Chengfeng was in high spirits. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to swallow up the Chu clan's territory, and his territory would double. At that time, the Lu clan would no longer be a second-rate force in the Divine Dragon Country, but a first-rate force. Before that, he had to flatten the surrounding villages, then point his sword at Chu City. Only after taking down Chu City would the Chu clan's territory fall into the Lu clan's hands. Lu Changyun. Medicine Master Wu looked at the tall, skinny old man with a serious expression. There were 3 brothers in the Lu clan. Lu Chengfeng was the eldest and the current head of the Lu clan. Lu Changyun was the second brother, and the black-bearded old man with the meteor hammers was the third brother, Lu Chenglong. Lu Changyun had a stern aura, although he was tall, skinny, and his face was sallow, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He was the strongest in the Lu clan, second only to Lu Chengfeng. Chapter 3987. When the Chu clan experienced a great change, the clan lord of the Lu clan, Lu Chengfeng, took the opportunity to gather experts and led 3,000 soldiers to attack the Chu clan. When the news of the Lu clan's invasion spread, the entire Chu city was in an uproar. Countless people immediately packed up their belongings and fled. In the Battle of Wu Village, in the 10-mile 8 villages, even the patriarch of the Chu clan died in battle. All the experts of the Chu clan were killed by Gu Fei. Even if there were still a few clan elders in the Chu clan to manage the situation, how could they contend against the Lu clan? The elders of the Chu clan were all old, but the 3 brothers Lu Chengfeng, Lu Chengyun, and Lu Chenglong were all master-level experts, especially Lu Chengfeng, who was at the peak of the master level. Even if Chu Tianshu, the clan lord of the Chu clan, was not killed by Gu Fei, he might not be a match for Lu Chengfeng. It's all the fault of that little bastard Chu Shao. If he didn't rob the Black Fiend schools, which he wouldn't have been poisoned and Tianshu wouldn't have died in the Wu village. In the Chu clan's rented house in Chu City, 3 elders were sitting at the top while a man was lying on the ground. It was a man whose body was covered in bandages. Even from a distance, one could smell the bloody smell coming from the man on the ground. This man was Chu Tianshu's only precious son, Chu Shao. The reason why Chu Tianshu named his son Chu Shao was because he wanted him to become a formidable person in the future. Chu Shao, the hedonistic son of a rich family, couldn't become a formidable person, but he would become a coward. The strange poison in Chu Zhao's body was rotting, but he couldn't die. He could only watch his body rotting helplessly. How could a hedonistic son of a rich family endure such torture? However, when Chu Tianshu was still alive, Chu Shao couldn't die even if he wanted to. Now that Chu Tianshu was dead, Chu Zhao's treatment immediately changed. Third brother, he's suffering even if he's alive. Send him on his way. The great clan elder, who was the leader, said indifferently. The 3 elders glanced at the great clan elder, then waved their right hands and punched Chu Zhao's chest. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from Chu Zhao's body. Chu Zhao's sternum was broken and his 5 internal organs were ruptured. Soon he breathed his last. It is time to gather our clansmen and leave this place. The great clan elder suddenly sighed. This was something that could not be helped. If they did not leave, the Chu clan would face the danger of extinction, and if they left, they would have to find a new place to settle down. At that moment, the Lu family's army stopped at the Wu village. The news that Medicine Master Wu was fighting with the Lu family's warriors had spread far and wide. The entire region was shocked. No one could have imagined that a small Wu village would be hiding a real dragon. In an instant, countless gazes were fixed on the Wu village. At this time, outside the Wu village's entrance, Medicine Master Wu was fighting with Lu Chengyun. Bam! Boom! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. 2 figures moved quickly in the open space in front of the village entrance. Their strength was vast and mighty, and dust flew everywhere. The 2 great experts were locked in battle. Whether it was Medicine Master Wu or Lu Chengyun, they were both martial Dao grandmasters. Their cultivation base and combat strength were similar, so it was not easy to determine a winner. At that moment, Gu Fei was dragged out of the Wu village by the little boy, Wu Ji. The other martial artists of the Wu village were hiding at the village entrance and did not come out. There are still people who are not afraid of death who dare to come out. Seeing people coming out, Lu Chengfeng, who was standing on the chariot, was surprised to see Gu Fei and the little boy Wu Ji. In the entire Wu village, only a little boy and a little boy have some guts. The others are all cowards. Lu Chenglong, the old man, said loudly. All the martial artists of the Wu village were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. However, the martial artists of the Wu village were gloating at the Lu family's people. Gu Fei was an amazing person who had killed Chu Tianshu, but the Lu family did not know about it. The Lu family deserved it. Although the news of Gu Fei killing Chu Tianshu and the Chu clan's warriors had spread to Lu City, no one would have thought that the skinny young man in front of them was the amazing person who had killed Chu Tianshu. Although Gu Fei's physical body was extremely strong, he looked like an ordinary person on the outside. The Lu clan's warriors did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. Even the little boy next to Gu Fei was stronger than Gu Fei. If they hadn't seen Gu Fei kill Chu Tianshu with their own eyes and annihilate the group of Chu clan experts that Chu Tianshu had brought with him, even the martial artists of the Wu village wouldn't have associated Gu Fei with a martial arts expert. Big brother, help Grandpa. The little boy Wu Ji shook Gu Fei's hand and said, "Ha!" Lu Chenglong, who was standing opposite him, laughed disdainfully when he heard that. "What are you laughing at? My big brother is amazing," Wu Ji said to Lu Chenglong with dissatisfaction. "He's amazing? Ha! I'm dying of laughter. I can poke him to death with one finger." Lu Chenglong laughed even more arrogantly. "Keep bragging," Wu Ji said angrily. "Humph, I never brag. Kid, come here and let me poke you to death with one finger. Then I'll spare this little boy's life." Lu Chenglong waved at Gu Fei and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me," Gu Fei said indifferently. Although he had his memories sealed by the first primogenitor in exchange for his life, he was still innately arrogant. "Ha! What if I can't kill you? If I can't kill you, then I'll eat this pair of meteor hammers in my hands." Lu Chenglong sneered. "Eat a meteor hammer? That's fun. Big brother, I want to see him eat a meteor hammer." The little boy Wu Ji clapped his hands and said, "All right, I'll make him eat a meteor hammer for you to see." As Gu Fei spoke, he walked forward step by step with his hands behind his back. Everyone in the Wu village was extremely excited when they saw that Gu Fei was about to make his move. One should know that he was the one who killed the Chu clan's clan leader. "Ha! You really have the guts to come here." Lu Chenglong laughed so hard that tears rolled down his cheeks. A mere commoner dared to challenge a grandmaster like him. Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't do it this way. Ha! The other martial artists from the Lu clan laughed as well. They looked at Gu Fei, who was walking toward Lu Chenglong, as if he was an idiot. "Laugh all you want. You'll all be crying soon." The little boy Wu Ji shouted at the martial artists from the Lu clan. However, no one took the words of a little boy seriously. Only Lu Chengfeng, who was standing on the chariot, stared at Gu Fei with a serious expression. "Kid, you're asking for it. I'll send you on your way." At that moment, Gu Fei had arrived in front of Lu Chenglong. Lu Chenglong grinned and put down the meteor hammer in his right hand. He then pointed at Gu Fei's forehead. He wanted to kill Gu Fei with one finger. Lu Chenglong was a martial Dao grandmaster. Killing an ordinary person with one finger was like child's play to him. However, the moment Lu Chenglong's finger poked Gu Fei's forehead, the smile on his face instantly froze. Then, with a cracking sound, a painful expression appeared on his face. "Roar!" Lu Chenglong roared and immediately retreated. He saw that Gu Fei was still standing there with an indifferent look on his face. What? The martial artists from the Lu clan were all dumbfounded when they saw this. Lu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a bright light. "Kid, are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" Lu Chenglong was furious. He saw that his right index finger was broken and the bone was exposed. He was in so much pain that his voice was trembling. "Ha! Now you know how powerful my big brother is." Before Gu Fei could say anything, the little wimpy kid, Wu Ji, jumped up in joy. "You can't kill big brother. Eat the meteor hammer." Wu Ji's childish voice reached the ears of every martial artist from the Lu clan. "Haha, that's right. A grandmaster's words carry weight. Eat the meteor hammer." "The meteor hammer is so big. Can he eat it?" "Ha! He has to eat it even if he can't. Who told him to eat it?" The martial artists from the Wu village jeered. Damn it! Lu Chenglong was shocked, angry, and in pain. How could he eat the meteor hammer that was as big as a watermelon? Moreover, the meteor hammer was made of refined steel. Even a grandmaster would not be able to bite it. Ha! The Lu clan's grandmaster's words are like farts. Yeah, so smelly. The martial artists from the Wu village mocked. Shut up, all of you. Lu Chenglong flew into a rage. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the meteor hammer on the ground immediately flew into his hand. Although one of his fingers had been broken by Gu Fei, he could still grab the meteor hammer. This did not have much of an impact on his combat strength. What? You lost the bet. Why don't you eat the meteor hammer in your hand? Do you want me to do it myself? Gu Fei's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Don't go too far. Lu Chenglong stared at Gu Fei and said with his teeth clenched, "A loss is a loss. Do you want to go back on your words?" Gu Fei still looked indifferent. "Go to hell." Lu Chenglong roared and directly attacked Gu Fei. The pair of meteor hammers directly bombarded Gu Fei's head with shocking power. However, the next moment, everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. They saw Gu Fei block the two meteor hammers that were as big as watermelons with one finger in each hand. How is that possible? Especially the martial artists from the Lu clan, they were all stunned. He blocked a blow from a grandmaster with just one finger? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal to them. At that moment, Gu Fei had already snatched the meteor hammer from Lu Chenglong's hand. He stretched out his right hand and directly stuffed the meteor hammer into Lu Chenglong's mouth. Bam! Lu Chenglong was directly sent flying. His teeth were all knocked out and blood was flowing. Ha ha! Look, someone is eating the meteor hammer. The little boy Wu Ji clapped his hands happily. You're courting death. At that moment, an earth-shattering power arrived. The martial artists from the Wu village, who were gloating, immediately felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. They were all shocked. Lu Chengfeng, the master of the Lu clan, was furious. Chapter 3988. Lu Chenglong was a master realm warrior, and a mid-level one at that. Even a Wu pharmacist could not defeat him in one move. However, this inconspicuous young man had defeated Lu Chenglong in one move. No matter how Lu Chenglong attacked, he could not hurt this young man. Everyone, look, someone is eating a meteor hammer. Huh? At this time, the little boy Wu Ji was clapping his hands and laughing. Gu Fei directly stuffed the meteor hammer into Lu Chenglong's mouth. The meteor hammer was bigger than a watermelon. Naturally, Lu Chenglong could not eat it. Although a master realm warrior was powerful, he was not omnipotent. Soon, all of Lu Chenglong's teeth were knocked out by the meteor hammer. His mouth was full of blood. He staggered back, but he could not avoid the meteor hammer in Gu Fei's hand. Since you said that you can't kill me with one finger, you will eat this pair of meteor hammers. Then you will eat him now. Gu Fei's face was indifferent. There was no expression on his face. The meteor hammer in his hand was constantly stuffed into Lu Chenglong's mouth. Soon, Lu Chenglong's whole face was badly mutilated by the impact of the meteor hammer. Stop! A majestic shout was heard. Then, a figure like a big bird fell from the sky and fiercely pounced on Gu Fei. Don't be so arrogant, boy. Lu Chengfeng made his move. He directly threw a punch at Gu Fei below. A violent fist force erupted, creating a strong gust of wind in the void, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. The surrounding Lu family warriors quickly retreated to the distance. Gu Fei was expressionless. He directly waved the meteor hammer in his hand and smashed it upward. Bang! While everyone was still in shock, Lu Chengfeng's fist smashed onto the meteor hammer. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the meteor hammer, and then it exploded with a bang. The meteor hammer, which was made of refined steel, was unexpectedly destroyed by Lu Chengfeng's punch. This surprised the surrounding warriors. the meteor hammer exploded and turned into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. The surrounding martial artists were suddenly alarmed and hurriedly dodged. However, not everyone could dodge those fragments. Screams resounded as more than 10 Lu clan cultivators fell to the ground in pain. Some of them were hit in their vital parts and soon died. When the martial artists in the martial village saw this, they could not help but feel apprehensive. Damn it! Lu Chengfeng was shocked and angry at the same time. He was pushed back by the counterforce and landed on the chariot. His entire arm was numb. It's my turn. After saying that, Gu Fei charged towards the Lu family's army of 3,000 cultivators. Surprisingly, he was going to fight against the army of cultivators all by himself. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists were inexplicably shocked. One person against an army, and it was an army formed by 3,000 martial artists. Even a martial Dao grandmaster would find it hard to fight 1,000 soldiers alone. Everyone who witnessed Gu Fei charging at the Lu clan's army thought that Gu Fei had gone mad. Kill! 3,000 cultivators roared at the same time. Their berserk strength gathered together. With the enhancement of the battle formation, they became even more powerful in an instant. Swoosh! The leader made a move right away, and the strength of 3,000 cultivators gathered together. Boom! Gu Fei crashed forward like a mountain. The next moment, he broke into the battle formation like an arrow. Several Lu clan cultivators turned into a mist of blood in an instant. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. On the chariot, Lu Chengfeng, who saw this scene, could not help but be dumbfounded. The strength of 3,000 cultivators was definitely more powerful than a peak grandmaster. However, in front of Gu Fei, this strength was nothing. Ever since Gu Fei fell into samsara, he had been cold, as if he did not know how to smile at all. The warriors around him were directly blasted away by him. They were like rags, dead before they could even fall to the ground. How dare you? Lu Chengfeng was shocked and angry. He never thought that even the battle formation could not trap Gu Fei. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei spoke indifferently. He was like a true dragon that rampaged through the Lu clan's battle formation, and it was as if he was invincible. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Humph! The other Lu clan cultivators rushed into the battle formation, and the power of the battle formation suddenly increased. However, Gu Fei was still invincible. Bam! He swung his meteor hammer and directly smashed a Lu clan warrior into a bloody mist. Then he swept his leg out and nearly kicked another warrior in half at the waist. Here you go. Gu Fei directly smashed the remaining meteor hammer at Lu Chenglong. The speed of this meteor hammer was extremely fast, and it hit in front of Lu Chenglong in an instant. Lu Chenglong was shocked and quickly retreated, but it was too late. The meteor hammer directly smashed between his chest and abdomen. In the next moment, his entire upper body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Poor Lu Chenglong, a dignified martial Dao grandmaster, was killed by a meteor hammer. No one would believe it even if they told others. However, this scene happened right in front of everyone's eyes. Third brother. Lu Chengfeng's eyes were red. He roared and leaped from the chariot. In the next moment, as if a divine eagle had appeared in the sky, a pair of eagle claws fiercely grabbed at Gu Fei's head. However, Gu Fei just punched upward. There was no powerful fluctuation of power, nor was there any magic. It was just an ordinary punch. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Lu Chengfeng immediately retreated. Gu Fei was like an invincible ferocious beast from ancient times. His physical body was so strong that it was unimaginable. Every move he made was filled with great power. How is this possible? 1 against 1,000, Gu Fei swept away all his enemies. No one could withstand a single punch from him. Even the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Chengfeng, was the same. In just one move, both of his hands were crippled by Gu Fei. You killed Chu Tianshu, not Medicine Master Wu. Lu Chengfeng suddenly shouted. Retreat. Lu Chengyun immediately ordered a retreat. In just a few breaths' time, the Lu clan's 3,000 elite soldiers had already lost close to 1,000 people. 1/3 of the soldiers were smashed to death by Gu Fei's fists. In the martial village, the martial cultivators were extremely excited when they saw this scene. No one would have thought that Gu Fei was so powerful that he could fight 1,000 people alone. Those were martial Dao soldiers. A battle formation formed by 3,000 soldiers could almost fight against an innate realm warrior. This was the Lu clan's trump card. Whether or not the Lu clan could become a first-rate force in the Divine Dragon country depended on this battle formation. However, this battle formation was destroyed by Gu Fei alone. This almost drove Lu Chengfeng crazy. This was a battle formation that he had spent countless efforts to build. I'll kill you, Lu Chengfeng roared. Big brother, run. Chapter 3989, Tai Yuan World, East Domain, Divine Dragon Mountain Range. In the Kingdom of Divine Dragon, the Lu clan planned to take advantage of the Chu clan's weakness to destroy the Chu clan and take over their territory. Everything was going smoothly under the leadership of Lu Chengfeng. The 3,000 soldiers of the Lu clan were invincible. They charged toward Chu City like a hot knife through butter. However, when they killed their way into the surrounding villages, they were stopped by a small village. The Wu village was a village that had produced an expert in both martial arts and medicine. Although the Wu village was small, with only a few thousand people, it was the most powerful village in the 10 Liate villages. This was because there was a martial Dao master, Medicine Master Wu. Medicine Master Wu was a legend in the 10 Liate villages. Not only was he a martial Dao master, but he was also a miraculous doctor. His medical skills were superb, and he was widely respected by the people. However, no one would have thought that apart from Medicine Master Wu, there was also a hidden true dragon in the Wu village, a true dragon that was even more powerful and terrifying than Medicine Master Wu. Not only did the clan leader of the Chu clan, Chu Tianshu, die in the hands of this man, but even the martial Dao soldiers of the Lu clan were defeated by this man. Gu Fei did not chase after the defeated dogs of the Lu clan. He turned around and returned to the Wu village. At this moment, everyone in the Wu village was in awe of Gu Fei. Wherever Gu Fei passed, they would automatically make way for him. Ha! Big brother is the best after all. How could those useless chickens and stray dogs be a match for Big Brother? Only the little boy, Wu Ji, walked up to Gu Fei eagerly. Gu Fei patted Wu Ji's little head, then held his hand and walked to the back of the Wu village. He liked the peace and quiet there. However, Gu Fei knew that it would be impossible for him to have peace and quiet after this battle. Sai, if Ahu leads us all the way, we might be able to take over the entire Lu clan's territory. Someone in the Wu village said with pity, our Wu village has a medicine master, and now we have Ahu. Our Wu village is destined to become the master of this territory. Someone said excitedly. Gu Fei consecutively defeated the Chu clan and the Lu clan. This made the people of the martial village overjoyed, and they also saw the hope of the martial villages rise. Perhaps the martial village would be able to soar into the sky in one go. Some people in the Wu village were even planning how to take over the Chu family's territory. In the Taiyuan realm, the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the strongest fist was the boss. As long as Gu Fei was strong enough, He could do whatever he wanted in the Taiyuan realm. However, none of this was what he wanted. What he wanted was to recover his memories and know where he came from. He had even forgotten his own name, but the people of Wu village gave him a domineering name, Ahu, which was as strong and domineering as a fierce tiger. Medicine Master Wu didn't take the chance to chase after the Lu clan's soldiers. Apothecary Wu was quite a character. He was obsessed with martial arts and the art of healing. He didn't have the heart to contend for hegemony. Otherwise, the surrounding villages would have long belonged to the Wu village. What a pity, what a pity! Some people in the Wu village felt that it was a pity. One should know that the Chu and Lu clans' territories were huge. If they could rule over these two territories, the Wu village could become a first-rate force in the Divine Dragon country. When the news of the Wu village defeating the Lu clan spread, the entire Divine Dragon mountain range was shaken. Even the king of the Divine Dragon country was surprised and turned his attention to the Wu village. Although the Chu and Lu clans were only second-rate forces in the Divine Dragon country, they weren't weak cultivation clans. How could they be defeated by a Wu village that no one had ever heard of? Could it be that an innate realm warrior was born in this Wu village? An innate realm warrior was a big shot in the Divine Dragon country. If an innate realm warrior was born in the Wu village, it wouldn't be a small matter. Capital of the Divine Dragon country, in the palace hall, is the crown prince in the Divine Dragon mountain range. Let him go to the Wu village to take a look. If an innate realm warrior is born in the Wu village, it would be a great merit to recruit him. The king of the Divine Dragon country, Zhou Xian, said to a servant beside him. Yes, the servant hurriedly accepted the order and left the palace hall. In the capital of the Divine Dragon country, the royal Zhou clan was the #1 force. In the entire Divine Dragon country, there were only two top-notch families, the Wang clan and the Qin clan. Just as the king of the Divine Dragon country passed down the decree, the Wang clan and the Qin clan also took action. The Wang clan and the Qin clan also sent people to the Wu village. Gu Fei's guess was right. Once he defeated the Lu clan, he wouldn't be able to live peacefully anymore. In the Divine Dragon mountain range, the divine light that descended from the sky attracted the attention of countless people. However, everyone who entered the Divine Dragon mountain range only found a giant pit. On a mountain peak beside the giant pit, a young man in white was fanning himself and looking at the giant pit. What exactly fell from the sky and created such a giant pit here? Could it really be like the rumors say, that a deity descended from the sky and created this giant pit? Just as the white-robed young man was in deep thought, a golden bird suddenly shot towards him like an arrow and landed directly on his shoulder. The young man in white removed the fist-sized golden bird and saw a small bamboo tube tied to its leg. He removed the bamboo tube from the golden bird's leg and released the golden bird. "Father wants me to go to the Wu village." The young man in white looked at the small piece of paper in his hand and was a little confused. However, he immediately turned around and went down the mountain, quickly disappearing into the mountains. At this time, the people of the Wu village actually wanted to take over Chu City. In the name of the second granduncle, they gathered the cultivators of the Wu village and sent an envoy to Chu City, asking the Chu clan to get lost. Unexpectedly, the Chu clan in Chu City actually got lost. This was something that even the second granduncle and the others did not expect. The Chu clan was afraid. Even the Lu clan was defeated by the Wu village. What could the Chu clan possibly offer to fight against the Wu village? Therefore, the Chu clan admitted defeat. The second granduncle and the others also sent people to Lu City at the same time. However, this time, the Lu clan directly killed the unlucky envoy. Lu Chengfeng even clamored that he would seek revenge on Gu Fei. killing our Wu village's envoy. The Lu clan is seeking death." An aged roar came from the Wu village. Soon, someone went to Gu Fei and asked for Gu Fei's help. However, Gu Fei could not be bothered. He only cared about teaching the little kid Wu Ji martial arts. Although he couldn't remember anything, he could see the flaws and weaknesses in Wu Ji's martial path at a glance. Under Gu Fei's guidance, the little kid Wu Ji's martial arts cultivation actually broke through to the 6th level of the mortal realm. This was a little brat, but he had actually cultivated to the 6th heaven of the mortal realm. This was too heaven-defying. Even the royal family of the Divine Dragon Nation had not cultivated to the 6th heaven of the mortal realm at such a young age. This is the Wu Village. Chapter 3990. The Chu clan's submission allowed the Wu clan in the Wu Village to take over the Chu clan's territory. Some people in the Wu Village were quite ambitious. They wanted the Lu clan to lower their heads. However, although the Lu clan had suffered a great loss in the battle against Gu Fei, they still had their strength, which was not something the Chu clan could compare with. The Lu clan killed the emissary sent by the Wu clan. They even announced that if the Wu clan dared to set foot on the Lu clan's territory, they would kill every single one of them. Damn it, the Lu clan is too much. How can a defeated army be so arrogant? When the news reached the Wu village, even the second great uncle slammed the table. The others were even more furious. They all suggested attacking the Lu clan to show them how powerful the Wu clan was. However, some people remained calm and did not join in. Wu Qinghu was the second strongest expert in the Wu village after Medicine Master Wu. Although he was not a grandmaster, his combat strength was very close to it. Half-step grandmaster Wu Qinghu was one of the strongest in the surrounding villages. He did not support attacking the Lu clan, but the second great uncle was determined to do so. Even Wu Qinghu had to listen to the second great uncle's orders. As soon as the second great uncle gave the order, all the martial artists in the surrounding villages rushed to the Wu village. However, although there were many martial artists in the surrounding villages, they were all at the mortal realm. The strongest martial artists in the other villages were at the 10th heaven of the mortal realm. There was not even a half-step grandmaster. Facing the Lu clan with such strength was like throwing an egg against a rock. They would be courting death. Many people pinned their hopes on Gu Fei. At that moment, a young man in white waving a folding fan appeared at the entrance of the Wu village. It was already dusk. Smoke rose from the chimneys of the Wu village. The people who had gone out were coming back one after another. When they saw the young man in white standing at the entrance, they were all afraid. The young man in white chuckled and walked forward, intending to enter the Wu village. Halt! A loud shout came from the martial village, and a middle-aged martial arts practitioner strode out from inside. Humph! The young man in white sneered, but he did not stop. Are you deaf? My uncle is telling you to stop. A young man behind the middle-aged man shouted at the young man in white. No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. The white-clothed youth's face turned cold. The hand holding the fan paused for a moment, and then he waved his hand. 5 cold lights immediately rushed out of the fan and shot toward the person in front of him. Within each ray of cold light, there was a silver needle faintly visible. The expression of the middle-aged man who walked out of the Wu village changed. Then he drew his blade and attacked. In one breath, he slashed the 5 beams of cold light that shot at him. Seeing that the middle-aged martial artist had actually blocked his move, the white-clothed youth was a little surprised. Wu village is indeed full of hidden talents. The young man calmly looked at the middle-aged martial artist opposite him. Who are you? Wu Qinghu sheathed his saber, but his hand was still on the hilt, ready to strike again at any time. You don't have the right to know who I am. Tell alchemist Wu to come see me." The white-robed young man's attitude was arrogant. "What did you say?" Wu Qinghu was instantly enraged. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" The white-clothed youth was a little displeased, and his face darkened. Preposterous. No matter how well-mannered Wu Qinghu was, he was completely enraged by this white-clothed youth. Clang! Without any hesitation, Wu Qinghu directly drew his saber. In a flash of cold light, a ray of saber light had already slashed in front of the white-clothed youth. The deep cold saber aura spread out, and a gust of strong wind was set off in the surroundings. Sand and pebbles were sent flying outside the Wu village's entrance. At this time, the white-clothed youth also moved. With a single step, he directly dodged Wu Qinghu's move, and then he slapped Wu Qinghu's chest with his palm. In the next moment, Wu Qinghu let out a scream and was directly sent flying backward. Everyone near the Wu village's entrance was stunned by this scene, especially the two young men who came out with Wu Qinghu. Their legs were even trembling, and they were so frightened that they almost fell to the ground. Wu Qinghu, a half-step grandmaster, actually couldn't take a blow from the other party. "Grandmaster?" Wu Qinghu slowly stood up from the ground and reached out to wipe a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the white-clothed youth with an extremely cold gaze. "Grandmasters are like ants in my eyes," the white-clothed youth said indifferently. The white-robed young man said indifferently. He had already shown mercy. Otherwise, even if this guy had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. "How arrogant of you." At this time, an old voice was heard. Then a group of people walked out of the Wu village, and the person in the lead was the second great-uncle. "It's not that I'm arrogant, but you guys are too useless." The white-clothed youth said arrogantly. When the martial artists of the Wu village saw this, they were all shocked and furious. Where did this guy come from? "Go and get the apothecary," the second great-uncle said to a middle-aged man beside him. Yes, the middle-aged man hurriedly accepted the order and left. At this time, the white-clothed youth put away his folding fan and stood with his hands behind his back, not even looking at the second great-uncle and the others. Damn it! Seeing this, the second great-uncle was so angry that his hands were trembling. The current Wu village was not the Wu village of the past. This guy dared to ignore them. This was unforgivable. Soon, the middle-aged man who went to invite Wu pharmacist returned. "Pharmacist isn't here?" Everyone's expression turned a little ugly. This guy even defeated Wu Qinghu. Among all the people present, there was absolutely no one who was a match for this detestable guy. "Then go and invite, who?" Yes, the middle-aged man was about to turn around. "Wait, go and find Wu Ji first." The second great-uncle seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Yes, great-uncle." The middle-aged man nodded and then turned around and left. Everyone knew why the second great-uncle did this. Hu, also known as Gu Fei, did not give face to anyone. Only Wu Ji, the little kid, could invite Hu. In the eyes of the martial artists of the Wu village, only the mysterious Hu was a match for this guy. However, the middle-aged man who had gone to invite Hu came back alone. What's going on? This time, the second great-uncle and the others were dumbfounded. How unlucky they were today. Everything was going wrong. Everyone had a bad feeling about this. Hu said to get lost. The middle-aged man said to the white-clothed youth directly, "Get lost." Ha ha. The white-clothed youth was stunned when he heard that. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Since young, no one had ever dared to tell him to get lost. Who on earth was this Hu? An innate martial artist? the white-clothed youth suddenly stopped smiling. The next moment, he directly soared into the sky like a big bird, directly diving into the Wu village. Seeing that, everyone could not help but be shocked and hurriedly chased after that figure. Soon, the white-clothed youth arrived at the back of the Wu village. This, Chapter 3991. The arrogance of the young man in white infuriated everyone in the Wu village. The second granduncle of the Wu clan had no choice but to seek help from Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he still couldn't remember who he was. In the Wu village, he was the mysterious, who, are you the one who told me to scram? The young man in white stared at Gu Fei, who looked like an ordinary person, and said coldly, he was a little afraid of Gu Fei, because he couldn't see through him at all. Big brother told you to scram, and you still dare to come here? The little boy, Wu Ji, said in disbelief. His big brother was a ruthless person. Big brother was a great expert who could fight against 1,000 soldiers alone. No one has ever dared to tell me to scram. You're the first. The young man in white was furious. When he saw that Gu Fei didn't even look at him, he almost went crazy. Is that so? Gu Fei said this expressionlessly and didn't say anything else. At this time, the second granduncle and the others also arrived. They were all watching from afar. If the two of them were to fight, they would be affected, and that would be unpleasant. Go to hell. The young man in white roared and stretched out his right hand. A powerful wave of energy immediately rushed out from his hand. In the void, a huge hand appeared. The huge hand directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei still didn't look at the white-clothed young man. He just flicked out a rock in his hand, and a light sound of air being torn apart resounded. After that, the rock directly pierced through the white-clothed young man's hand and shot towards the person behind it. The young man in white was shocked and quickly dodged. The stone brushed past his forehead and left a bloodstain on it. Kill! The young man in white was completely enraged. He roared, and the folding fan in his hand immediately flew up, turning into an extremely sharp light blade, and slashed at Gu Fei. Big brother, be careful! The little boy Wu Ji shouted. Gu Fei casually reached out his hand to grab the light blade that was slashing at him. He directly crushed the light blade and the folding fan. At this time, the white-robed young man was stunned. This guy broke his move with a casual wave of his hand. How was this possible? The people of the Wu village seemed to have already known the outcome, so they were not too surprised. I told you not to scram, so you can stay here forever. After saying that, Gu Fei stood up from the ground and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of the white-clothed young man. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the young man's neck, lifting him up. The white-robed youth's shock was no small matter. This guy looked like an ordinary person, but his battle prowess was extremely strong. Don't kill me. When the white-clothed youth sensed the killing intent coming from Gu Fei, he immediately panicked. This guy was not someone to be trifled with. He would really kill him. Humph! Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. These hedonistic young masters were incomparably arrogant, but once they weren't a match for him, they would immediately turn into cowards. I'm the prince of the divine dragon nation. Let me go. The white-clothed youth said through gritted teeth. What? The prince of the divine dragon nation? Everyone was shocked. The prince of the divine dragon nation was not someone anyone could provoke. After all, the divine dragon nation was not like the Chu clan or the Lu clan. The divine dragon nation was filled with experts, and the king was an unparalleled expert. At this moment, the people of the Wu village finally understood why this white-clothed youth was so powerful. To be able to defeat Wu Qinghu in a single move, it seemed like he had the strength to do so. Gu Fei suddenly smiled and exerted force with his right hand. Crack! He directly broke the white-clothed youth's neck. The dignified prince of the divine dragon nation was actually killed by Gu Fei just like that. I hate it when people threaten me. Gu Fei threw the white-clothed youth's corpse to the side. The people of the Wu village were all dumbfounded. No one expected that Gu Fei would still dare to kill the white-clothed youth after knowing his movement skill. This was going to make the entire divine dragon nation his enemy. What should we do? At this moment, even second grand uncle's expression turned ugly. The divine dragon nation's prince had died in the Wu village. This was absolutely shocking. The Wu village blocked the news, but it was useless. Many people saw Gu Fei break the neck of the divine dragon nation's prince. When the news reached the capital of the divine dragon nation, the entire city was shocked. Everyone was in disbelief. Who was so powerful? Who actually dared to kill the prince? Who will go and destroy the Wu village? In the palace hall of the divine dragon nation's capital, the king of the divine dragon nation, Zhou Xian, glanced at the officials in the hall and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go." A general stood out. "All right, then you, Song Ao, go." Zhou Xian said. "Your subject obeys." As war god Song Ao spoke, he bowed towards King Zhou Xian and walked out of the main hall. He gathered his troops and charged towards Wu village. When the Lu clan learned that Gu Fei had killed the Wang prince, they were both surprised and delighted. That guy was too arrogant. He even dared to kill the Wang prince. The Wang prince was the future monarch of a nation. The death of the Wang prince caused a huge uproar in the entire divine dragon nation. Some forces were ready to make a move. The divine dragon nation was not as united as it seemed on the surface. Half an hour later, a group of people riding on tall horses directly rushed out of the capital city, disappearing into the dusky sky. What happened? Why did the Wang prince die in a small place like the Wu village? Some people found it hard to understand. It should be known that the Wu village was just a small place. If it wasn't for the Wang prince dying there, perhaps no one would even know about the Wu village. At this moment, in the Wu village, the upper echelons of the Wu village did not know what to do. One should know that the person who died here was not an ordinary person. It was the Wang prince. In this way, the Wu village was in a desperate situation. If the monarch of the divine dragon nation wanted to destroy the surrounding villages, wouldn't it be child's play? That guy from the Wu village is too stupid. He actually dared to offend the divine dragon nation. Who is that guy? He actually dared to kill the Wang prince. In an instant, because of the Wang prince's death, the entire divine dragon nation became unstable. This was definitely a situation that would affect the whole nation. Who can't stay here with us anymore. That's right. We should hand Ahu over. The upper echelons of the Wu village gathered together and were discussing countermeasures. Some people wanted to hand Ahu over, but others objected. Even if they handed Ahu over, the divine dragon nation would not let the people of the Wu village off so easily. Some people were too naive. Big brother, you killed the Wang prince. The little boy was still following Gu Fei. At this moment, the others were hiding from Gu Fei, not daring to have any contact with him. Only Wu Yao occasionally came to talk to Gu Fei. The Wang prince. He's just an ant in my eyes. Chapter 3992. Who from the Wu village is in trouble? What happened? I heard that who killed Crown Prince Wang. What? Who killed Crown Prince Wang? That can't be. The news of Gu Fei killing Crown Prince Wang could not be suppressed at all. After all, he was Crown Prince Wang, not a disciple of an ordinary cultivation clan. In the eastern region of the Great Origin Realm, the Divine Dragon Nation was ruled by the Dongwu dynasty. although it was only one of the countless vassal states. The king of the divine dragon nation was not a vassal state with a different surname. The king of the divine dragon nation was a member of the royal family of the Dongwu dynasty. This member of the royal family was demoted to the divine dragon nation and became the king of the divine dragon nation. In other words, although the divine dragon nation was small, the king's background was very deep. Gu Fei killing crown prince Wang was equivalent to killing a descendant of the royal family of the Dongwu dynasty. Not to mention the king of the divine dragon nation. Even the Dongwu dynasty would not let it go. When the forces that originally wanted to form an alliance with the Wu village received the news, they immediately drew a clear line with the Wu village and hurriedly left. Therefore, Gu Fei turned from the useful Hu to the troublemaker. Ha! That guy is seeking his own death. When the news reached Lu City, Lu Qingfeng's gloating laughter came from the city lord's mansion. Humph! I want to see how long that guy can be so unbridled, Lu Changyun said with a cold smile. Not only did Hu from the Wu village kill his third brother, Lu Chenglong, but he also defeated the Lu clan's warrior army by himself. The Lu clan and Gu Fei had a huge grudge, so the Lu clan was naturally happy to see Gu Fei suffer. The Chu clan, which had previously submitted to the Wu village, also rebelled. All the people from the Wu village in Chu City were killed by the Chu clan's elders, and no one could escape back to the Wu village. The Wu village was isolated, and the other 7 villages in the area also broke their alliance with the Wu village. While the people of Wu village were panicking, Gu Fei was not nervous at all. He did not care at all. He did not care if the world was falling apart outside. It had nothing to do with him. However, in this Wu village, only Medicine Master Wu and Wu Ji, the grandfather and grandson, would come to look for Gu Fei from time to time. As for the others, they could not wait to avoid him, let alone take the initiative to look for him. This Hu is simply a jinx. Someone in the Wu village said, Our Wu village is in deep trouble because of him. This is a disaster that will wipe out the entire clan. The divine dragon country's crown prince had died in the Wu village. The divine dragon country's king would definitely be furious, and the Wu village could be destroyed by the divine dragon country at any time. Big brother, aren't you nervous? In the evening, the little wimp Wu Ji came over again. This little fellow brought over a roasted chicken and a pot of wine. Gu Fei and Wu Ji sat on a huge rock at the back of the mountain, eating and drinking at the same time. Wu Ji was very curious as to why Gu Fei was still able to keep his composure until now. Do I need to be nervous? Gu Fei said indifferently, I heard that the divine dragon country's king is furious and will personally come to avenge the crown prince. Wu Ji said worriedly, Come if you want. Gu Fei took the pot of wine and raised his head to take a sip. His current memory was the memory after he woke up in the Wu village. The memory before he woke up had disappeared, and he could not recall it no matter how hard he tried. However, even if he had forgotten everything, even his name, he was not afraid of anyone. He did not know why, but he was not afraid of anyone. You came from the sky. Are you really a deity that descended from the sky? Wu Ji asked curiously. He had seen the scene of Gu Fei descending from the sky with his own eyes. To the martial artists of the Taiyuan realm, breaking through the void and ascending to the upper realm was a lifelong pursuit. Wu Ji was also very curious about the legendary upper realm. I don't know. Gu Fei frowned. So what if I'm a deity that descended from the sky? So what if it's the upper realm? None of this could arouse his interest. He only wanted to know who he was. Wu Ji wanted to ask again. However, at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly raised his hand. Wu Ji looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Since you're here, why don't you come out and have a drink? Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Wu Ji was taken aback. Someone was actually nearby, but he could not sense the other party's presence. This person's cultivation was definitely higher than his. Ha! A crisp and melodious laughter was heard. Then, a black figure walked out from the forest at the side. Wu Ji turned around and saw a masked woman in black walking towards them. With just a few steps, the woman arrived at the big rock. "Who are you?" Wu Ji's expression was extremely solemn. This was the back mountain of the Wu village. This person was quite capable to be able to sneak in here. One should know that the Wu village was in a precarious situation at this time, and the defense of the Wu village was much tighter than ever. "Little brother, you're so cute." The woman in black extended her hand to Wu Ji. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Gu Fei said indifferently without raising his head. The woman in black's hand was about to touch Wu Ji, but she suddenly retracted it. "You're the legendary deity?" The woman in black sized up Gu Fei curiously. "I don't know." Gu Fei said the same thing again. "Why? Can't you tell me?" The woman in black sat down and plucked a drumstick from the roasted chicken. Then she lifted the veil and started eating. "My drumstick!" Wu Ji was speechless when he saw this. "You were sent by the divine dragon kingdom ruler?" Gu Fei handed the wine pot in his hand to the mysterious woman. He. The woman in black took the wine pot and took a sip before handing it back to Gu Fei. "Who is the divine dragon kingdom ruler to be able to send me here?" The mysterious woman said disdainfully. "Are you from the Dongwu dynasty?" Wu Ji's expression turned even more solemn. "Is there only the Dongwu dynasty in the East region?" The mysterious woman in black pretended to be mysterious. Wu Ji was just a kid. How could he know so much? "Where you're from has nothing to do with me." Gu Fei took the wine pot and took a sip. "You're pretty calm." The woman in black said indifferently. "Huh." At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly pricked up his ears. Boom. The next moment, a loud noise came from the village entrance. Enemy attack. The Wu village was in chaos. "Kill. Flatten this place." A loud, angry roar was heard, spreading through the entire Wu village and the surrounding villages. Rumble. The heavy sound of horse hooves could be heard as a troop of soldiers charged into the Wu village from the outside. Wherever they passed, it was like a hot knife through butter. Soon, they reached the back of the mountain. "The people from the divine dragon kingdom are here." The woman in black said, "Big brother, what should we do?" Wu Ji panicked. "Whoever wants my life, I'll take their life." Gu Fei's face was still indifferent. "You killed Crown Prince Wang?" At this moment, a figure soared into the sky from the Wu village and dashed towards where Gu Fei was. It was a middle-aged general in black armor. He was holding a spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear was still dripping with blood. "Huh, you're here too?" The general was clearly taken aback when he saw the mysterious veiled woman in front of Gu Fei. "Humph." The woman in black sneered, but did not say anything. "Just a bunch of ants." Gu Fei said faintly. He did not take the entire battle general seriously at all. "You're courting death." The general was enraged. He stabbed his spear at Gu Fei. The tip of the spear was like a cold star piercing between Gu Fei's brows in an instant. However, Gu Fei casually stretched out his hand and caught the spear with 2 fingers. When the general saw this, his shock was no small matter. However, something even more shocking happened. Gu Fei exerted force, and the tip of the spear snapped. With a flash of cold light, the spear flew back to the general. Without any suspense, the tip of the spear pierced through the general. The general fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. With just one move, he killed one of the generals of the ruler of the divine dragon kingdom. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Even the masked woman in black was stunned. This guy is just an ordinary person. Why does he have such powerful combat ability? Roar. A roar was heard. Then Gu Fei saw a tall man holding a giant axe walk out from the crowd and arrive before Gu Fei. This burly man was like an iron tower, giving off a strong sense of oppression. "Little guy, you killed Zhou Tong?" The giant man's voice was like a bell echoing throughout the entire Wu village. At this moment, in the Wu village, the warriors of the Wu village were defeated. They were no match for the well-trained warriors of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Only Medicine Master Wu could fight a Grandmaster under the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. As for the other warriors, they were crying for their parents as they were chased by the warriors of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Soon, a thick smell of blood enveloped the entire Wu village. "Zhou Tong is dead." At this moment, the warriors under the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom were shocked when they heard the giant man's voice. They quickly rushed to the back of the mountain. Even the warriors of the Divine Dragon Kingdom were gathering at the back of the mountain. Zhou Tong was the younger brother of the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. He was extremely powerful, but now this person who could summon the wind and rain in the Divine Dragon Kingdom had become a cold corpse. Zhou Tong is really dead. At this moment, the warriors under the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom were all dumbfounded. This was Zhou Tong. How were they going to explain to the ruler that he had died here? "Kill!" The leader of the warriors roared angrily and charged towards Gu Fei. "You still want to die?" After saying that, Gu Fei clenched his right hand. Next, he punched out at the charging general. Bam! Crack! The sound of the collision and the shattering of bones were heard at the same time. The warrior was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He was already dead while he was still in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This guy was actually powerful to such an extent that he could kill a guru powerhouse with a single punch. Chapter 3993. The fact that Gu Fei killed a grandmaster with a single punch shocked everyone, especially the experts from the Divine Dragon Nation. They were all dumbfounded. Killing a grandmaster with one punch. Is this person an Xiantian realm martial artist? The other general from the Divine Dragon country said with a trembling voice, a martial arts grandmaster was actually killed with one punch in front of them. This scene was too shocking. Even in Xiantian, realm martial artist has to die. At this moment, a cold voice came from the back of the crowd. The crowd immediately became restless. Then the crowd opened up a path, and a mysterious person covered in a black robe walked out. When that person walked out, the mysterious veiled woman beside Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. "Emo Cienaire, I didn't expect you to be here." The man lifted his hood and revealed his face. He was an old man with a thin face and a pair of eyes like a venomous snake. Baleful insect, In Wu Chang? The mysterious woman was shocked. "Big sister, is this guy very powerful?" Little wimp Wu Ji was not afraid at all. He hid behind Gu Fei and kept peeking his head out to look around. "Very powerful. This guy is the sect leader of the Baleful Insect. His name is In Wu Chang, and he's at the middle level of the Xiantian realm." The mysterious woman looked at Gu Fei as she spoke. However, when she saw that Gu Fei didn't have any expression on his face and still looked indifferent, she couldn't help but be moved. "And Xiantian, that's stronger than a grandmaster." The little brat Wu Ji stuck out his tongue and curiously looked at the old man in front of him. "Haha, sect leader In. With you here, it'll be hard for this guy to not die." When the experts from the Divine Dragon country saw In Wu Chang, they couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Although Gu Fei was strong and killed a grandmaster with one punch, it was nothing in front of In Wu Chang. "Hee hee kid, you're dead for sure." The Divine Dragon Nation's Grandmaster Battle general stared at Gu Fei, who was on the huge rock, and sneered. "I don't know if I'm going to die, but I do know that you're definitely going to die," Gu Fei said, as he glanced at the general indifferently. "This fellow dares to be so arrogant in front of sect leader Yin. He's simply courting death. So arrogant at such a young age. What will happen in the future?" "Haha, does this kid have a future?" The warriors of the Divine Dragon Nation mocked disdainfully. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. More accurately, they were optimistic about this young man named Ahu. Ahu was a name given to Gu Fei by the people of the Wu village. Gu Fei was forced into the cycle of reincarnation by the primogenitor. His memories were sealed, and he even forgot his name. Naturally, he had also forgotten all the cultivation methods and combat skills that he had previously cultivated. Now, he was only relying on his instincts to fight these so-called martial Dao grandmasters and Xiantian martial artists. Even so, Gu Fei was enough to crush all his opponents. Moreover, he was a supreme existence of the eternal realm after all. He could see the flaws of these so-called martial Dao grandmasters and Xiantian martial artists at a glance. What he wanted to do was actually very simple, and that was to use the most direct method to find the flaws of these warriors and kill them in one blow. "Little punk, do you want to come down and die yourself, or do you want me to do it? If you want me to do it, you'll die a horrible death." Yin Wuchang stared at Gu Fei with a venomous gaze, his face cold and arrogant. He was a generation of Xiantian martial artists. His cultivation was at the middle level of Xiantian, which was enough for him to be unrivaled in the Divine Dragon Nation. One had to know that in the entire Divine Dragon Nation, there were only 2 true realm martial artists, less than 20 Xiantian martial artists, and even fewer than 10 Xiantian martial artists. There were only 5 or 6 Xiantian martial artists at the advanced level, and only 3 or 4 Xiantian martial artists at the peak level. After all, the Divine Dragon Nation was only a small vassal state among the countless vassal states in the eastern region of the Great Origin World. There were many vassal states that were stronger than the Divine Dragon Nation. "Asking my big brother to go down and die? Why don't you come up and kill yourself? Old man!" The little punk shouted at Yin Wuchang. "Little guy, you're courting death." Yin Wuchang was instantly enraged. His eyes narrowed, and an invisible divine will immediately rushed out of his eyes and shot towards Wu Ji. Xiantian martial artists could already condense divine will. Yin Wuchang was an expert at the middle level of Xiantian. His divine will could condense into a thread and kill people invisibly. Of course, with the strength of his divine will, he could only kill people invisibly within a range of 10 feet. "Humph!" Gu Fei snorted coldly, and the void in front of him trembled slightly. While everyone was baffled, Yin Wuchang's face turned pale as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body swayed. He looked at the little punk on the big rock in disbelief. How was this possible? This guy actually broke his divine, will killer move with sound waves. No matter how he looked at him. This guy looked like an ordinary person without a trace of a martial artist's aura. However, if this guy was an ordinary person, he could kill a grandmaster with one punch and break his divine will killer move. Yin Wuchang's expression turned solemn. An opponent that he couldn't see through was usually the scariest opponent. At this moment, the surrounding people were still mocking Gu Fei on the big rock. "Kill!" Yin Wuchang suddenly roared in anger. A cold and gloomy aura immediately exploded from his body, and a gust of gloomy wind spread out. The surrounding people immediately staggered and screamed as they staggered to the side. In the next moment, Yin Wuchang jumped up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei on the big rock. "I-oh!" Seeing Yin Wuchang's attack, The little punk Wu Ji quickly hid behind Gu Fei. Little punk, die. Yin Wuchang stretched out his right hand, and a gust of black gas immediately rushed out from his hand, turning into a black hand the size of a small mountain, grabbing towards Gu Fei and the others. This Yin Wuchang didn't intend to let Amo-Sien go. It's the baleful Yin demon hand. Amo-Sien couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the black hand descending from the sky. The baleful Yin sect walked the path of MCMAU, and this Yin Wuchang's martial path was close to that of the devil. Gu Fei didn't care about what kind of baleful Yin demon hand it was, and directly punched upwards. His fist moved quickly in the void, and actually made a low explosive sound. There wasn't any martial path energy that exploded from Gu Fei's fist. However, this punch that looked like an ordinary person directly penetrated Yin Wuchang's baleful Yin demon hand under everyone's mocking gaze. Gu Fei's fist shook, and directly shook the void. A circle of visible ripples immediately spread out from his fist. In the next moment, Yin Wuchang screamed in pain and retreated violently. His right arm actually instantly shattered in the void, turning into a blood mist. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the experts sent by the Divine Dragon Country King changed from mocking to shock. Chapter 3994. Gu Fei defeated an innate with one punch, shocking everyone. How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. Yin Wuchang was a sect leader, yet he was defeated by this guy with one punch. Even his right arm was shattered into a bloody mist. Sect leader Yin lost. Everyone couldn't accept it. Who are you? Yin Wuchang's face turned pale. He had an innate body. Although he lost his right arm, he still had the strength to fight. But at this moment, how would he dare to attack? Everyone only saw Gu Fei shatter Yin Wuchang's right arm with one punch, but they didn't know that Yin Wuchang was almost killed by Gu Fei with one punch. If Yin Wuchang didn't retreat in time, he would have been smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's punch. You don't need to know who I am. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Yin Wuchang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His expression changed several times. Finally, under everyone's shocked and confused gaze, he turned and left without looking back. The martial masters of the Divine Dragon Country were all dumbfounded. Yin Wuchang left just like that. I couldn't tell that you were pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The mysterious Lady Amo-Sien looked at Gu Fei and mocked, defeating an innate with one punch. This guy's cultivation was definitely above the innate realm. Even if he wasn't a true realm warrior, he was at least a peak innate realm warrior. Even a peak innate realm warrior couldn't defeat a middle-level innate with one punch. Only a peak innate realm warrior or a half-step true realm warrior could do so. Gu Fei didn't deny it. My big brother is the strongest. These guys are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. The little brat Wu Ji said proudly, Let's go together and kill him. That's right. We have so many people. I don't believe we can't kill this little guy. The Divine Dragon Nation's Grandmaster Battle Generals clamored. These battle generals commanded thousands of soldiers, and at this moment, the Divine Dragon Nation's army of close to 10,000 had already surrounded the Wu village. The entire Wu village had already been conquered by the Divine Dragon Country's army. Even the second granduncle, who had the highest seniority in the Wu village, had become the prisoner of a middle-aged man wearing an official robe. Only Medicine Master Wu and a few others managed to escape to the mountain behind the Wu village. Come down and accept your death, and I will let them go. The middle-aged man calmly looked at Gu Fei, who was on the boulder. He had an extraordinary bearing, and he had the aura of a king. However, he wasn't the Divine Dragon Nation's true martial realm king. King Xiaoyao, I didn't expect his lordship to invite this person. When the generals and martial experts under the divine dragon ruler saw this middle-aged man in an official robe, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Freedom King was a martial Tao expert who was much stronger than the Dark Fiend sect master, Yin Wu Chang. Some people said that he already had 1 foot in the martial true realm. This unfettered king had a great background. He was also a member of the Dongwu dynasty's royal family, although the Dongwu dynasty had conferred him the title of unfettered king. He did not have any land. It was just an empty title. Gu Fei glanced at King Xiaoyao, but did not say anything. Kill. Unfettered King waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately raised their sabers. More than 10 Wu village martial artists were immediately beheaded and killed. Wu Ji, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, saw this scene and his eyes turned red. Why? Are you still not coming down to accept your death? Unfettered King stared coldly at Gu Fei. This time, not only did Gu Fei not say anything, he did not even look at Unfettered King. At this moment, someone brought more than 10 Wu village martial artists over and kicked them to the ground. Once Unfettered King gave the order, they would raise their sabers and kill them. Very well. Unfettered King's expression turned ugly. With a wave of his hand, the saber flashed, and the 10 Wu village martial artists who were brought up were killed on the spot. At this moment, everyone looked at this scene in shock. There were countless people standing around, but it was eerily quiet. Unfettered King, you're too much. Medicine Master Wu roared angrily. Humph! A small village dares to go against the entire divine dragon country. You don't know what's good for you. You deserve to be annihilated. Unfettered King sneered. Little brat, as long as you come down to accept your death, I will let them go. I, Unfettered King, am a man of my words. Unfettered King looked at Gu Fei with a solemn expression. Everyone looked at Gu Fei, waiting for him to speak. Even Mo Xian looked at Gu Fei. She was curious about what Gu Fei would choose. In Mo Xian's opinion, in front of an unparalleled expert like Gu Fei, even if all the people of Wu Village died, it would have nothing to do with him. At this moment, another batch of Wu Village martial artists was brought up. Big brother, you can't kill them this time. The little wimp Wu Ji suddenly cried out with incomparable nervousness. Wu Ji, save me. A little girl was being held down by a soldier, kneeling on the ground. She was trembling in fear and crying softly while looking at Wu Ji. In Wu Village, everyone practiced martial arts. Even a little girl was a martial artist. It's Wu Yu. Big brother, you have to save her. Wu Ji grabbed Gu Fei's hand and shook it violently. Gu Fei liked Wu Ji very much. When he heard what Wu Ji said, he couldn't help but frown. This was the first time Mo Xian saw Gu Fei's expression change. It seemed like he really valued this little boy from Wu Village. What now? Come down and accept your death, and I will let everyone go. Unfettered King's expression was cold and arrogant. Get out of Wu Village right now, and I will spare your lives. Gu Fei glanced at Unfettered King coldly and said, What? Haha, this kid is crazy. How dare he say such words? He is so arrogant in front of Unfettered King. Unfettered King is not in impermanence. Everyone was waiting to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself. One must know that Unfettered King was half a step into the true realm and was extremely powerful. Other than true realm martial artists, Unfettered King was invincible. Ha! Unfettered King laughed out of anger. Ever since he started his cultivation journey, no one dared to tell him to get lost. This kid thinks he is invincible just because he defeated In Impermanence with one punch. What a joke. In Impermanence was someone he could poke to death with one finger, let alone one punch. I gave you guys a chance, but you guys didn't know how to cherish it. Sigh. Gu Fei glanced at the countless martial artists below the boulder and shook his head helplessly. Haha, act. Continue acting. Some of the Divine Dragon Country's Grandmaster Battle Generals laughed in disdain. Since he dares to be so impudent in front of Unfettered King, Someone sighed and shook his head. He is still young and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said something like that. Kill. At this moment, Unfettered King said the word kill. Chapter 39:95. The Freedom King was extremely domineering. He wanted to use the lives of the Wu villagers to force Gu Fei to yield. However, he did not expect that Gu Fei would never yield to the lives of the Wu villagers. But now, the Freedom King wanted to kill Wu Yu. Wu Yu was Wu Ji's playmate. Naturally, Wu Ji did not want to watch Wu Yu die under the Freedom King's saber. Hence, he went to beg Gu Fei. Kill. At this moment, the Freedom King had already given the order. The executioners raised their sabers and were about to kill Wu Yu and the others. Wu Yu was only a 5 or 6-year-old girl. She was already trembling in fear and closed her eyes in horror. However, Wu Yu waited for a long time, but the other party's knife still hadn't landed on her neck. She couldn't help but open her eyes and see that the executioners around her were all standing there motionlessly with their knives raised high. Drip! A drop of blood suddenly dripped on the ground in front of Wu Yu. Wu Yu raised her head and saw that the Divine Dragon Country executioner beside her was bleeding profusely from between his brows. There was actually a hole the size of a finger in between his brows. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past. The dozen executioners from the Divine Dragon Country fell to the ground with a bloody hole in between their brows. The Freedom King, was extremely shocked. He stared at Gu Fei's right hand and saw that there were a few stones in Gu Fei's right hand. That moment just now was simply too fast. As soon as he uttered the word kill, the dozen or so Divine Dragon Country soldiers who were holding the villagers of Wu Village had their foreheads pierced by the pebble that flew out of Gu Fei's hand, and they immediately died. How is this possible? The Freedom King was in disbelief. I told you to scram, but you refused to do so. Since you don't want to scram, then stay. There's no need to scram. Gu Fei glanced at the dumbfounded people in front of him and said indifferently, the king of the Divine Dragon Country wanted to annihilate the martial village to avenge the crown prince. There were more than 10,000 warriors, more than 1,000 warriors at the peak of the mortal realm, 200 grandmasters, dozens of innate rankers, and the Unfettered King, who was half a step into the true realm. Such a force was more than enough to start a war with the neighboring vassal states, let alone the small Wu village. However, such a powerful force was deterred by a single person. This was definitely a person who could fight against an entire nation. There were not many martial arts practitioners like this in the eastern domain of the Taiyuan realm. This was a martial arts practitioner who was more powerful than the real realm. That was the sage realm. Only a martial sage of a generation could rival a country. Big Brother is the best. Wu Ji looked at Gu Fei with incomparable admiration. Gu Fei's invincible figure was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. Kill! Gu Fei leaped from the boulder and pounced on the countless martial arts experts in front of him. You're courting death. Do you think you're a sage realm martial arts practitioner who can rival a nation? The Unfettered King sneered. At this moment, Gu Fei had already pounced into the crowd. The next moment, shrill screams sounded. Gu Fei waved his hand, and immediately more than a dozen martial arts experts were sent flying. All of them vomited blood and were severely injured. Attack! Attack together! I don't believe that he can fight against our army alone." A Grandmaster warrior roared and charged at Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei punched out and turned the Grandmaster warrior into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, all the martial arts practitioners surrounding Gu Fei were terrified, but they couldn't stop. Countless warriors swarmed forward and attacked Gu Fei in a frenzy. On the boulder, Wu Ji and the others watched nervously. Roar! At this moment, Gu Fei exhaled and roared. Every punch he threw out was like a landslide, ferocious and invincible. He killed more than a dozen people in an instant, and the corpses around him increased. Everyone was stunned. This Gu Fei was simply a peerless, ferocious man. He could fight against 10,000 people alone. Regardless of whether they were grandmasters or Xiantian realm martial artists, they couldn't even withstand a single punch from him and were killed immediately. At this moment, the unfettered king was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What kind of enemy did the crown prince provoke? Looking at the martial arts practitioners falling under Gu Fei's fists, the unfettered king could no longer remain calm and could no longer sit still. At this moment, the Divine Dragon Nation's Grandmaster Warrior led the warriors and set up a battle formation. The strength of nearly 10,000 warriors merged into one. This was definitely a force so strong that even the unfettered king would tremble. However, Gu Fei didn't care about the battle formation. He charged straight into the sea of people, and no one could stop him. Gu Fei went on a killing spree. Everywhere he went, corpses were strewn all over the ground. Some martial arts practitioners with weaker wills were so scared that they wet their pants and were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. Kill! A Grandmaster warrior led a 1,000-man team and attacked Gu Fei. The strength of the 1,000-man team was concentrated on the Grandmaster warrior leader. Roar! That Grandmaster warrior let out a long howl toward the sky. His entire body was covered in flames, and martial arts energy erupted from his body like a mountain torrent. "Eat my fist!" That Grandmaster warrior bellowed angrily and punched at Gu Fei. Violent martial arts energy erupted from this punch. Even the void was shaken, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. Even the unfettered king would be moved by such a powerful punch. However, Gu Fei still had an indifferent expression. He directly met it with a punch. Bam! The two fists instantly collided with each other, and a low, muffled sound erupted. In the next moment, that Grandmaster warrior's fist was directly shattered. Then his arm, half of his body, and finally his entire body was shattered. And the 1,000-man soldiers behind this Grandmaster warrior were directly impacted by the force of the punch. Every soldier bled from the 7 orifices of their heads and fell to the ground. It seemed that they wouldn't be able to survive this, killing 1,000 people with one punch. The power of Gu Fei's punch scared the unfettered king out of his wits. Could he really be an unparalleled martial artist of the Saint Plain? The unfettered king's voice was trembling, and on the huge rock, the little boy and the mysterious lady, Emo Sien, who saw this scene, were also stunned, killing 1,000 people with one punch. Only the legendary martial artists of the Saint Plain could have such powerful combat strength. However, there wasn't any martial artist's aura on Gu Fei's body. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Gu Fei anymore. He was a killing god who could fight against an entire country alone. Go for me. The Grandmaster warrior continued to roar in anger. There were some people who weren't afraid of death and continued to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei snatched a huge saber. In the next moment, a saber light appeared. The sound of the saber cutting flesh resounded continuously. Countless martial artists screamed and fell to the ground. He's a demon. This time, even those innate martial artists were scared silly. Some of them turned around and fled. After the first person fled, there was a second and a third. Very soon, the divine Dragon Country's army was defeated by a single person. In the eyes of the people of Wu Village, this was simply a miracle. That was an army of tens of thousands. In an army, no matter how strong a martial artist was, he could fight against 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. However, what if it was an army of 100,000, 200,000, or even 1,000,000? Even an unparalleled martial artist of the St. Plain couldn't deal with an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. That was 1,000,000 soldiers. Even if they were lined up for others to kill, they would still be exhausted to death. The Dan Wu dynasty ruled over hundreds of millions of miles of territory and had millions of soldiers. With millions of soldiers, the Dan Wu dynasty could dominate the entire eastern region. However, Gu Fei's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. With just a punch, he killed the soldiers that came forward. Even the divine Dragon Country's army wouldn't be a match for him. Everyone has a chance to escape from here, but you won't have the chance. The Xiaoyao king wanted to escape, but a demon-like figure blocked in front of him. Go to hell. The Xiaoyao king was scared out of his wits. He immediately punched at Gu Fei. The power of heaven and earth was triggered instantly and turned into a destructive force that obliterated Gu Fei. This was the terror of a half-step to the true realm martial artist. He could manipulate the power of heaven and earth for his own use. Every move he made could shake the heavens and earth. Gu Fei's face was still cold, as if there was nothing in this world that could move him. Even if the entire world pressed down on him, he was not afraid. This was because he had the power to break the heavens and earth. As long as he was strong enough, he could ignore everything. He did not make a move at all, nor did he dodge. He allowed the Xiaoyao king's fist to hit his head. Bam! Kacha! The sounds of impact and bones shattering rang out at the same time. The Free King screamed in agony as he retreated explosively. He felt as if his punch had landed on a piece of godly metal. Not only had he failed to injure Gu Fei, he had even broken his own arm. However, it was already too late. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed one of the Xiaoyao king's legs. Then he smashed the Xiaoyao king to the ground and stepped on his head. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. That was the Xiaoyao king, a half-step to the true realm martial artist. Yet he was being stepped on. This was unbelievable to everyone. You can't kill me. I'm a king that was personally conferred by the Dan Wu dynasty's emperor. The Xiaoyao king said in horror. So what? Gu Fei's expression remained indifferent. Don't kill me. I beg you. The Xiaoyao king, who was originally high and mighty, was begging Gu Fei in a humble tone. What if I don't agree? Gu Fei asked faintly. Don't. I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do whatever you want me to do. In order to survive, the Xiaoyao king had thrown all his dignity to the dogs. Many people felt that it was despicable. However, this was the cruel reality. There were only two choices: die with dignity or live in humiliation. Obviously, the Xiaoyao king was the latter. Unfortunately, you still have to die. I don't want to give you the chance to betray me, Gu Fei said as he exerted force with his right foot. Kacha, Chapter 3996. Gu Fei single-handedly defeated a country and killed King Xiaoyao with a stomp. The entire divine dragon country was shocked and even attracted the attention of the Eastern martial royal family's experts. This guy, the Lu clan, who originally wanted to see Gu Fei's misfortune, was speechless. Clan master Lu Qingfeng even brought his second brother, Lu Chengyun, to Gu Fei's side and kneeled on the ground. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you, Lord. Please spare my life. Lu Chungfeng was lying in the blood, his whole body trembling. Gu Fei stood in the middle of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. His black clothes fluttered, and his eyes were deep. There was not a trace of blood on his body. Even though he defeated an army of 10,000, his body was not stained by blood. Please spare my life, Lord. Lu Chungyun, who had always been unruly, was also trembling in fear and kowtowing repeatedly. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not see Lu Chungfeng and Lu Chungyun, who were kneeling at his feet. Lu Chungfeng and Lu Chungyun were even more terrified. Gu Fei was a ruthless person who defeated 10,000 and killed so many people that blood flowed like a river. Their lives and the rise and fall of the entire clan were in the hands of this person before them. Everyone in the Wu village was dumbfounded, especially second great-uncle and the rest of the Wu village's higher-ups. At this moment, there were less than 1,000 survivors in the entire Wu village, second great-uncle, and the rest were not killed by the Divine Dragon Country's generals. However, the practitioners that the Wu village had nurtured for the past few decades were almost all killed, second great-uncle, and the rest wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, Wu Ji and his little friend, Wu Yu, walked over. Big brother, thank you for saving Wu Yu. Wu Ji bowed to Gu Fei very seriously. The wine you brought is not bad, Gu Fei said indifferently. Wu Yu, who was standing beside Wu Ji, lowered her head and did not dare to look at Gu Fei. It should be known that this was a ruthless person who defeated an entire country by himself and killed so many people that blood flowed like a river. Even an expert like King Xiaoyao was trampled to death by him. At this moment, those who had looked down on, ridiculed, and disdained Gu Fei all shut their mouths. This was especially true for the second great-uncle, whose intestines were green, with regret. If they could hug onto Gu Fei's thigh in time, the Wu village wouldn't just be able to dominate the 3,000 miles of Divine Dragon Mountain range. They could even replace the Divine Dragon Nation, expand their territory, and become a hegemon. Now that things had come to this, Gu Fei would definitely not help them fight for hegemony. In Gu Fei's life, he clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Even if the first demon primogenitor sacrificed his life to send him into the cycle of reincarnation and seal his memories, the things in his bones would never change. Without Gu Fei's support, not to mention conquering a region and achieving hegemony, even their position as the leader of the villages would be in jeopardy. Get lost! Gu Fei did not even look at the two guys lying on the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and walked toward the mountain behind Wu village. Yes, we will leave immediately. Lu Chungfeng and Lu Chungyun really did roll on the ground. Wu Ji looked at Gu Fei's back with a complicated expression, but he did not follow. At this moment, Medicine Master Wu and a few martial artists from the Wu village walked over. I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Medicine Master Wu also did not expect Gu Fei to fight against a nation alone and defeat the Divine Dragon Nation's army. This god that descended from the heavens was too powerful. The news of Gu Fei defeating the Divine Dragon Nation's army alone spread, and the entire region was in an uproar. In the palace of the Divine Dragon Nation's capital, the king of the Divine Dragon Nation, Zhou Xian, smashed the table in front of him. My lord, should we look for those people? Beside the king of the Divine Dragon Nation, a mysterious person completely hidden in a black robe suddenly spoke. His voice was ethereal, like a demonic voice that came from hell. Look for them? Humph! The king of the Divine Dragon Nation, Zhou Xian, was very displeased. My lord, you mean the black-robed person suddenly raised his head, and two deep blue eyes shone out. I'll go meet that guy. Zhou Xian abruptly stood up from his throne and a heart-palpitating, domineering aura immediately erupted from his body. Even the black-robed person standing beside him was frightened. My lord's extreme dragon mystic technique seems to be even stronger. Could it be that my lord's cultivation has already broken through to the greater mastery of the true state? The black-robed person thought to himself. In the Tai Yuan realm, true state experts had the power to move mountains and drain seas. True state experts could fight against a nation alone. Even if they were to face thousands of soldiers, they could still defeat them with their own strength. Even in the eastern region of the Tai Yuan realm, true state experts were overlords of a region. They were either the rulers of a nation, the sect ancestors of a large sect, or the clan masters of a large clan. At this moment, the king of the divine dragon nation, Zhou Xian, disappeared from the main hall. Hee, I hope that little guy doesn't lose so quickly. I don't want to miss such a good show. The black-robed person laughed sinisterly. With a sway of his body, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and directly rushed out of the main hall. Just as the entire divine dragon nation was in shock, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on the back mountain of the Wu village. He was neither sad nor happy. His mood was extremely calm, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. If he couldn't remember who he was, then he wouldn't think about it. If he forgot everything, then forget everything. It was no big deal. Although he couldn't remember who he was, he didn't fear any living creature in this world. This seemed to be his innate pride. In this world, no one could hurt him. Although his cultivation was gone, Gu Fei's physical body was extremely strong. When his qi and blood circulated, the sound of wind and thunder came from his body. At this time, no one dared to cause trouble for Gu Fei. Without Gu Fei's summon, even the people of the Wu village didn't dare to go near the back mountain. The people of the Wu village were cleaning up the battlefield. Gu Fei had killed too many people in this battle. He even killed 1,000 people with a single punch. His ferocity was monstrous. There was also a benefit to cleaning up the battlefield, which was that one could obtain some benefits from these corpses. The warriors of the Taiyuan realm used spirit crystals and elixirs to cultivate, but ordinary cultivation forces didn't even know what spirit crystals were. This time, among those who died under Gu Fei's fists, there were grandmasters, innate stage warriors, and even the unfettered king was directly trampled to death by Gu Fei. For the Wu village, cleaning up the battlefield could give them many good things. Outside the Wu village, many warriors were extremely envious, but no one dared to act rashly. At this time, even the warriors outside the Divine Dragon Nation knew that an amazing warrior had appeared in the Divine Dragon Nation. One person could fight against an entire nation. It's time to leave. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He saw the bright moon hanging high in the sky, and there was still a faint smell of blood in the void. However, just as he stood up, a figure silently appeared at the back of the mountain. Chapter 3997. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the Wu village, the Divine Dragon Ruler arrived. The Divine Dragon Ruler was the strongest existence in the Divine Dragon Nation. He was the overlord of a region. Even Gu Fei was surprised that he personally came to a small place like the Wu village. You shouldn't have come. Gu Fei looked at the Divine Dragon Ruler calmly and said, "But I came." The Divine Dragon Ruler also looked at Gu Fei with an indifferent expression. Gu Fei's youth shocked the Divine Dragon Ruler. Was this an existence that could single-handedly defeat an entire nation? This was simply a youth. At such a young age, he had already cultivated to the true state. Although the Divine Dragon Ruler was bewildered, he still appeared extremely calm on the surface. Die or surrender. Gu Fei did not waste his breath on the Divine Dragon Ruler. Ha! When the Divine Dragon Ruler heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Fei was always expressionless. No one could shake his state of mind. "I'm laughing at your arrogance. Of course, you should be proud to be able to single-handedly defeat an entire nation at such a young age. But in front of me, you are still too inexperienced." The divine dragon ruler stopped smiling and stared at Gu Fei as he spoke coldly. "Is that so?" Gu Fei said noncommittally. "Tell me where you came from, and I might spare your life." The divine dragon ruler stared at Gu Fei, and his eyes narrowed. Such a young, true state cultivator definitely had a great background. Even the Dongwu dynasty's overlord did not have such a heaven-defying cultivation when he was young. The divine dragon ruler had some misgivings. If this kid was a little monster bred by some sage realm-old monster, he would be in deep trouble if he killed him. Even if Gu Fei killed his crown prince, he did not take Gu Fei's life immediately. Compared to Xiao Chen's life and the entire Dongwu dynasty's royal clan, the crown prince's life was insignificant. Even the Dongwu dynasty, a super empire that ruled over billions of miles of territory, was not willing to offend a sage realm-old monster. After all, a powerhouse of this level was too terrifying. "My origins?" Gu Fei shook his head and said nothing. "I've given you a chance. Since that's the case, you can die now." The divine dragon ruler's expression turned cold. In the next instant, he stretched out his right hand and stretched out his fingers, directly grabbing at Gu Fei. His palm moved rapidly in the air, creating a sonic boom. The shadow of a dragon appeared on the divine dragon ruler's body. The Taiyuan realm was a world where martial arts were respected. Compared with the human realm, the martial arts here had developed to the point where one could break the void with martial arts. The cultivation technique that the divine dragon divine king cultivated was the ultimate technique of the Dongwu dynasty. It was called the extreme dragon mystic technique, and it was the top cultivation technique in the Taiyuan realm. Once the dragon claw appeared, even a true dragon or a divine phoenix would be grabbed and torn to pieces. However, Gu Fei was not someone that a true dragon or a divine phoenix could compare to. He merely pointed a finger at the divine dragon ruler's palm. In the next instant, the divine dragon ruler's originally cold and arrogant expression immediately became uglier than crying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his entire arm. The bones of his entire hand had exploded, and some of the bones had even pierced through the skin and flesh in some places. The divine dragon ruler roared angrily and immediately retreated. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched his chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, the divine dragon ruler's entire chest caved in, and a fist mark protruded from his back. Gu Fei's punch directly dispersed the extreme dragon mystic chi on the divine dragon ruler's body. The divine dragon ruler fell from the mountain and landed heavily on the ground. How is this possible? The divine dragon ruler could not believe that he would be defeated so quickly and so miserably. He was a true realm great mastery martial artist. However, the cultivation and powerful physique that the divine dragon ruler was so proud of did not give him any advantage when fighting against Gu Fei. In front of Gu Fei, the divine dragon ruler felt like he was as weak as an ant. Bam! A figure descended from the sky and landed beside the divine dragon ruler. "I gave you a chance, but you missed it." Gu Fei calmly looked at the divine dragon ruler, who was lying on the ground, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. "Don't, you can't kill me." The divine dragon ruler panicked. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and his chest was stained with blood. The aura of a ruler had already disappeared. After suffering such heavy injuries, a normal martial artist would have died long ago. However, Even the divine dragon ruler's internal organs had been shattered by Gu Fei's punch. Even his spine had been shattered into dozens of pieces, and he had completely lost his ability to fight. The vitality of a true realm martial artist was very strong. The divine dragon ruler did not die immediately. If an expert treated him, not only could he live, he could even recover his cultivation. The problem was that Gu Fei would not give him this chance. I have a divine sword. I can use it to exchange for my life, the divine dragon ruler said hurriedly. Divine sword? Gu Fei shook his head. What? The divine dragon ruler was really stunned. Who was this guy? He was actually unmoved by a divine weapon. That was a divine weapon. In the entire eastern region, there were only a few divine weapons. A divine weapon could be said to be the strongest weapon in the entire Tai Yuan realm. It was a supreme weapon that countless martial artists dreamed of owning. Then I will abdicate and let you be the ruler of the divine dragon country. The divine dragon ruler was anxious. His life and death were in the hands of this person, the ruler of a country. Gu Fei was a little tempted. Would it be fun to be the ruler of a country? How about it? Seeing that Gu Fei was tempted, the divine dragon ruler's eyes lit up. If I want to be the ruler of a country, why do I need you to abdicate? Gu Fei's eyes turned cold, and he stomped his foot down. With a kacha sound, he crushed the divine dragon country. This medicine master Wu and the rest, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, saw this scene. They were dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The high and mighty divine dragon ruler, who held the life and death of a country in his hands, was actually trampled to death by Gu Fei. This made Medicine Master Wu and the rest feel like they were in a dream. This was too unreal. At this moment, a black shadow silently disappeared into the forest, quietly retreating. The ruler is actually dead. Only after retreating dozens of miles did the black shadow stop. He sat under a tree and panted heavily. This mysterious person was the divine dragon ruler's mysterious advisor. He originally wanted to see how the divine dragon ruler would kill Gu Fei, but he saw a scene that shocked him. The divine dragon ruler was actually trampled to death by Gu Fei. This was the ruler of a country. He died just like that in a small place like Wu Village. If the news spread, it would definitely shock the entire region. Why aren't you running anymore? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. The mysterious person was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. What?